back-to-back wins here at home, but not so good now after back-to-back losses in Toronto. So the series tied at 2 games apiece. James Harden on the little things Cavs can take as a positive heading into Game 5 later on this week.
It's an opportunity for us to tighten up on the little things, and I think closing the quarter as well. Even when we're not shooting the basketball, limiting second chance points, things like that. Things that you can control in order to prevail you to win, even when you're not shooting the ball well.
Cavs back in Cleveland for Game 5. That's going to be happening on Wednesday night. Cavs outscored on Sunday 17-5 over the final 4:55 of the game. Cavs also with 18 turnovers, and that cost them 17 points. NBA playoffs continuing tonight in the Eastern Conference. Detroit at Orlando. The Magic leads the series 2-1. In the Western Conference, Oklahoma City going to beat Phoenix as the Thunder looks for the 4-game sweep. Also out west, Denver entertains Minnesota. The Timberwolves lead 3-1. However, Minnesota's Anthony Edwards expected to be out because of a bone bruise in his left knee. Guardians back home tonight, going to begin a 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays. Guardians coming off a 4-2 loss at Toronto as they dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Blue Jays. Parker Messick going to be on the hill tonight. He is 3-0, a 1.76 ERA. The Rays come to town with a 4-game winning streak. Browns continuing their offseason workout program this week in Berea. The team getting together for the first time since past weekend's NFL draft. Browns ended up drafting 10 players, including first-rounders, tackle Spencer Fano, and number 9 receiver Casey Concepcion, taking a number 24 in the first round. Rookie minicamp, that's going to get going on May 8th. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Casey Concepcion is not going to be a goofball like Corey Coleman was, okay? Do we got that drift all right? Casey 100%. Concepcion is going to work, and he's going to do his damnedest to go out there and be a good wide receiver for this football team. He's not going to sit there and blame all his coaches and be upset about playing time when he couldn't catch the damn football, okay? That's not going to happen. When it comes to Spencer Fano, all right, I'll just come out and say it. He is not going to be the same type of player as Jed Wills, because he'll actually try.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
10 players. 8 offensive. 8 offensive players. 2 defensive. Andrew Berry saw the same thing that everybody else saw. How about that? A lot of NFL draft talk coming up. Browns, by all accounts, everybody on Roger Goodell's green fields giving them the same grade. A+, A minus. Well done. Well done. Everybody giving Kenny Atkinson's Cavaliers incompletes. If you happen to watch games 1 and 2 in Cleveland and thought, good to go. Not going to check out what happens in Toronto. You'll be surprised to know the series is all tied up at 2. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you? Life is good?
Couldn't be finer, sir.
I got to tell you, I think that the Canadians are sneaky on us. They give us 37 cents on the dollar, so we all want to hang out with the Canadians because our money's worth a little bit more. Yeah, they fill us
get
up
there and
they fill us up with poutine, and then they wreck us in 5 total games. Thank goodness the Guardians won on Friday night. Those Canadians, they are sneaky. How
about the doubling up? Guardians,
I thought it was pretty
Raptors,
cool when the Cavaliers showed up for the
Blue Jays, Cavs.
The other way around? Yeah. No, the Guardians showed up.
You see what I said?
At the Cavs. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, that pretty much sucked. We're done going to Toronto. It was not a good weekend. Not a good weekend for either one of our teams.
Great place to visit, but apparently not a great place to play a game.
I mean, with the exception of Bare Naked Ladies and Rush, I love Toronto. Toronto's one of my favorite cities on earth.
It's a beautiful city.
And there's a lot of things to do. It's fun, except losing isn't one of them. So
if you have an opportunity to go to Toronto for fun, by all means. Highly recommended by Baskin and Phelps.
We are like the Canadian Travel Commission here.
We're going to talk a ton of Browns today, but we're going to talk Cavs to get things going because, boy, it should be talked about. It should be talked about with a little bit of anger if you're a diehard Cavs fan and thought they were taking care of things. Scott Petra from the Chronicle Telegram will join us at 11, so we'll get his thoughts on what the Browns did in the draft. We're going to talk to Mark Beer, Toledo's play-by-play announcer, and the Browns picking up the very highly thought-of safety from the Toledo Rockets. Andy, strange thing. Very strange thing. You know why?
Why?
Guy playing one school in his college career.
What? He didn't hit the portal?
Emmanuel McNeil Warren decided, you know what? I owe something to Toledo.
Wow.
That alone is worth getting drafted over. Congratulations, showing a little integrity among
it's all
other
that
things.
money they get from the sugar companies or whatever they do.
Back into the Cavs talk with Chris Fedor, covers the team for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com at 1 o'clock. Cavs go to Toronto and lose 2, Andy. Now, that happens. Road games, NBA playoffs, we all know that. And, the old expression, we've mentioned it before, series doesn't begin until the road team wins a game.
Right.
So this series is now a best of 3, and the road team has to win a game if they want to win it, Toronto. Or the Cavs just hold home court. You win your 2 games at home, you're good to go, but then you've gone to 7 games against a team that in games 1 and 2 looked like they had no business being on the floor with the Cavaliers. That was my takeaway from game 1 and game 2. Though game 2 got a little tight late, it was not a blowout and not a game where the Cavs completely dominated. It looked to me in games 1 and 2, okay, the Raptors are clearly not as good as the Cavaliers, and they really don't have an answer for what the Cavaliers do. And then they turned around and had an answer for what the Cavaliers do in games 3 and 4, especially game 4, much more physical. Kind of a rugged, grind-out NBA game that the Cavaliers are not designed to play. And then the Cavs seemingly resorted to what we've seen in the playoffs before with a different guy handling the ball in Darius Garland as opposed to James Harden. And it was, let's chuck up shots from the outside.
Shocker. And
the defense of the Raptors doing a great job of shutting down the paint and keeping the ball out of the hands of Jared Allen and Evan Mobley.
All right, so when I look back at first of all, yesterday was abysmal. That was one of the worst basketball games I think I've seen in a long time. Nobody could hit a bucket early, and then when they had the opportunity to do something and just put their foot on the gas, they didn't at the end of the game. I'm not quite sure. You look at the half court violation they had. I'm like, what are they doing? By the way, defensively, I thought that was a great play because if you're watching the shot clock, and then you're watching them bring the ball over to put your whole body into it with 7 seconds or 6 seconds to go was a brilliant play because all you had to do was get the ball, kick it a little bit, and get it back in the back. So I thought, from Toronto's aspect on that, I thought that was a great defensive play. The game sucked. It was a bad game to watch. They shot 32% and won the game. Here's the problem I have with the whole big picture, that if they were kind of laying back and just going, well, we can beat Toronto, we know what we did the first 2 games, and we're just kind of on autopilot. They got game 3, whatever, but they didn't kick it into gear. You said what I hate, and that's just chucking up threes. That is ridiculous. And by the way, what was the shot? What was the shot Donovan Mitchell was trying to pull off at the end? Trying to lean into the guy to get a 4-point. I don't. They were undisciplined at the end of the game. The turnovers while they were in Toronto were abysmal, and they need a head check coming back home. They played horrible yesterday. Both teams played horrible. And the problem I have with this is that if we see game 1, game 2 Cavaliers in the future, and that's what we want to see, then you're going to regret having to spend the minutes and the extra miles that you put on the tires by not winning a game like yesterday. If you think they're going to advance in the playoffs, having to play extra playoff games in the first round, it's going to take its toll later on. And you know it, I know it, and so they need to take care of business when they get home here and then try to take care of things in Toronto. But they seem to Toronto has the answer defensively. How do you not get a defensive rebound at the end of the game? I was shaking my head the whole game. I'm like, this is horrible. I can't stand watching this.
Can I give you 2 numbers that'll make you think, oh my gosh, how did you lose that game? Toronto shot only 32% in the game.
Yep.
And only 13% on threes. They were 4 of 30 on 3-pointers. And yet the Cavaliers lost to a team that they held to 32% and 13% on threes. Menigan is producing like crazy.
He always does.
coming up at 10:40. The man who did the color on the telecast yesterday, Mr. Jay Bilas.
Well done.
Will be joining us at 10:40.
Well done.
10:40. I've been hoping to hear from Jay, and Jay said, absolutely. I'll come on your show, Dan. Who is it with?
Who's those two
Phelps,
guys?
Baskin, those losers.
Oh, that guy.
I'll do it for you, Dano.
That guy that says I should be the commissioner of the NCAA every time I talk to him? Yeah.
You kidding me? It's far the other direction. They're like, all right, I'll deal with this slob to talk to the two gentlemen.
You keep telling yourself that.
Yeah, you keep doing that. I keep going back to this, and people will call today and not be happy with Evan Mobley yesterday. He had 8 points and 9 rebounds. He had 5 fouls. You've got to find a way to get your big guys the ball. Remember when James Harden showed up here, Andy, and all of a sudden Jared Allen is averaging like 24 points a game over.
Yeah, what happened?
He had 5 shots yesterday. Keep this in mind about Evan Mobley. Keep this in mind about Jared Allen. They don't have the ball in their hands. They have to get the ball. If the other team is packing the paint and trying to make sure the bigs don't get the ball, then the coaching staff needs to come up with a better strategy to get the bigs the ball. Because the Raptors did a phenomenal job of taking away 50% of the best scoring that the Cavaliers have.
And you know
in
what?
Evan Mobley and Jared Allen.
Jeff, they didn't even have to cover Mobley yesterday. They didn't have to cover Dean Wade. They didn't. When Harden and Mitchell are out there, they cover them, and that's it. They weren't going to let them go to the hole. You saw, I mean, it was just plain as day what was going on. If you're Toronto, you're like, okay, we're going to let these other guys beat us. Now, Mobley can clearly beat them. That's the, and that's the difference.
Not without the ball.
I know. That's why. It's just like, I'm like, okay, if they can get Mobley the ball, let's go. Let's go. There are too many times I watch us put the ball on the floor. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, find somebody, move the ball. And the other part is, like, when you get into this, I wish there was a better way to put this that I could actually say it on the air, but
as long as we don't have to hit the dump button.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't want to do this. They get in, I'll call it panic offense. How's that sound? And it's just like, oh, I got to shoot the 3 now. It doesn't matter if there's anyone even near for a rebound. Like, take a breath sometimes. Sometimes you can settle the ball down and give yourself the opportunity to get a rebound on a missed shot. Because they seem to be able to work the ball around to get somebody at least a halfway decent look around the arc. The game aggravates me. Sometimes yesterday was really aggravating for me because I was like, what? This is garbage. This is playoffs? This is not good.
Well, now let me...
32%, Jeff. Toronto's won, and they shot 32%.
They were 4 of 30 on threes.
They
Andy.
were brutal.
It's
we
unbelievable.
Lost. And we lost.
Yeah. I'm not going to bury Donovan Mitchell. Not going to bury James Harden. Why? Because they had a bad game.
Well,
okay.
They also played defense against them. Those guys had to work harder than anybody else.
Well, they had a bad game. Okay? You're in a series. It's the best of 7. They had a bad game. Is Donovan Mitchell a bad player? Nope. No. Is he a bad playoff player? No, of course not.
He had 2 bad games.
He was 6 of 24 shooting yesterday.
Yeah, the numbers.
He was 6 of 24.
When you look at the numbers for game 1, game 2 against games 3 and games 4, you're like, what happened? Is this the poutine or what?
Poutine is so underrated. It's ridiculous.
I'm not a big poutine.
I don't like the cheese.
Too much cheese. Yeah.
Just French fries and gravy. I mean, it's not good for you. But oh my goodness, really crispy French fries with some gravy.
That's how they lull us in to take.
Goodness gracious!
4 out of 5 games
6
against
of
our
24
teams.
For Donovan. James Harden was 6 of 14. Now, if you look at the stat page and think, oh my God, 7 turnovers for James Harden. Yes, that wasn't good. All but 1 of them in the first half. He had 3 in the first quarter, 3 in the second quarter. So in the second half, James had 1 turnover. It might have been trying to get the ball inside a little bit. Trying to force it inside to the big guys early on. But 6 of his 7 turnovers were in the first half. So I'm not going to get all pumped up about James Harden is back. There's his playoff form, as maybe somebody else who is part of the show would. I'm not going to do that. He didn't hear that, which is good. He's texting. Harden in the fourth quarter was 1 of 4.
He heard it.
Mitchell was 3 of 9. It just seemed like in the fourth quarter, those guys were ready to jack up shots, Andy. That seemed like what was going on there. And in the fourth quarter, Evan Mobley took 1 shot. In the fourth quarter, Jarrett Allen took 1 shot. Jarrett was only out there for 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. Folks, what'd you think? 216-474-0092. Maybe more so. What do you think moving forward? Because it's now a best of 3. Road team is yet to win a game in this series. Jay Bilas called that game yesterday. He joins us at 10:40. It's Baskin and Phelps here on the Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Bet the Kentucky Derby on FanDuel, where you can bet on all of your favorite other sports.
The Fan from earlier today? Go over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Four minutes, 30 seconds to play. Yesterday in Toronto, Cavaliers had an 84-76 lead. They're up by 8 points. And as you heard Jeff Thomas just say, outscored 17-5 to close out the game. I mean, there are a bunch of numbers that jump out to you that just scream ugly, and those might be the ugliest. You're in a playoff game against a team that is shooting terribly, and you're doing a decent job defensively against them, obviously. But your offense has nothing going, and you blow an 8-point lead with 4.5 to go, outscored 17-5. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. Number to join us, 216-474-0092. Jay Bilas called that game yesterday on ESPN. Jay's going to join us coming up in 16 minutes.
It was a hard game to watch yesterday. I think that was the worst part about it. And then when you see the other team is shooting ineffectively and you can't take advantage of it, you know how you played at home in those first two games. It's almost like they put the game in cruise control at the end and thought they were going to win. And if you don't get a rebound and you continue to turn the ball over, and then they did not make smart plays yesterday. And Toronto was nothing to write home about. That's the hard part for me. Like, all they had to do was play Cavaliers basketball where we just don't chuck up threes, and they win the game. It's the wear and tear on your body in the playoffs. We all know it's physical. I don't think I watched like maybe 3 basketball games and 2 hockey games yesterday, and there was a scuffle in almost every one of those games yesterday. And we had a little tiny one yesterday. It wasn't very much to it, but it takes its toll. And when you don't execute the way you can in a game like that, not only did you lose the game, but if you come back and win the series, you're going to end up paying for it somewhere down the road because you exerted that extra energy that you were trying to use, and you could have saved it. You could have got a little bit more rest, but we'll see. I shouldn't even be talking about rest. They got to come home and win.
Richard's in Euclid. Hey, Richard.
Hey, hi, Jeff. Yes,
hey.
I think yesterday.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, I think yesterday they should have. When Wade and Merrill, when they get the ball, they always pass it back. I think since they was triple teaming the other 2 players, Harden and Mitchell, I think they should have just shoot the ball. I don't know what's wrong with the coach. He should give them orders to shoot when you had that ball. And Donovan should have been running in the middle, trying to, at least if he couldn't make the points, to get that, to get the fouls, the shot for the fouls a little bit more often. That's what Toronto was doing with us when we would get into the penalty with them. What's your opinion? I just think we got out-coached yesterday. That coach should let Merrill and them shoot that ball when they get it in their hands.
Richard, the coaching certainly was part of the reason they lost yesterday. Toronto, I think I agree with you. They outcoached them. How does Toronto shoot so poorly and win the basketball game? Yet they did. That said, I thought Sam Merrill did shoot the ball well, and he had a terrific fourth quarter. Without Sam in that fourth quarter, the Cavs don't have a chance late, I don't think, and then they throw away the lead. But Sam shot it. Dean Wade did not shoot it. You're absolutely right about that. And Dean has a good 3-point shot. Dean took 5 shots yesterday. He made 3 of them, and shoot the ball.
Here's the other part of it. If you want to question Kenny Atkinson, then maybe think about the way he utilized his timeouts at the end of the game. If you want to, that's fine. But otherwise, I'm looking on the box score. I don't see Kenny's name in there. So I'm a little confused because if a guy doesn't have a shot, the guy should move the ball to someone who does have a shot. So whether you say you shoot. If you're covered or you're double teamed, you don't shoot. You get rid of the ball. You move the ball. We know the Cavs are effective when they move the ball around, find the open shot, and sometimes even give themselves a little bit of cushion so they can get a rebound. They didn't do that yesterday. But, again, I'm checking. I don't see – Kenny didn't have any minutes yesterday.
But,
that's
Andy,
crazy.
As a coaching staff, don't you need to scheme to get better shots for your key players?
Yes and no. Look, they played – what are you supposed to do when a guy gets double teamed, okay, and you don't have anywhere to go? Now you're trying to scheme. Guys got to move. Charles Barkley made a great call on the play that didn't make it over the inbounds line, right? So they had a backcourt violation. No, everyone was standing in one spot and no one was moving. So, I mean, as a coach, you can say, move. What more can you say? Guys have to want it on the floor, too, and they've got to be smart enough to execute, because if you don't have a shot, you got to give it up. You have to give it up. Stop trying to force things. Like, Mitchell shot at the end of the game, but I was like, really? You're going to try to dive into the guy in front of you and maybe perhaps get a 4-point play?
Well, the Cavs,
that was the execution we did?
The Cavs took 21 shots in the fourth quarter, Andy.
And by the way, I thought he played better in the fourth quarter.
18 of them by guards. Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Sam Merrill. Now, Sam was hitting. Sam was 4 or 5, but 18 of their 21 shots by their guards.
I thought there was a great point that was brought up during the game that every possession matters in a playoff game. And the one play, and I know Schroeder only played 13 minutes yesterday, but they're bringing the ball across the half-court line, and Toronto's just waiting for him to make that. It was a bad pass across the middle. It was like delivering a pizza. Like, oh, here you go. Oh, did you want pepperoni on that? I'm sorry. And all of a sudden, they've got numbers back the other way. Like, I think it might have been a 3-on-1 coming back the other way. You can't do that. You can't have a turnover in the backcourt when your guys are flying down the floor.
Kevin's in Cuyahoga Falls. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Kev.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Mild. I was upset after the game yesterday.
Jay Bilas, 1040.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk to you.
Yeah. Now that tax season is behind me and I use the Odyssey app rewind function, I'm all up to date on your gentleman's take on the Cavs. So I feel ready to.
Well done, Kev.
Well done. Some people got to pay quarterly, man. You better get back to work.
Well, I worked plenty this last month and a half. I'm good, so I need a little break. So, it's amazing. I find myself repeating myself a lot with the Cavs. Mm-hmm. When we win the rebounding, turnover, and points in the paint battle, we beat every team out there, including Toronto, the first 2 games. When we lose those battles, shockingly, we lose the game. So I don't know if I can call it coaching or what, but I don't know how this team loses that emphasis of points in the paint and stressing getting Mobley and Allen both involved, because we've shown when we do that, very few teams can defend and stop us. So I'm with you, Andy. I share massive frustrations that the last 2.5 minutes we basically didn't score anything, except Merrill made his one shot, by the way, good shot. But why are we being guard-focused, guard-heavy, chucking up threes at the end when you're right? Mobley at one point and Allen weren't even getting guarded. I was just screaming at the TV going, get it to the big guys. What is going on? So that was a horribly frustrating game, especially the last 2.5 minutes. The big guys were completely taken out of the game completely, which is completely wrong. And I certainly hope Wednesday night when me and my boys are sitting in the arena, we hear a lot of thundering dunks from Mobley and Allen. We come back with a victory and show Toronto what we can do to them.
All right, Kevin, thank you very much. I no question, the Cavs can beat the Toronto Raptors in this series. I think they will, by the way. I still think they will.
Yeah.
But after games 1 and 2, I think it's stunning where the series stands right now. Not just tied at 2, but tied at 2 with the way the Cavaliers played, especially in Game 4. Ken's in Brooklyn. Hey, Ken, welcome.
Good. I want to say good morning, but it ain't a good morning. You know what I'm saying? But the only thing about this morning is the Lord let me get up this morning. So
there you go.
Now, guys, look, we lost to a team yesterday that shot 32% from the field. Think about that. 32%. We shot 37, I believe, which isn't much better, but it was better.
But it's better.
Okay. I thought I was watching Mills, Phils, and Hill out there. Remember that, Jeff?
Yes.
Hey, Andy remembers that too.
Yeah, Andy, you remember 80s point basketball that Capello played?
Thank you, Dad.
Yeah. I'm sitting here going, what? And what the other guy said about, it's just driving me nuts. They sucked it from the free throw line, which has been a problem. I got a couple suggestions here. First of all, follow through with your shot and follow the ball when you follow your shot. Okay, you were taught that in grade school. All right. The second thing is, I've brought this up a number of times, guys. I have said overall this year that Dean Wade is a better player than people think he is and what Dean thinks he is. Run some plays for the guy. He's just not a garbage truck out there picking up garbage. Okay? Run him a couple plays. He had a nice turnaround shot in the lane yesterday. Do something. Do something that Toronto's not going to expect. All right? It's not that difficult to run a couple plays, get a couple picks for him so he can get to the hoop.
He's got a good outside shot, Ken. There's no question. And he can get to the hoop.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm just sitting here going, this is crazy. And why, please explain to me. First of all, I'd sit there this morning, and all you guys would be shooting foul shots for 2 hours. Every single player on this team, I'd have them at the foul line.
We didn't bring that up. You're right.
We're not going to put up with this anymore. Thirdly, why are they throwing the ball all over the gym? Andy, you brought up a couple of those passes. What are you doing? Are you throwing it to the gal in that fourth row? What are you doing? What are you thinking? Where is your brain? You know, my dad always used to say to me, Ken, use your brain for more than just a hat rack. Please, guys.
And then he said, clean up your room.
Yeah, well, besides that. But I'm just going, Jay, if you're listening, you do a great job.
All right. Ken, thank you very much.
Guys.
Thanks, Mayor.
RJ's coming up at 10:40. That'd be Jay Bilas. Jay Bilas going to join us. He called the game yesterday on ESPN. We will hear from him next as the Cavaliers and the Raptors all tied up at 2. Talking Brown, Scott Petra coming up at 11 o'clock.
Behind the scenes.
from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Scott Petra will join us from the Chronicle Telegram at 11 o'clock. Talk a little Browns draft. They had a good one. Cavs didn't have a good game 4. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin over there. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We are thrilled to have him back with us. He's been with us many times over the years. He keeps coming back. Must be really bored. We appreciate that very much. He was the color analyst on yesterday's telecast of the Cavs-Raptors game. He's Mr. Jay Bilas. Hello, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
How you guys doing?
We'd like to congratulate you on surviving the turning back the clock to the 1980s NBA playoff game yesterday.
Yeah, there was, the stoppages in play to repaint the rims were a little aggravating.
Jay, what happened in that first half? That was ugly.
I don't know. I mean, how do you explain? Well, first of all, I know people may not want to watch a pitcher's duel, but the defense was pretty impressive. But there were some missed open shots that you don't see very often, especially in the NBA. And I think the Cavs turned it over uncharacteristically. I mean, they had 22 turnovers, I think it was, in Game 3, and then they had 17. And some of them, honestly, were head scratchers. But, the killer was the one in the last minute where they got the 8-second call, couldn't get a beyond half court when Jamal Shed kind of switched up and went to double, and they couldn't get it across. That was a huge play in the game.
Jay, when I look at Toronto's, shooting 32% yesterday and winning the game, like, what are you saying to the Cavs in the locker room? I don't know. I mean, I know these guys are pros and that they got to figure it out a little bit by themselves there. But I got to tell you, if I'm Kenny, I'm just livid that they let that one get away yesterday.
Well, you can be livid all you want to, but it doesn't change the circumstance.
Right.
And, I think both coaches for Toronto and Kenny, for Cleveland, if the game goes the other way, you play it about the same. And the issue is really what can Cleveland control? They could have controlled some of the turnovers. I thought there were some mistakes made in that regard that, and it wasn't just, great defense caused that. Whether the shot goes in or out, I don't think that's stuff you worry about for too long. Cleveland has had a great year. They haven't had a game like that all year where they shot it like that, individually and collectively. So what are you going to say? Are you going to look at Donovan Mitchell and say, hey, you've averaged 28 points a game for your whole playoff career, and you had 2 games that were below your standard? What are you going to yell at him? I mean, the guy's a warrior. So, the good news is that Cleveland still has home court. And who would you rather be in this series, Cleveland or Toronto? And I think the answer is Cleveland.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're going to win, but, you don't want to one of the things that, and I fall into this as much as anybody, you tend to overreact to the last result. And, you overreact, maybe you overreact to games 1 and 2 and you go, Toronto's done. And then they go win 2 games at home. These things have an ebb and flow to them. And neither team, I think, can be really excited about how they play. But how they played, obviously, Toronto's a little more excited because they wound up winning the game in Game 4. But, to me, how you handle it and, sort of learn from what happened so that you can move on and do better in Game 5. I mean, I don't think it does any good to beat yourself up in a best-of-7 series based on the results of one game when a couple, they shoot it normally with the open shots they had. And I know Toronto can say the same thing, but you win going away.
Jay Bilas joining us, and Jay was working the game yesterday, Cavaliers losing in Toronto to the Raptors. Jay, you've got a better feel for this than we ever will. Evan Mobley yesterday, 4 shots in the second half. Jared Allen, 3 shots in the second half. Is that on the big guy? Is that on the guards? Is that on the coaches? Is that a great job by Toronto's defense?
It starts with the latter, that Toronto's defense was, I thought, excellent. And they've got a lot, they went small for most of the game when Cleveland went one big guy. They could have Jakob Poeltl in there, but with the two big guys, they exploited that a little bit and kind of went smaller. And Colin Murray-Boyles is such a good defender, rebounder. They could be disruptive with that smaller lineup. But I felt like Toronto was doing a really good job. It was almost like a zone look the way they played. Like they loaded up on Mitchell and Harden. That's their key, is they got to stop those two guys and then make the other guys beat them. And for the most part, I thought there wasn't as much movement and cutting as there could have been to exploit some of those openings. And clearly, obviously some of the missed shots factored into that. But you have to be aggressive and look into those openings. And I don't think that Cleveland was as aggressive with some of those, some of the players we're talking about, specifically Evan Mobley. Like in the first half, Dennis Schroeder, I thought, did a really good job of when he had a matchup he could drive. He drove it. He had like 8 points or something in his minutes in the first half, and then wasn't able to get those matchups in the second, after the second quarter. But being more aggressive, you have to do that when they're loading up on players. You have to do that. I thought that Toronto did a really good job with the way Cleveland was guarding Brandon Ingram. Up until game 4, Kenny Atkinson had Dean Wade on Ingram, and he was basically face guarding him. And he was doing some, it's called top blocking. And, usually a defender would want to stay between their man and the basket. When you're top blocking a guy, you stay above him and keep him from coming to the ball. And that's what Toronto was doing to Donovan Mitchell. And he's done it throughout the series. So there are different actions you can run and combat that, but you have to find openings and be more aggressive when they're loading up on particular players. And Toronto did a better job, I thought, in game 3 of going to Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett, all that stuff when Ingram was kind of being taken out that way.
Jay, Evan can be such a dynamic player. How does he crank up the aggressiveness in a situation like yesterday? Toronto's defense was good. Cavs guards had the ball a lot. How can he become more of a factor in the game on his own?
It's a good question, and I don't think it's just on him. I think it's a collective thing. I thought there were some times when the Cavs didn't do as good a job of getting ball and player movement against some of the defense that they were facing. And there were times I felt like I kept during the game saying, it's really the defense that was coming at them, with the exception of when they got into any sort of ball screen action or screening action, it gave them a zone look. They were just camping out on guys, and you have to move and cut and put the defense in positions where they have to make decisions. And when Cleveland got really good movement and ball movement, they got good shots. When they didn't, they got contested shots, and then it became a rebounding battle. And but the turnovers were the killer. You don't get as many shots. It's a possession game, and you don't get as many shots, you're going to have a hard time. And still, with as poorly as both teams shot it, it was the last minute that determined it. And look, I know every coach would say, look, it's not the last play, or it's not just the last minute. Well, it's not that until it gets down to that, and it got down to that, and Toronto did a better job of executing in the last minute of the game.
Jay, I'm just curious, just your thoughts on this. That the Cavs go up 2-0 in the series, and they look really good those first 2 games, and then you go to Toronto and you lose game 3, and I think especially in a 4-5 series, you have to expect these to go at least 5-6 games, depending on how things go. At least that, right? So now. I'm watching it, and I'm just wondering if these guys just kind of lull themselves to sleep, because there are times when, and I thought you guys did a great job of bringing this point out, that they just didn't pay attention to detail. And, just the little things in the game, like when Schroeder was trying to bring the ball across midcourt, and he got picked off, and then they had numbers the other way, I was like, that's one of those plays, and you guys brought it up too, that comes back to haunt you when the game is over. Yeah, if you can just touch on their attention to detail, and that's totally fixable too. That's the other thing that one of the reasons why I like it. So,
yeah, and those are the kind of turnover issues we're talking about. The turnover getting the ball over half court. Harden, who's had, he must have 15 turnovers the last 2 games in Toronto.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't like Canadian food. I don't know.
Poutine.
But, yeah, poutine. Doesn't like poutine. But, that one he threw kind of one-handed lefty in front of the bench that got picked off. Those are things that he doesn't normally do. And, like you said, those are correctable, and they're kind of self-inflicted turnovers. They're not necessarily forced. It goes down as a steal. There was another cross-court pass, and you're going, "What are you doing?" Those are things that guys know better. But that's a difficult place to play, and Toronto was playing for their lives. And you say it's easy to say, after you win a couple games, it's easy to say, "Hey, they're going to come with great intensity. We have to match that intensity." It's hard to do. And it's hard for everybody to be at their best all the time. And those are the great teams that can win what they're not at their best. And the one thing that I was really impressed with, really with both teams, is in a night where you're shooting it that poorly, it is so easy for that to affect your defense. And I don't think I'm sure we could watch the film and pick apart, okay, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. We do that in every game. And look, winning masks problems and losing magnifies problems, but or mistakes that are made in a game. But from my seat, I didn't think they let the shooting issues and not seeing the ball go through the net and the energy draining that can be. They didn't let it affect their defensive intensity, and that's I think that's a really good thing. I don't have a concern like, oh my God, Cleveland's in trouble. The series is 2-2, and they've got home court advantage still.
Jay Bilas joining us. He worked the game yesterday in Toronto. Cavaliers losing to the Raptors. Jay, not just for this series, but if the Cavs are able to win it this series and beyond, do you like the playoff thought of James Harden, Donovan Mitchell in the Cavs backcourt?
I do. Yeah, I think Harden takes a ton of pressure off of Donovan Mitchell. He takes a lot of ball handling responsibilities off where Mitchell can play off the ball and be a weapon. And so it's less energy he has to expend creating for himself. And then you've got a weapon in Harden that can go off for 30 plus in any given game. You go games where those guys, you have Harden, Mobley, and Mitchell. I mean, they each went for 25 or more in a game, and then the following game nobody reaches 20. It's one of those things where how do you account for that? It's part of that's home away, part of it's the natural ebb and flow of a series, and it's not like Toronto doesn't have good talent. They've got good players, man. Like Scotty Barnes is a real deal, he's the real deal, and he's going to get a lot better. That's the scary part, but they gotta. One of the things I think they got to figure out is off of dead balls. He gets ahead of steam after a made free throw or something. He'll get the inbounds pass, and he just takes it right down the court. And they got to figure out a way to slow that down and corral that because they've scored enough points where it can be a difference maker in a game when he does that.
Jay, we can't thank you enough for jumping in with us today. Thank you very much. Who do you like the rest of the way in the series?
Yeah, you can thank me enough. Just devote the
Jay,
rest
we
of the
can't
hour
thank
to
you enough,
me.
but we'll try. Who do you like in the series? Cavs, Raptors?
Maybe some sort of plaque somewhere downtown Cleveland would be nice.
We have one here in the studio for you, but nobody really sees it.
Jay, can I just ask you one?
Then you're definitely not thanking me enough.
How is Garage Beer the only one that you follow?
Garage Beer?
Yeah.
I'm one of those Americans that likes beer.
Okay. Fair enough.
Have you tried it?
It's local, too. They're from here. They got some Cleveland ties, don't they? I think they do.
I think the Kelceys are involved.
Kelce, Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce thing, and I follow the guys that like beer. So
I'm just gonna fill up on.
No
beer.
wonder you and Mennigan are tight.
Jay, I always
I sound like I can be attorney general or something on the Supreme Court.
Well, that or czar of the NCAA. We're ready to give that
to
you.
Beer.
I always thought it was awesome that you followed nobody. I always thought that was the greatest thing ever. I'm like, God, I love Bilas' handle because he's got 1.7 million followers and follows nobody. And I was like, God, that's awesome. And then there it is. So it must be good.
That came from, when Twitter started, and I don't really look at Twitter anymore because it's such a cesspool, but I don't, what do they call it, X now?
Yeah.
But when I first started on it, I had no idea how it worked. And so I wasn't following anybody. I didn't know how it worked.
Right.
And I started getting these messages going, what, are you too good to follow anybody? And I thought, you know what? I am. And so I just was having some fun with it.
That's great. Cavs, Raptors, who do you like for the series?
I mean, I'd rather be the Cavs, but, I wouldn't recommend anybody, any of those teams, either of those teams, shooting in the 30s to win games going forward. I think that Game 4 was the anomaly. It was still a hell of a fun game to watch, but man, that was as poor a shooting performance by two teams in a playoff game. I think it's probably the lowest shooting percentage to ever win a playoff game.
Mm.
Yep.
Well, we'll keep thanking you even when we hang up. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jay Bilas.
Bye, Jay.
Follower of one thing and one thing only. Joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll talk more basketball coming up at 1 o'clock. Chris Fedor covers the Cavs for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. He'll be joining us. Browns added 10 players, 8 on offense over the weekend in the NFL draft. By all accounts, phenomenal job by Andrew Berry and his staff. Scott Petra, Chronicle Telegram, covered the draft, covers the Browns. He's next here on Baskin and Phelps.
Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Dan, is he still sleeping? Is Petra still recovering from the draft? Is he still sleeping?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Is he out? Is he, I mean.
No, he's good. I'm sure he's probably playing golf.
These Browns beat reporters work their what's off draft weekend.
I do think it's one of the harder weekends for reporters. Don't you think? I remember.
Oh, you're slammed. It's great.
Yeah. It's like you start to envy the NBA draft because you're like, okay, it's 2 rounds.
2 rounds, thanks. We're out of here.
Peace.
It's all over. It's all over. Petrak's still sleeping, so we're going to get when we wake him up, we're going to get to him.
He's not sleeping.
Well, he's recovering.
Well, maybe he's writing a story.
Andy did a great job.
Yes, maybe he's writing a story, though.
Before we get to Scott, I got an email from somebody who listens to our show all the time.
Yeah.
And he's mad at me because I mentioned the coaching staff and when it came to the big guys not getting the ball and things. And he yelled at me for that. And I responded to him. And I said, and I believe this, Mobley and Allen, they are what they are as players. And I think they're pretty good players.
Okay.
But I wrote that fans can't expect Evan Mobley to be a Karl Malone type of player because he's not. And Allen isn't Jokic. He's not that kind of a player. He's not. So it's up to the coaching staff to get the most out of the kind of players these guys are. We'll talk more about that later on. He's awakened after just working his you-know-what off covering the Browns in the NFL draft. He's on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the team for the Chronicle-Telegram. You can read all of his work at brownzone.com. He's Mr. Scott Petra. Hello, Scott.
Hey.
What's going on, fellas?
Everybody on God's green earth says that Andrew Berry and his staff nailed the draft. I think they did a great job. How about you?
No, I agree. I think they did. I kept kind of waiting for a pick where you'd be like, oh, that doesn't make any sense, or why'd they do that? And it was difficult.
Yeah.
I think you can nitpick a few things, but overall, I thought it was really solid. I thought the draft set up well for them where their needs were, right? We talked about it a million times. It was left tackle and receiver, and there were a lot of quality ones near the top of the draft, and I think that really helped. And then I give Andrew Berry credit for realizing that and addressing it and not straying from that.
What'd you think of just his ability to maneuver around the draft with all the trades and stuff? And I find it interesting.
I think that's one of the things he does best, and we've seen that throughout his tenure here. I think there's only, this was a 7th draft. There was one where he didn't make any moves. He'd made at least 2, and I think 4 of them, and that was before this one, where he made 6.
Mm-hmm.
So I really like how he does that, and, he prefers to move down, especially early, and we've seen that multiple times. We've seen it the last 2 years. But he's not afraid to go back up and get somebody if, he sees a player falling, and that was, the perfect example was safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Right.
They thought they might even have – they thought they could take him at 39, right, if Boston were gone. They even thought about trading up to get one of those 2 guys, and instead he's still sitting at 58, and he's like, well, let's go get him. So I think he did a good job. He had 9 picks. Going into the draft, he winds up making 10, and he has 2 4th-rounders in 2027. So I think he deserves credit for how he manipulates the board.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, on Thursday. I laid out what I was hoping they would do, and it was in their first 3 picks, get 2 wide receivers and an offensive tackle. So that worked for me, but I was kind of hoping that the wide receiver would be the first guy they took. Had Carnell Tate been on the board, do you think things would have been different?
I don't, Jeff. I think they thought tackle was the way to go with their first pick, whether it was 6 or wound up being number 9. I thought the receiver class was deeper than the tackle class, and there's a bigger fall off from tackle 1 to tackle 5 or 6. And we did see a tackle run in the first round. versus the drop off from, Tate to Concepcion or Tate to Boston. That's my opinion. I think that's their opinion. That could be wrong, right? If Tate comes out and is a top 5 receiver in this league, then yeah, he would have been the pick, even though they didn't have that option. But I think they were set on going with tackle with that number 1 pick.
The favorite thing I heard from Andrew Berry and everybody else who spoke over the weekend was when they said Spencer Fano is a left tackle for us. He's playing left tackle. There was no, well, we're going to try him on the right side and see if he blah, blah, blah. He's playing left tackle.
Right.
To me, that made the pick seem, okay, fine, I get it completely. If you think this guy could play left tackle for you. That's my favorite part of it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Jeff. If there had been any wiggle room about, if he doesn't work here, we can slide him inside. You can't draft a guard at number 9. You can't draft a center at number 9. If you said, okay, he's our right tackle and you're going to move Titus Howard to left tackle, even that, because Titus Howard wants to play right tackle.
Yeah.
He said that's why the Browns traded for him, to play right tackle. So, yeah, Fano has to be a left tackle. And, when I watched the tape of all the tackles before the combine, he was the one that I thought was the best. But then you hear the reports about, or not the reports, his arm measured, less than 33 inches. And teams had him taking snaps at center at the combine.
Yeah.
Like, well, if that's the case, you can't draft that guy that high. So I like Fano. I think he's a really good player. I liked his film a lot. But you're right, Jeff. That only matters if he plays left tackle. And with the Browns being as adamant as they were, I did think that was important because that's what they need. They need that staple, that linchpin at left tackle, and they believe he can be that guy.
Looking back at it, what was the best? I don't know if this is the right way to ask the question. Best pick. Like, I looked through this list and I'm like, that was pretty good. They were able to do that. For you, which pick was that moment for you? Wow, how'd they do that?
You know what? I'm going to say the combination of Concepcion and Boston going 24-39 because I like Concepcion, and if you watch just his highlights, you're blown away because he separates. True. He's a really good route runner. He's great with the ball in his hands, whether it's a receiver or as a punt returner. Now, the highlights don't show the drops that he had, and that's the big question about him. And it's going to be a question until we see him on the field, till he gets rid of, he blamed it on concentration, right there, concentration drops. And he shows good hands. He made some great catches. But you need to see that, right? Because the number one thing a receiver has to do is catch the ball. So if you had those doubts about Concepcion at 24, and there are plenty of people that thought Boston should have been the pick at 24, and then to turn around and get Boston, that combination I think is really important. It gives you 2 different types of receivers, and Todd Monken was really clear about that he goes, we don't have a big body like Boston brings us. We need him in the red zone. He goes, it's not as important if you already have those guys and we don't, which, probably not great for Cedric Tillman to hear. But you take those 2 guys together, and I think it's really important because we've talked about it a million times, how deficient that receiver room was, the lack of explosion, and I think these 2 guys combined can really juice up that room.
I don't mean to be negative here because I like what they did a lot, especially with the first 3 picks. That said, I'm really glad that they took 2 wide receivers and a tackle in the first 3 picks because those 3 guys were the general consensus top of those position groups. Concepcion and Boston were like ranked 4 to 6 on all of the experts' drafts, and Fano was number 1 or 2 tackle. That said, I'm glad of that because they've not shown the ability to identify those 2 positions later in drafts, Scott. Should I feel better because of that?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Jeff. And, Andrew Berry gets a little defensive when it gets brought up that he didn't address receiver earlier in his previous 6 drafts. And he points to, the Amari Cooper trade and the Jerry Jeudy trade. And, they did trade even for Elijah Moore, even though that didn't work out. So it's not that he didn't believe in addressing the receiver position would be his argument, but they just hadn't done it, right? So this was a departure. And I don't know if we can say that, well, you're right, because they hadn't hit on these late receivers or these mid receivers, whether it's Ed Tillman or Anthony Schwartz or David Bell. So I do think the odds are better if you take that guy early, right? There's less room for error if you take him early. That just tends to be how the draft works. So I would agree with you there. I think the same is true about the line. So yeah, I think that's a really good point, Jeff. And I also think that when we talk about big picture Andrew Berry, it's him learning from his mistakes, whether it's not taking receivers early or, the last couple of years, they really didn't address the offensive line enough and early enough, given we saw how old the offensive line was getting. And I don't know if they just miscalculated and thought they could get another year out of that line. But like the pick of Austin Barber, right? That feels like an extra pick.
Yeah.
You didn't need to take another tackle, but they realized that, hey, we've gotten so thin at tackle and so old at tackle that let's not let that happen again. And I thought that was a sign of growth from the personnel department.
Same thing with Brailsford, the center from Alabama in the 5th round, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say that, although I do think he has a chance to start. Now, who knows? I know how small he is, but he's not going to get any bigger, and they didn't think that was as important, right? They think he's got the movement skills necessary, and there's an opening in that interior.
Yeah.
Whether it's Luke Whippler or Brailsford, or they move Elton Jenkins there and put Tevin Jenkins or Zach Zinter at right guard. Like, there's a spot there. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Brailsford in a real competition to win that job.
I want to go back to something you just said about, looking at these drafts and big picture stuff on Andrew Berry. Is there any part of you that says, well, maybe because there are less thought partners around that he has more clarity on what he wants to do in the draft, and he's able to kind of do what he wants to do, especially over the last 2 years?
The thought partners were there last year, though.
I know, but maybe they're. I'm questioning what the influence was last year compared to other years.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of us. He did a 180 in drafting. If this class comes to even 75% of the effectiveness that he had out of last class, then you can see that.
No, I get it. I do think it's a little unfair to blame Paul DePodesta for everything that went wrong with the organization, right? I know that he was at the top of it. I just don't know if – I don't think it's fair to put all the blame on him. Now, is that a factor in this draft? Maybe it is. Maybe it's just Andrew being more comfortable, right? This is year 7. So last year was year 6. I also think, and I've asked Andrew twice this, at the Combine and then before the draft, he's adamant that they did not change anything with the processes. It was all about the number of picks they had and the quality of picks they had, because for those 3 years after the Deshaun Watson trade, they just didn't have a lot of picks, and they didn't have any picks in the first round, and then they wound up trading out, so they didn't really have any picks until the 3rd round for 2 of those years. So if you don't have those assets, it's really hard to be good in the draft. That's what he would say. Now, I think it's bigger than that, and I think he's drafted better, and the talent evaluation has been better. But he's really adamant that that's what has changed. That's the biggest difference, is he's had good picks and a lot of them, and therefore he can really use the draft to his benefit.
Last thing, we got about 30 seconds. Taylon Green in the 6th round is going to be fun.
I agree.
A quarterback from Arkansas, 6'6". Wow, here we go.
Yeah, and I just, I haven't watched a ton of film. I just was watching some of his highlights the first couple of games of the season. And there's a lot there to like, and obviously there's issues, and Andrew Berry said he needs polish, which is obvious. But 6'6", runs a 4.3, big arm, vertical jump. I mean, he's just a crazy athlete.
Yeah.
If you're going to take a chance on a quarterback that late, that's the kind of quarterback you take a chance on.
You want more information on all of these players, go to brownzone.com. Scott's story up, NFL draft, closer look at all 10 of the Browns draft picks. He's got stuff on Taylon Green. Great summation of everything that happened over the weekend. Well done, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, fellas.
Scott Petra joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. How did Andrew Berry do? I'd say well. We'll tell you why I think well. I think Andy agrees with me.
You'll see.
Next on Baskin and Phelps.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, Blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting
grounders in Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Voluntary offseason workouts will continue this week, and rookie minicamp kicks off on May 8th. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Just had Scott Petra with us from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. He's got some great coverage on brownzone.com, so you can go read it. We're going to talk about what Andrew Berry did in this draft. And everybody seems to think he did a nice job. Any of the national folks you read, A+, A-, everything seems to be pretty good. We'll give you our thoughts in a second.
You know who else is going to give you their thoughts?
Tell me, Andy.
You know our big gang here at 92.3 The Fan. Check out the post-draft edition of the Fan off-season special. That is tomorrow night with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Darryl Ryder. They'll break down the Browns' moves on draft weekend, and they'll look ahead to the remainder of OTAs and minicamp. So that's the Fan off-season special right here on 92.3 The Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube Live.
I think they did a nice job. On Thursday, I laid out what I wanted to see them do, and it was one offensive lineman, tackle, and 2 wide receivers in their first 2 rounds with their first 3 picks. And that's exactly what they did. Now, I wanted the wide receiver first. I was hoping it would be Carnell Tate, and then take the best tackle who was available, and then take the best wide receiver in whatever order they wanted. I was kind of hoping they would get Denzel Boston. Big body wide receiver who makes plays. Yes. I like that. Casey Concepcion, as Scott said, if you watch his highlights, and I went back and watched about 10 more minutes of Casey Concepcion highlights and listened to him and watched a lot of stuff about him. This is a kid who wants it. That doesn't mean he's going to hang on to the football in the NFL, but this is a kid who wants it. His highlights are explosive. They're real good. And if he was the only guy they brought in, I would have thought you still need a guy. And then they went and brought in Boston. And player-wise, Andy, I think they complement each other real well. Only thought, and I can't nitpick about this because I think they drafted 2 pretty good wide receivers. And all the rankings, Dane Brugler, Mel Kiper, all these guys, all had Boston and Concepcion basically top 7, top 6 wide receivers in the NFL draft. And that's good. I wonder if they'll regret not taking Jordan Tyson, who went a pick before the Browns to the Saints after the Browns traded down. If they hadn't traded down with Kansas City, they would have been able to take Tyson. I don't know if you regret that. Perhaps Casey Concepcion has a much better career or is equally as good as Jordan Tyson. If he is, great. That'd be terrific. But I really liked, and I mentioned this to Scott, I like the fact that they weren't searching for a wide receiver in rounds 3, 4, or 5 and thinking that's our answer. That's never been their answer.
No.
It just hasn't worked for them. So they took 2 guys at the top of the draft who all the draft experts had penciled in as top draft choices. And both conceivably were first-round draft choices. As it is, you get 2 of the most highly rated receivers in this draft. So well done.
So I'll agree. First of all, I'm not. On Friday, I came out yelling and screaming about the fact that, get over the fact that they went offensive line first, especially when Fano was an All-American as a freshman at left tackle. Like, people were not happy about that. And then they were crushing Concepcion for drops. And then, we sit here, and Jake had a great stat about all of these amazing wide receivers in the NFL currently that had more drops than Concepcion. And I was just like, I don't know what they are, right? I don't know what anybody is. I thought Boston was a great pick. I was really excited when I saw that they were able to get him in the second round. I was like, wait a minute, wasn't that guy supposed to go in the first? And if you read Kiper will tell you that he had Boston and Concepcion just switched. That was it. So, it doesn't really matter one way or another. It'll matter when it comes time if Boston successful, that'll matter on his contract because he wasn't a first-round pick. But really, that's the only little, change that happened there. I want to go in and go, this was a great draft. I want to celebrate. I want to say blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do that. If they had a bad draft, I'm not going to do that. If they had a good draft, I'm not going to do that. I'm just so tired of sitting here handing out draft grades. And I know everybody's saying it's an A, everybody's saying it's a B. I'm going to say, talk to me a few weeks into the season, and then I'll tell you how good the draft was. Because when we walked out of last year's draft, nobody knew how good Carson Schlesinger was going to be, except for the Browns. And, we all had high hopes for Junkins. Everyone thought that Fannin was like this great MAC tight end, but it was like, what's he going to really be able to do in the NFL? Well, he shocked the world. And they also shocked the world by taking 2 quarterbacks last year. So I am very excited. I am optimistic about what they were able to do in the draft. I just want to see it. I also love the fact that Boston is, 6'4"? I mean, I'm just tired of seeing – it's nothing against them.
6'4", physical.
Yeah.
Has had 2 productive seasons in college football, which is nice.
Just get me somebody that I know the quarterback can see over some of the linemen. I'm not asking for much. I'm not. And then the other thing I think you have to keep in mind is, you want to go back to 24, you want to go back to 23, you want to go back to 22. I mean, your odds of having an A or a B draft to have these guys grade them out are much stronger when you don't have a first or second round pick. When you do, you're going to get a better grade. And that's exactly what they did. They had, 4 first and second round picks this year? 4. Go back 25. Okay, well, that was good. They had a first and 2 seconds. But then when you go back to paying the price for your current quarterback that you're paying a lot of money for, and Deshaun Watson, you didn't have a first-round pick in 24. You didn't have a first or a second-round pick in 23. You didn't have a first or second-round pick in 22. And so your odds are stacked against you as a general manager to have anybody come and go, oh, that was a great draft, when you don't pick anybody in the first 2 rounds. So his odds were much greater over the last 2 seasons, especially knowing the number of picks they had in the first and second round. So, again, I'm going to say I'm optimistic. I'm excited about what they were able to do. I want to see what these guys look like when they hit the field, and I'll feel better. Boston, to me, though, was the steal. I thought Boston was the guy. The fact they were able to get him at 39, I thought was amazing.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
I just think they did a really nice combination of taking guys who were highly thought of in this draft without reaching for guys, and they happen to be at position of need. And I think they hit the magic combination. Again, you're right, Andy. We don't know until they get out on the field, and we'll see what they do. But like for instance, in 2021 when they took Schwartz, he was, according to NFL Draft Buzz, the 20th ranked wide receiver from their rankings. Amon-Ra St. Brown was 14th. That was a loaded wide receiver group. It was Devontae Smith and Jamar Chase and Jalen Waddle. They had a bunch of guys in that draft. If the Browns are wrong on their wide receiver picks, then everybody was wrong on the wide receiver picks.
Yep.
And I think it's a nice change of pace. How's that? A nice change of pace.
That they did what they were supposed to do, right? That's what you're explaining to me, and I think you're right.
Andy, the wide receiver group was not good. And now you still have question marks all over the place. But I think you added 2 guys to it who were really good, solid picks. I mean, look at what you have now. And I don't want to slot guys as far as numbers, so we won't.
But you will. Go ahead.
No. But couldn't you instead of having it be Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, and Isaiah Bond as your top 3 wide receivers,
and look for it,
and you were hoping that Jerry Jeudy would
sneak that in there,
would at least play up.
Oh, I know the bit.
I heard it.
Thank you.
Jerry Jeudy would at least play, up to what he's done in the past. You were hoping that Isaiah Bond continues to develop, and you're hoping that Cedric Tillman can be the guy that he was when Jameis was throwing him the football. Okay? You basically slot 2 guys ahead of Isaiah Bond and Cedric Tillman. So you bring in Concepcion and Boston. They are eventually, might not be day one, but all of a sudden, right there you have 5 guys at wide receiver. And I like Malachi Corley. That gives you 6. So I think you suddenly have 6 guys who have some intrigue to them at wide receiver instead of just 4. And the only one with a track record who you think, okay, that guy, you're going to play him is Jerry Jeudy. But now you have 5 other guys, and 2 of them with major upside. And that changes your wide receiver group. Do they still have to go out on the field and show they can play? Yeah, they sure do. But I just feel a lot better about it. They finally addressed something that I've been screaming about since we started this show. Ever since Jarvis and Odell have been out of here, they've needed wide receivers. Amari Cooper was a nice pickup, but he needed help. Then they bring in Jerry Jeudy. He's been okay. He needs help. And we've seen glimpses of Cedric Tillman. We've seen glimpses of Isaiah Bond. Glimpses don't get it done. And I hope these 2 guys come in Concepcion and Boston. And I hope they become starters, because that means they beat out a couple of guys who have been around the league a while.
They've added,
even though Bond's just in second year.
The other part of it is, too, when you look at the offense, I mean, you're going to need your scorecard when you come out there. They've added 6 new guys to the offense.
It was 8 in the draft.
6 starters, I should say, sorry. 6 starters, probably, when you look at Boston, Concepcion, Fano, Johnson, Jenkins, and Howard. Right? So you've added all those guys in.
You would assume that those guys are all starters.
Yeah, so it's going to be a much different look on the offense, and I hope so, because I need to see more than 16 points per game if you want to win games. And it's also interesting that, you take a look at the defense. What do you got? You got 1 free agent you brought in, and you brought Justin Jefferson in to play linebacker. You drafted 2. McNeil Warren's going to be pretty fun to watch, I think. We'll see what happens with that.
He gets after the football.
Yeah, so we'll see what he's able to do. I am optimistic, and I think that's probably the bar for me right now.
I like the.
I feel better about this team today than I did a week ago. How's that sound?
I think that's fair. I really do, and I suddenly, I can look at the wide receiver group, and think, all right, you have some talent there. Now coach them up. Now let's see what you get. I mean, Andy, if the 2 guys they just drafted come in and do what we hope they do, they start as rookies. Correct?
Yes.
And that said, I still am optimistic about Cedric Tillman. And I think Isaiah Bond has some talent. There's 5 guys. And I like Malachi Corley. There's 6. What in the heck is going on? The Browns have 6 wide receivers who might be intriguing. Might be intriguing. Now, only one of them has really done anything, and that's Jerry Jeudy. But out of the other 5, don't you think 2 of them can hit? Two of them can become what you think they're going to become?
Between Tillman, Bond, Concepcion, and Boston? Is that what you're saying? Or just between Boston and Concepcion?
Tillman, Bond, Concepcion, Boston.
You would hope.
Even Corley.
Yeah.
Even Corley. All of a sudden, you have a deep group in young talent. Still has to prove itself, but a deep group in young talent. What do you think of the moves at wide receiver, folks? There are a couple of other moves that are coming up next on Baskin and Phelps that we'll discuss.
drafting 10 players over the weekend, including the 2 first-rounders in Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Rookie minicamp will kick off on May 8th. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Coming up at noon, we are going to talk to Mark Beyer. And Mark is a long-time play-by-play guy for the Toledo Rockets in the Mid-American Conference. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety from Toledo. A lot of folks had a first-round grade on him. He slides into the second round. Browns make a move up, pick him up. 6'3", 210-pound safety who has kind of ball-hawking abilities in his reputation, Andy, and the stats to back it up. We're going to talk to Mark coming up about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at noon. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. Behind the glass is Dan Mennigan. Meredith taking your phone calls, doing 2020s at 216-474-0092. Ty Simpson goes 13 to the Rams. So there goes your quarterback. And then the thought that they had in Los Angeles, wait a minute, Sean McVay's not happy here. Les Snead took a quarterback. They wanted guys who could come in. Press conference, it doesn't look like McVay's happy, blah, blah, blah. Regardless, Les Snead was thinking long-term, and he took a rookie quarterback at 13.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can say the same thing about the Browns taking Talon Green in the 6th round.
No.
That said, this will be fun. This will be fun. Talon Green was arguably the most intriguing quarterback coming out of this because of the athletic freakish show he put on at the scouting combine.
Mm-hmm.
Before anybody gets too excited, Lance Zierlein does all of the draft analysis for NFL.com. He projected him to be a 4th or a 5th round pick.
Okay.
And their prospect grade on him was a 6 for whatever all this means. Okay. Because certainly they miss on these like crazy. A 6, which meant traits or talent to be above average backup. And
okay.
I'm not expecting Talon Green to come in and be the starting quarterback this year. Neither are you.
No.
But
aren't you expecting him to be the
camp guy is going to throw a lot of passes?
Yeah.
You know what I'm expecting him to be? A project that Todd Monken can work with and see if there's anything more there than talent to be above average backup. Now, Todd worked with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. And if you remember when Lamar came out, he dropped to the end of the 1st round, and everybody screamed, this guy should be moving to wide receiver. He'd be a phenomenal wide receiver. Lamar didn't want to do that. He played quarterback, and look what he's become. If Talon Green comes in here and just doesn't, look very good at quarterback, he can run like crazy. He does have a great throwing arm. His production in college at Boise State for 2 years and then at Arkansas for 2 years was okay, was solid. But at 6'6", 230, Andy, might have a future as a wide receiver or a tight end if the quarterback stuff doesn't work out.
I think it just depends on what the Browns do. If they let one of those 3 quarterbacks go, then he's probably the guy who's hanging around as the number 3 quarterback. When you draft a guy in this position, you've automatically probably have your practice squad QB ready to go. And that's
I would think so.
I think that's where they need to be.
And
right
probably
now.
a good chance he could get to the practice squad, huh?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I don't, unless somebody has some kind of freaky camp where they lose more than 2 quarterbacks. I don't know why.
Or unless somebody really wanted to sneak him in late in the 6th or the 7th round, Possible. But I love the ability, the idea that, okay, let's see what Todd Monken and his staff can do with this guy.
Be interesting. I think Arkansas is coming in. They lose their last 10 games. Is that right?
It also leaves you with this. Is it going to be anything other than Deshaun, Shedeur, Dillon, and Talon Green? Doesn't feel that way, does it?
Oh, it feels like that's the 4 guys they're bringing in.
That's it.
Yeah.
Your starting quarterback this year is coming out of that group.
Yes.
Yep. I agree completely. Roman is in Canton. Roman.
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Hey, how are you?
Wonderfully well, sir.
Good. I just wanted to call in and obviously we have to wait till we see what happens on the gridiron. But I think we can all assume that AB might have been handcuffed his first 5 years as our GM. I've been very critical of him over the past few years, and I want to give him his flowers because last year's draft class, obviously we saw how they performed, and hopefully that continues to trend up. But if this draft class can do the same, I am 100% convinced that DePodesta just kind of made all the calls. He didn't let AB, make his decisions or whatever it is, because, I mean, he was knocking him out of the park.
Roman, DePodesta was involved in the last year's draft the same way he was in the previous 5. Right?
Are you sure? Exactly the same way? You don't think?
No, but he was still here in the same role.
Yeah, but I don't.
He didn't leave until November.
I still don't, and I'm kind of with you there. I'm not. I don't want to kill DePodesta because I don't think we're 100% sure on what his role was. I think that this year that there was, again, this year that, if this works out, I think we'll go back and go, Andrew just had more clarity because maybe he wasn't doing as much groupthink. That's all. And if
I agree with that.
Paul thought he was leaving, I still go back to that stupid shot they took of Paul and Andrew sitting next to each other when they drafted Shedeur, and you were all like, wow, I don't know if they're on board. It was one of those draft moments where you were trying to read into something that you might not have been able to get a true answer to. So I think there's less people in his head right now, and maybe that's giving him more clarity. I kind of feel like he probably did have, not to the extreme that you're saying, but I kind of feel like he had less voices in his head last year.
Roman, did you hear our conversation with Britt Girali, who wrote a great piece for The Athletic about Paul DePodesta?
I don't believe so. I might have missed it.
We talked to her last week. She said in all of the folks that she talked to, folks who used to work for the Browns and were, knew the inner workings of what was going on, is that Paul DePodesta was not here to draft players, and he didn't do that. He set up systems to help them do things. Some of them that they used, obviously, and were still in place for this year's draft.
Interesting.
So I'm not backing up DePodesta. I'm just passing along what I knew from what she told and what she learned.
Well, whatever it is in these past 2 drafts that they changed, or whatever the mindset was going into it or coming out of it, something obviously has changed. And how much weight he held over that process. I'm not positive. That only seemed to me to be one of the only differences. And yeah, he was part of that last year, but it does feel like AB kind of compared to his years in Philadelphia when he built that squad and that roster.
He was in one. He was in Philly for 1 year. He was the assistant to Howie Roseman. So he didn't build anything in Philadelphia. He went and learned. Jeffrey's in Cleveland. Jeffrey.
Hey, Jeff.
Oh, okay, guys. So I like the receivers, but our problem has been each and every time we get receivers, they only catch the ball and drop the ball. That's it.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do, isn't it, Jeff? One or the other.
Well, they can have yards after the catch.
Well, yes, that's the hope.
Block for our superstar running back is willing to block. Not just, I'm a receiver, I don't have to block. Block for our superstar running back. That's one thing that we must have because Junkins is a superstar.
Well, you hope he is.
Yeah, but he could be. Yeah.
To me, he's a real solid running back. Not much more right now.
Yeah, right. We want receivers that will continue to run routes, okay, in a timely manner. Not just when they want to run routes, but each and every time they're on the field. Even if the ball is not going to them. That's been one of our problems, too. The receivers, if they're not going to get the ball, they're not going to run the route.
I tell you, the stuff that I read on Concepcion was that's one thing he does, and he's amazing at, is running routes, and he's not afraid to block, and he does a lot of the things that you're talking about.
But that brings me to that quarterback that we pick. If that quarterback got a nice arm and can get the ball out quickly, Three the Hardway might be in trouble, bro. They might be in trouble. If he can get the ball out quickly, because like you said, that guy Concepcion can get out, he can get open. and the Boston guy too.
Mm-hmm.
If the quarterback, if he can get open, if he can get the ball out quickly, Theta Hardaway might have a headache on their hands. Go Browns.
Thank you,
Dan. There you go, pal. It started. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Nothing?
Should we do a group sigh?
3, 2, 1.
Hey, Brock Purdy was the last pick in a draft.
Are we all on the same page that we think that
Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick?
We're all on the same page that Green should feel comfortable at this point being the practice squad quarterback, right?
He is nothing more than a scratch-off lottery ticket where you scratch it and go, oh, okay.
But he's good for 3 years because they drafted him.
Exactly, and he's cheap, which is what you need.
But let me ask you this: if you think he's truly good for 3 years and you have to keep him on the roster, now you're playing the what are you doing game with your current 3 quarterbacks.
Taylon Green was drafted 17 spots ahead of Tom Brady.
Let me cross that bridge when I get there, Andy. Let's not worry about that until we're in that position.
Do you realize where you are? Be where your feet are, and they're in Cleveland, and this is what we talk about.
You know why we do have to talk about it?
Should we do a group sigh?
3, 2, 1.
Because they still don't have a starting quarterback. Even if they pick one of the 3 guys who are already here, is he your starting quarterback in 2027? At the very least, Todd Monken is going to have a chance to look at Taylon Green, coach him up, and they can bring him along slower than molasses. That'd be great. And if there's anything there, bonus. Is that okay, Dan?
Perfect.
Okay, good.
That's how you treat a 5th, 6th, 7th round quarterback. Exactly how you laid it out.
I don't know where you were last year. No one treated Shedeur Sanders like that. Nobody.
Well, they
all
should
said,
have.
were the experts wrong?
Well, they should have.
Well, he's your starting. I mean, he started how many games last year?
Well,
About the same number as Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. And they thought enough to him to leave in the game when their starting quarterback at that point had a concussion, and after he came back, he didn't start.
Well, they should have.
Okay.
He's a project. We've watched it.
You know what the problem?
Who's the project?
Shedeur Sanders. He's still a project.
You know what the problem is
We've
with the Browns
watched
quarterback
the
room?
project. And we're going to keep watching the project. Sorry, Jeff, continue.
No, Dan, you're on a roll. The problem is 3 of the 4 Browns quarterbacks are projects. That's the problem that we have here. So you can bring
and
in
one's a prayer. 3 projects and a prayer.
I'll go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if Todd Monken can unearth what we saw of Deshaun Watson in very, 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 very small doses here, and certainly plenty of in Houston. Great. There's your prayer, and it would be answered. Browns drafted only 2 defensive players. One of them seems like it was a really, really smart move, an aggressive move, because they traded back up to get a guy who I think has some real interesting traits. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, he's a Toledo Rocket. Mark Beyer called all of his games as play-by-play man of Toledo, and Mark joins us next here on Baskin and Phelps.
Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Voluntary off-season workouts will continue later this week, while rookie minicamp will kick off on May 8th. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Here's the thing.
You get mad. I'm staying calm.
Well, you compared it to a brown Sunday. And I'm sure for a lot of you, it did feel that way. The difference here is I've grown accustomed to the brown Sundays being that, and I try to have fun with it. When it came to the Cavs game yesterday, and I could tell a lot of people, this was maybe the first time the Cavs were front and center.
I told you that on Friday morning. I go, there ain't no NFL to hide behind on Sunday.
There was nothing else. People were watching that come hell or high water, and the Cavs did what they have done, what all of you told me that the Cavs were going to do. They laid down.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps along with Andy Baskin. Browns added 10 players. 10 players in the draft. They had a lot of picks. They used them especially on offense. 8 of the 10 players, offensive players. But the guy who might be the most intriguing person of all who they drafted might be safety from Toledo, and that is Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Gentleman who called his games as the play-by-play voice of the Toledo Rockets joins us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's Mark Beyer. Mark, great to have you with us.
Hey, great to be here, Jeff and Andy, and it's good to talk about something positive for us Cleveland fans that did not enjoy yesterday, either baseball or basketball.
Yeah, that didn't work out too well, did it?
No,
it did not.
And we've touched on the basketball. We haven't touched on the baseball yet today, but it was rough. We were thrilled to see, and I was, when they traded up, the Browns, and picked up Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Really highly thought of by all of the draft prognosticators, Mark. What kind of a player are the Browns getting in 6'3", 210-pound safety Emmanuel McNeil Warren?
Well, a real nose for the football. I mean, he really stuck out his sophomore year and just kept continuing to get better and better. And from a personal standpoint, I mean, there's 3 things that I should point out about Emmanuel, and he's one of the reasons why he's a great get for the Cleveland Browns in the locker room. And by the way, his nickname is E-Man. That's what everybody calls him here in Toledo, E-Man. First of all, he stuck with Toledo. In this world of NIL, I'm sure there were some big dollars floated in front of him, and he stuck with the Rockets. Number 2, in the bowl game, most players that are going to be drafted highly, and there certainly was no surprise for E-Man that he was going to be around 1, 2, or 3 in the draft. He played in the bowl game. Most players will not, but he wanted to play with his teammates. Even though the head coach had left, he still stuck it out and played for the Rockets in the bowl game against Louisville. And thirdly, he stayed home on draft day to be with his family, because that's everything to him. His family is huge. I think there's like 9 brothers and sisters in that family. Wow. And he wanted to be with them on his very special day. So those 3 things really stuck out for me off the field. But on the field, a real nose for the football, hard hitter, and just seems to be at the right place at the right time. And you guys know he's got that size that you don't find too often in that position.
Was he just a gem when they got him? I mean, he's from Florida originally, right? He was born in Florida?
He is. He's a Tampa St. Pete guy. And one of the reasons why I think Toledo is fortunate enough, and Toledo's had a lot of success in Florida.
Okay.
But one of the reasons why I think he might have been available is his senior year, he didn't play the first 3 games of the season because of a concussion. And maybe he fell under the radar a little bit. But, I mean, by the time he's a sophomore, everybody knows who Emmanuel McNeil Warren is that follows college football as far as looking for players to move up to the Power 4. But he stuck with the Rockets. What is interesting he's not the second guy to do that. If you recall, 2 years ago, Quinyon Mitchell, who was a number 1 draft pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, played for Toledo, and he stuck it out as well with the Rockets. They have done a great job of holding on to their quality players.
And I can't help but imagine that McNeil Warren saw what happened with Mitchell, Mark, and thought, hey, it worked for him. It's going to work for me. I like it where I am. I love it when a kid likes where he is and decides, I'm going to stay here because it works for me.
A great point. And we're seeing this quite a bit in both football and basketball. Guys may transfer to another program, but they may be lost in the shuffle instead of sticking out where they are, being a star player there, getting the playing time. Scouts are going to find you. You guys know that. I don't care where you play. If you're good, scouts are going to find you, no matter whether you're at Toledo, Ohio State, or whatever. And by the way, here's a little sidebar for you regarding Toledo and the connection with the Browns' number 1 draft pick, Spencer Fanow. His coach at Utah, his offensive line coach, is Jim Harding. And Jim Harding played for the University of Toledo and is now the offensive line coach and assistant coach at the University of Michigan this year.
Yeah, he went to Michigan.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, I think they have 10 guys from Utah. We were talking about this the other day. 10 guys from Utah that are currently in the NFL that played. I mean, Ohio State kicks out plenty of offensive linemen, but what he's built and what they've built at Utah as far as kicking out offensive linemen has been very, very impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jim played for Gary Pinkel back in the late 90s, and 2000 was his last year when Toledo won at Penn State and went 10-1 that season. And by the way, tell you how times have changed. Toledo goes 10-1 in 2000 and doesn't go to a bowl game.
I'm wondering about McNeil Warren's build at 6'3", 6'3.5", as you mentioned, tall for a safety, 201 pounds. Might be a little lean for a safety, Mark. Is he the type of guy who can bring the physicality, you think, at the next level with that build?
Well, he created a lot of fumbles. So he's a hard hitter, and he knows how to get to the football. And so I don't think that's going to be an issue with him. And certainly they will address that with the Cleveland Browns as far as maybe putting a little bit more weight on him. I mean, he's still a young guy. He's in his early 20s, and he still hasn't filled out completely. I'm just very excited about him. I just think the Browns got not only a terrific player, but a terrific individual. I had the pleasure of having him on our coach's show, and he was really great to talk to. And as I said, I think he's going to be a great locker room guy and a terrific addition defensively for the Cleveland Browns.
Mark, are you a Sandusky guy? Where are you from originally?
I grew up in Sandusky, Ohio. I was born in England, but grew up in Sandusky. I'm a Blue Streak and Cleveland all the way, whether it's the Browns, the Guardians, / Indians, the Cavaliers, etc. I've always been a huge, huge Cleveland fan. And every year when I was a kid, my dad would take me to a Indians doubleheader. And that was a big deal for me growing up.
And you probably got a free bat or a rain jacket.
I had to go on bat day.
Yeah, I mean, that was
when they used to give weapons to the fans. That was always great.
I never thought about it that way.
That was great.
So I was not there. However, I was not there for 10-cent beer night.
That's everyone else was. In case
good
you're wondering.
parenting by your dad on that one.
Well done. So when he got picked by the Browns, you're a guy that's covered him in college all the way through. Did the fan in you come out, or what happened there?
Oh, I was thrilled. Absolutely. I was. My fingers were crossed, and I just had a feeling that Cleveland was going to take him. I know he had been to Cleveland, talked to the coach and the staff there prior to the draft. I just had a gut feeling that there was a good chance when they were in that round that he was going to get picked, and when he was, I was thrilled. And by the way, there is quite a Toledo connection with the Cleveland Browns over the last 10 years or so, guys. John Greco, offensive lineman, Cleveland Brown. Andrew Hawkins, Toledo Rocket, Cleveland Browns. Kareem Hunt, I think you guys have heard of him before.
Yes.
Toledo Rocket.
Hunt.
And even Bruce Gradkowski, who had a cup of coffee with the Cleveland Browns, played for Toledo. And by the way, Bruce has the distinction of something most Cleveland Browns quarterbacks do not have. Bruce Gradkowski, when he was the quarterback for the Oakland Raiders, won at Pittsburgh, his hometown.
Mark Beyer joining us. He's Toledo's play-by-play announcer. When the Browns moved up to get McNeil Warren, I thought immediately, all right, aggressive move, good move. And Mark, playing time opportunity is there because with Grant Delpit, Ronnie Hickman, I mean, I could see a world where he beats out Ronnie Hickman. I could see a world where he's on the field a ton with those guys. I just think the opportunity is there for a guy with his skill set to play in an offense that Jim Schwartz put together and now is going to be continued, with Rudy as the defensive coordinator. I think it could be a really nice fit schematically.
Yeah, defensively, I think he's going to be a terrific addition for them. I agree. He's a little different in his skill set with Grant Delpit, but I think Emmanuel is going to fit very nicely because of the fact that he just has a great sense of where to be at the right time. It's just an innate ability that he has, and you'll see that certainly when he's on the football field. They didn't draft him that high to sit on the bench. He's going to play.
That's the truth.
And hopefully he turns out to be everything that they hope he is, and I certainly believe he's going to be.
Let me ask you this one. I think I read there's over 60 Mid-American Conference football players that earned spots last year in the NFL. How does the Mid-American Conference get you ready for the NFL?
Well, here, if I may, here's what's happening in the Mid-American Conference. We're losing players to NIL.
Right.
That's why Emmanuel's such an unusual player, because he stuck it out. You're not going to see too many MAC players make it to the NFL anymore. They may have started in the Mid-American Conference, but they're going to end up somewhere else to cash in.
That's a great point.
It's just happening. It's happening in college basketball. Toledo's just been decimated because of NIL. They just lost their starting point guard to Kansas. I could go on and on. But anyway, what it does, you're going to play against Power 4 competition, certainly in the non-conference portion of the season. So you get that experience. And I think just playing time. The quality of the Mid-American Conference certainly isn't at the level of the Power 4s, but it's really good football. And you can take a look at Toledo and what they have done over the last couple of decades. One at Penn State, one at Michigan back in 2008. They will beat Power 4 teams if they are on a down year. Almost won at Ohio State in 2011. That game came right down to the nut. But when a MAC school faces a top 5 team, no chance. The depth is just too much. But if they can face a Power 4 team that's maybe middle of the road, because Toledo's won at Purdue, Toledo's beaten Minnesota. I mean, I can go through the list. They won at Arkansas. I mean, there's enough quality in the Mid-American Conference. Central Michigan's won at Michigan State. I can tell you, and this is maybe not to bore the fans too much, but back in 2003, on one day, Toledo beat number 9 Pitt. Northern Illinois won at Alabama, and Marshall won at Kansas State. But those kind of things just aren't going to happen much anymore because of NIL, the portal, and players that can really compete at the Power 4 level are transferring there.
Mark, thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. I know folks here in Cleveland pretty excited about the move up and everything that they're hearing about Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and even more so after listening to you. Thank you.
Hey, guys, really appreciate it. Big fans of both of you.
Thank you.
And thanks for thinking of me.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Thanks for coming on. Go Rockets.
Hey, and one last thing.
Sure.
Go Rockets.
Thanks, Mark.
Well done.
Mark Beyer on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline is the play-by-play voice of the Toledo Rockets and giving us some really good insight there into Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Can we call him E-Man?
Yeah.
We good for that already?
Yeah, we're good.
Or are we in? Are we allowed?
Yes.
E-Man?
Yes.
All right, let's start it then.
Are you still allowed to call JOK, JOK?
Well, those are his initials.
I know, but you were like, weren't on board in the beginning. Somebody said it on the air. I was like, oh, JOK.
I want to make sure that, E-Man's okay with that.
Well, why don't you call him and ask him?
Let's find out.
All right.
We talked about the wide receivers. We talked about the quarterback.
Say it.
But the number one pick
I
that
don't
the
even know
Browns
what to say anymore.
that the Browns made was at offensive line. Not just offensive line, but at left tackle. What did Andrew Berry learn? What did he do? This is what he did based on what he learned. We'll discuss next on Baskin and Phelps. Andy's rolling his eyes.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. You know what's this week, man. It's so much fun. Get your friends together. Bet the Kentucky Derby on FanDuel, where you can bet all of your other favorite sports. And right now, all customers can get a Derby bet reset. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet doesn't win. The app is super easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert.
Blazers this past weekend, including 2 first-rounders in Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Voluntary offseason workouts continue this week, while rookie minicamp will kick off on May 8th. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
It's going to be exciting. It'll be really fun to have all of us come in at the same time so we can all kind of build relationships at the same time. I don't know, it's cool not going into a room where everyone's already, set in stone. To be able to go in a room where we can all build relationships at the same time, and I'm excited to be everybody's shadow to kind of learn how to be great in this league.
That's Spencer Fano, Browns' number 1 draft choice, offensive tackle from the University of Utah. And they're going to play him at left tackle, Andy. He's a left tackle. Thank you, God, he's a left tackle.
Wait, are you trying to tell me a former All-American as a freshman as a left tackle is a left tackle?
He's a left tackle.
Wow. Are you ever a former All-American? I think you're an All-American all the time, right?
Well, you're everybody's All-American. Always. Yes, sir.
What are you doing? What voice is that?
A little Cliff Clavin.
Oh,
but
that's
not a real good one.
Gotcha.
No. Yeah, once you're an All-American, they don't take that away. Do they?
No, how can they? You're an All-American.
I was just really glad to hear the Browns say that he is going to be a left tackle. No messing around. Put him there. Let him learn it. Let him go. He's 6'6", 310 pounds. He's played left tackle. He moved when Caleb Lomu came in because they thought Lomu was better suited to left tackle.
Right.
So they moved Fano to the right side. That's just fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Put him at left tackle and go. That said, I really like what the Browns did on the offensive line in free agency, in trade, and in the draft, Andy. Again, Andrew Berry recognized, a little too late maybe, but recognized we have some issues here. We have to come up with some things, and he's done that. Look, and it started in free agency.
Yeah, he went out and accomplished what you needed him to accomplish. We all knew that the offensive line was in shambles and needed severe help. They went out and did that in free agency, and then they did that with their first pick in the draft.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if you asked the question or the question came up about, were you happy with what they did, just even in the first round with Fano and taking him at 9? I think they would have taken Fano at 6. I think that they had their hearts set on that. That was what they were going to do no matter who was on the board. And I know that bums out some Ohio State fans. I get it. I understand that. But
you're speculating. Maybe that could have been the case without question.
Jeff, everybody I've heard said they were going to take Fano at 6 if they still had the pick. They were still going to do that. And to me, I was like, wow.
And I'm wondering, is it people that gave you some thoughts, or is it stuff that you've heard? It was
stuff that I had read and stuff that I heard too over the weekend from our coverage on the Browns radio network, that they would have taken Fano at 6 if he was there. If that's 100% the case, then bravo, you were able to get a couple extra picks out of this thing, and then you had cash in your pocket to move up if you wanted to come back up, and that's what they did. And so I like the way they executed this thing. I just need to see. It's like, okay, you did a great job putting the equation together. Now can you solve the problem? And the problem is getting more than 16 points per game and making sure that you have an offense that looks like a legitimate NFL offense. I'm not even asking them to make the playoffs. I just want the offense to look normal, and we just have not looked normal. And so now that you get to this point, you can be optimistic about this team. You can feel a little bit better. But if you don't feel optimistic today and you don't feel better about tomorrow, then there's no other time during the year that you should feel this way, right after the draft. Except for when they don't have a first or second round pick. Then you walk out of it going, that sucked. And we've done that for the last 3 years because they've lacked picks in those areas, first or second round. So now I feel good. I'm optimistic. I'm not going to be negative about anything that they've done. And let's
come on, man.
No,
you're more fun when you're negative.
No, I'm not. I like being positive.
But you're more fun when you're negative. Nobody whines like Andy Baskin.
Oh, stop it. I like the fact that if they were going to take Fano at 6 and they were able to get him at 9, bravo.
Okay, I'll go along with that. If Cardinal Tate was there, I would have taken him. But anywho, I like Fano. I love that he's a left tackle.
So wait, hang on. I'm going to go back to one point on that.
Yeah.
Didn't you think, because the Browns made the trade before Tate was picked, didn't they?
No, Tate went 4.
As soon as the Tate pick went, they announced the trade? I'm trying to remember, because I had heard rumblings before Tate was I thought it was before Tate was taken.
I don't believe that's the case.
Dan, you were there.
Tate was off the board, and then the Browns traded with Kansas City.
I believe Tate was off the board, then the Browns traded.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah. Okay, all right, yeah. So then there was no. I still thought they made the trade.
But who knows?
Well, hang on. I still thought they made the trade a little bit early. Like, I don't understand why we didn't wait. Maybe it was already in his pocket too.
I don't think the Browns were on the board when they made the trade. I think they
weren't. Yeah, that's why I was like, I wonder why they didn't.
It was made when the Giants were on the board.
Yeah, they weren't on the clock yet when the trade was made. Correct.
They were not on the clock.
But I think Tate was gone.
So it made me wonder why, unless it's, there's a delay and all that other stuff, why didn't the Browns wait until they were actually on the clock at 6? And it makes me think that maybe it was in Andrew's pocket a little bit. That's all.
And they had an idea where Kansas City was going with the pick.
Yeah.
Merely a guess. A guess that I had on this is that they didn't want to get out of the top 10 because they knew that Fano wouldn't last that long. So again, just a guess. They looked at the board that was in front of them and said, that team's not going to go left tackle, that team's not going to go left tackle. We can get down to 9, but if we go any farther, we're going to run into a bit of a problem.
Okay.
Or maybe they circled the Giants at 10 and said, if we get to 10, I don't think Fano is going to be there, which is why the Giants ended up going Mali Noah. That's how you say it. I had to think for a minute.
Who, by the way, all of a sudden has back issues. That became a concern. Giants not concerned with his back thing, but who knows?
I still think the Giants had a good draft.
The other thing I like about what the Browns did with the offensive line, and hear me out on this. Let's just say right now, okay?
Okay.
Fano at left tackle. Zion Johnson's at left guard. We haven't heard anything about Joel Bitonio, by the way. I would assume he's not coming back.
Although no one got 75, right? They didn't give up the number 75.
Elton Jenkins at center. Tevin Jenkins at right guard. Titus Howard at right tackle. Right now, that's the way this spells out. However, Luke Whippler, maybe, coming back from his injury. He's reportedly healthy. And then they draft Parker Brailsford, the center from Alabama, who's a little undersized, which is a little scary to say, at 6'2", 290 at center. Well, I'm just saying, Jason Kelsey wasn't the biggest center either.
No.
So, I mean, if you can play center and the leverage game and you can do it. But if Whippler...
Was he a wrestler? That's all I ever ask.
If Whippler or Brailsford happens to have a really, good build-up to the season, you could move Elton Jenkins, who we all have assumed was brought in to be the starting center. You could move him to right guard. And Tevin Jenkins, who ended up splitting time with Wyatt Teller late, Tevin could go back to being a backup guard. If somebody beats out Elton Jenkins at center, or if you think you're going to have a better line with Jenkins playing guard where he made 2 Pro Bowls. Elton Jenkins was a Pro Bowl left guard twice in Green Bay, and Green Bay just moved him to center. I mean, he was not a center in his career. He was mainly a guard.
You want him to play guard. Trust me. You want him to play guard.
And if he can move to right guard, well, then all of a sudden you have former first-round pick Zion Johnson at left guard, and you have Elton Jenkins at right guard. If Brailsford or Whippler can be your starting center. And then you have Titus Howard playing his right tackle spot, which he was brought in here to do. He was originally drafted as a left tackle, but Houston played him at right tackle eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the other thing that I like a lot. You have DeJuan Jones as a backup swing tackle with more of a chance to develop with George Warhop. And you have Austin Barber, who you drafted. Now, a lot of the draft analysts, of all the picks the Browns made, the one that the draft analysts said, okay. I think they were so enamored with the Browns' first 4 picks that they said, okay, because there were other tackles on the board who most of them had more highly ranked. And that pick made me think, all right, a minute, we're not going Zach Zinter here, are we? And I don't mean that the way that sounds, because I don't think Zach's done.
He's 6'7". What is it, 6'7"?
6'7" and a half, something like that.
318.
Yeah, he's a big boy. And they also
And
say he's a great run blocker and not good in the pass game, and he gets overpowered, which, it's 6'7" and whatever, and that's hard to believe. But they've also said he eventually maybe could move inside. So what does this do? You have Fano, who's going to be there for a long time. You have Barber, who could move inside. He's a rookie. You have Brailsford at center. You have DeJuan Jones, who's still a young guy. In other words, they filled their needs to start with Zion Johnson and Elton Jenkins at one spot and Titus Howard. You added depth by re-signing Tevin Jenkins to go along with Zach Zinter at guard. You covered yourself at center, maybe, with Whippler coming back and drafting Brailsford out of Alabama. And that's 10 guys right there. There's your offensive line. There's your group.
Yeah, it's a matter of...
Unless somebody steps up and knocks somebody out. Or unless they try to sneak one of these guys onto the practice squad. But they suddenly have some depth there, like at wide receiver, that's intriguing.
Yeah, well, the other thing is at least they have decisions to make now, too, right? Because you do have some depth. DeJuan Jones, if DeJuan could play, are you going to keep him on the bench?
Yes. Yeah. He's not going to beat out Titus Howard at right tackle. But you know what Titus Howard could end up being? A one-year guy. If you have Barber and DeJuan who can play at the right tackle spot, maybe Titus is here a year. And I don't mean that, like, let's move on from that guy.
Right.
He's happy to be here, and he did a nice job in Houston. But
it gets back to the numbers game. Again, so now they have good problems. Now you have, I don't know, how many wide receivers are you going to keep again? Here you play that game again. I thought the tight end spot was also, when you talk about, hybrid offensive line pass catcher, that they went out and drafted, 2 more tight ends, which is something that we thought was a need position.
Yeah, late.
So that there's no pressure, like if Carson Ryan can, there's a guy that maybe could end up on the practice squad. With Royer.
Joe Royer was at Ohio State for a couple of years.
Yeah, and he's a 5th-round pick. So he's in that gray area where you're like, hey, are we going to – again, let's not forget, it's still your front office still loves their own draft picks. Let's not ever forget that. So –
and they committed a lot of money to these guys on the offensive line who we're talking about. I mean, Titus Howard's got $35 million guaranteed.
Right.
And a 3-year, $63 million extension. So, though I'd be surprised if he's a one and done here, if the other tackles develop, if DeJuan really develops, if Barber really develops, Titus could be traded. I mean, you have some options. And now on the offensive line, you have some depth. It's really pretty good. Headlines. Next, here on Baskin and Phelps.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.3 The Fan and see if our hosts make your reaction a part of our shows. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
bone bruise in his left knee. And the Browns are already getting back to work this week after drafting 10 players this past weekend, including 2 first-rounders in Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Voluntary offseason workouts continue this week. Rookie minicamp will begin on May 8th. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Straight ahead. Headlines. 1 o'clock. Chris Fedor, PlainDealerCleveland.com, talking Cavs.
Yes. You know, now you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick and Jonathan from 2 to 7. That is each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
Now. Like headlines starting right now.
Live from the 27-hour newsroom, here's Dan Mennigan.
Are those getting weaker?
You want more?
I don't know. I'm not sure if we could just, if you should just go more each time or if we should just bail.
I was trying to go quicker.
Goodness, someone recommended that we should pre-record you doing it. So then that way we've got it.
Yeah, but the inconsistency is what makes it fun.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what I responded back with. I forget who it was who said that. Was it Spencer Herman? It might have been Spencer German.
Spencer Herman.
No, you got to say it fast. Spencer Herman.
Oh, no. I have confidence in that.
Trying to think
I have
of another
confidence
way
in Spencer German or Spencer Herman, depending on who you feel like speaking with.
Go ahead, Dano.
From the second place news team in all of America. Second place? Second place. Why be number one when you can be number two? Here's Dan Mennigan.
Doesn't get you fired.
No.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to go heavy on the basketball playoffs because we haven't really done a big picture, look around the league or anything like that when it's come to this round of the playoffs because, boy, it is fascinating. We will start in L.A. where the Lakers have a 3-1 series lead up against the Rockets right now. The Lakers without Austin Reeves, the Lakers without Luka Doncic, and with 41-year-old LeBron James.
Yep.
And it seems like the Rockets are just a giant mess right now, waiting for the piece at the end of the year of, so now they tell us why we don't get along. Have you guys watched any of this series at all? You got any thoughts or anything like that?
I fell asleep in Game 4 last night.
Yeah. And by the way, KD's done, isn't he? He didn't play yesterday. So I was shocked that the Lakers didn't win yesterday, right?
Diving for a ball at practice hurts his knee for KD.
He's still a skinny dude, isn't he? You know what's impressed me about this series? LeBron. It's been like, we don't have Luka. We don't have all right, give me the ball. Let's go.
It was like
I'll take care of it. We got it. Let's go.
It's kind of like when he first started here.
It's been pretty impressive. Good for him. I got you. Thanks. Give me the ball. Here, Luke Kennard. Here. Let's go.
Does this series and watching the Cavaliers series make you want LeBron more or less next year, Jeff?
Oh my God, Andy.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Jeff.
Do you want LeBron? 216-474-0092.
Everything is better when LeBron is here.
No.
He already has a house here.
Are you done?
Maybe he could bring Bronny.
I heard he went to St. V. Okay, I get it. Listen, does this series makes you think there is plenty left in the tank?
Oh, I didn't need this series to tell me that.
Does Bryce want to play basketball at Akron?
Bryce is tall.
Are you guys done being idiots?
No,
You kidding me, man?
You let us down this
for
path.
38 damn years, and I've been an idiot from Jump Street. I'm not changing now.
When they went up 3-0, I was kind of like, wow, maybe I do want him to come back because I'm not all in on it, but the fact they went up 3-0 in this series kind of made me think, wow, I didn't see that coming. Everyone thought this thing would be the other way around.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, Austin Rivers sounding like he is going, or Reeves, I should say. That's the second time I've done that. Austin Reeves sounding like he is going to find his way back in this series. In Game 4, Luka, though, sounding like Luka is a little bit farther away we'll see where it goes from there. The other series of maximum intrigue for a lot of people, the Minnesota Timberwolves have a 3-1 lead over the Denver Nuggets right now.
Yeah.
But
Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo as well with the
torn Achilles.
ruptured Achilles. Yeah, sadly, that poor guy. But yeah, Anthony Edwards sounding like he's going to miss some time as well. Do you think that shifts where this series is right now after, goodness, the one kid, I can't think of his name right now to save my soul, ended up dropping 40 to end up beating the Nuggets in the game where Anthony Edwards got hurt?
I would still think that Denver's going to get knocked out here, huh? I don't think I'm going too far out on a limb. I mean, it's 3-1.
It is 3-1.
I know.
I think Denver can come back. I'll be honest with you.
If a team could,
It's Denver.
Denver has the pedigree.
Or, I mean,
Jamal Murray's a terrific player, and we all know Jokic. So,
how about San? Well, go ahead. Sorry, I almost jumped the gun. Yeah, I think if somebody was going to come back, it'd be Denver. If you had to ask me of all the teams that are left, I'd give them a decent. I still think. I don't know. It's tough. It's hard to believe that they could come back from 3-1, but we all said that in 2016 too.
Defense is going to be the big part of it. That's going to be the big thing with this. Is going to be the defensive side. Let's flip to the Eastern Conference here. Knicks Hawks.
Wait, you don't want to say anything about San Antonio yesterday? Holy moly!
Wemby's
See
awesome.
what they did?
Wemby's awesome.
They were
Game, set,
down
match.
more than 15 at the break and came back and blew out Portland. Blew them out. That was impressive.
This is like the Wemby coming out party for people who haven't seen Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
I mean, good golly. The one that blows me away is the block shot where he didn't even leave his feet. He just stretched out his, this.
Well, when you're 7'3" and longer than that.
I mean, it was like watching Mr. Fantastic. I mean, he just legitimately was like, grab, thank you. And away we go. It was just insane. That guy is on a different planet. And Stephon Castle's playing well as well, on top of it, which makes things a little bit more interesting. All right. Knicks Hawks. The series is tied 2-2.
Yeah.
CJ McCollum has walked into Madison Square Garden and has been absolutely unstoppable in crunch time.
Beast.
Guys, if you're the Knicks, are you shaking a little bit in your boots on this one?
Oh, it's not just CJ McCollum. I think coaching in this series can be something. I think Quinn Snyder's a terrific game coach, and I've never been convinced that Mike Brown is a terrific game coach.
Oh.
And I think that's an issue.
Daily News is reporting he might be on the hot seat, Andy.
Oh, shocker. Are you surprised? I'm not.
A little. I mean,
I'm not.
Mike came back here and he was on the hot seat after just 1 year, unfortunately for him.
There was stories over the last month of the season that he was on the hot seat.
Yeah, they're saying win or loss, he might be on the hot seat here.
Well, when do they play tomorrow night? I don't know. And the Knicks are home tomorrow night. I don't know. I kind of like the Knicks tomorrow. At home?
I think that would be the case.
Well, you should.
Yeah.
Boy, CJ has not been scared, and nor is the entire Hawks team. But in crunch time, it's usually been like, all right, give the ball to Brunson to get out of the way. And now it's like, oh, man. Maybe it's the other direction. Maybe we're doing the MJ thing.
Maybe.
Yeah. Give the ball to CJ and get out of the way. Man, it's been unbelievable.
Those Canton guys, man.
Yeah.
They know how to play.
Boston looks great. I think we could say that pretty well. The 76ers gave a decent punch for a bit. Maxey and Edgecombe, the other one, DJ Edgecombe having a coming out party in his own right for the 76ers for people. But did you guys think it was weird they brought Embiid back for this game? Was that the right move at that point in the series?
If you can get Joel Embiid on the floor, you put him on the floor.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not even. It's the fact that the Celtics put up 128 and didn't give up 100 yesterday.
It kind of made things a little clunky though that they moved Embiid in there. They didn't quite know how to use him in any kind of way, and especially it kind of got in the way of Edgecombe and turned him into the third option instead of making him the second option where he was going nuts. So that's the only part of it I thought was kind of clunky. I didn't know if maybe something was clicking a little bit.
I don't know. Boston's so good. I'm sorry. They're so good.
They are.
Peyton Pritchard had, 32 last game out?
Brown was having a tough time finding shots in that last game. Now, maybe it's just a one-off. Either that or he might be running out of gas, which could be the case, too. I mean, that's a lot of heavy lifting you got to do in a season.
Yes.
We'll see. The other one that's got some people freaking out, though, in Game 4 is tonight. Magic are up 2-1 on the number 1 seeded Pistons.
Ooh, baby.
It's a Jeff Phelps upset special.
Well, I like the Orlando team.
You just like their play-by-play
It just has nothing to do with our buddy Jake being their play-by-play guy.
Though we do love their play-by-play guy.
We love their play-by-play.
He's good people.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, we love him.
He's good people.
Some days we call him an idiot.
No, we
Weird.
don't.
He's good people. And
Someone
I'm not
called
finding
him-
that
called him
drop.
an
That's a
idiot.
lot of
Come
time.
on.
It was
That's
like
a lot
on the
of time
second
to
day.
find
They
that
didn't
drop.
know him.
What? That matters? That it was his second day? What if it was his last day? Who cares? Want to go through the minutia of it?
It's not
Knock it
his
out.
last day. I still pick Detroit in that series. Remember, if by chance the Cavs get by Toronto, which I think they will, could be Orlando in the second round. And though I would rather play Orlando in the second round than Detroit, it's not by much.
No. Both those are going to be tough. A little bit of NFL news that we're looking at here. So Mike Tomlin has signed a contract to join NBC. He will be on their Sunday night show, Football Night in America. How do you think Tomlin's going to do?
I don't know how his intensity is going to play out. He's going to be a unique character for a studio show. I'll tell you that. But I do think he'll be good. I mean, he'll bring stuff to the table. To me, especially early on in the season, it's must watch. I want to see what he has to say.
I always appreciated Tony Dungy in that role, and Tony's out. And I appreciated him in that role because I didn't mind the fact that he was very, very calm.
I liked it.
You know what I
didn't have
mean?
any problem with him.
Well, he was extremely informative and had great information, but he was very calm, and that doesn't always work on television. Mike Tomlin will not be as calm, but that doesn't mean he'll be better. I think Tomlin will do just fine.
I think his intensity. I don't even know he's not calm. I just think it's his intensity.
Tomlin? No, I mean Dungy was calm.
No, and I'm just saying I don't know that Tomlin isn't. Tomlin's consistent in what he said. Like every time we've ever heard him, I've always thought he was pretty consistent in his tone, no matter what. It was very matter of fact. Our players are going to be like this today, and they're going to play, and this is what we expect, and we're going to go from
And
here.
he was old school hard nosed.
Yeah, and
love him.
It's going to be. I think he's going to be. He might be fun to watch, especially if he says something that is just like, wow. Like imagine if he came out and said, I just think the Browns are a better team than the Steelers, and that's why they're going to win. Right?
Oh, my God.
Man, if he said that, I'd be like, whoa.
Need a minute. Probably have to get a fan for you.
If he said that?
Yeah.
Probably.
To just start fanning you. Start overheating.
It'd be great. Even if they had Will Howard on the field and he said that, Andy
I
would
knew
really be in
you
trouble.
would have to be a
little Verklempt.
Verklempt.
Sorry. I know words good. Did you guys see the Red Sox blew everybody out of there from the manager, the hitting coach, the whole kit and caboodle? They even fired Jason Varitek, who's like royalty in Boston.
Did you see the van they picked
moved
him up?
to another role, supposedly.
No, that's a little bit better.
Varitek's been there 30 years.
That'll solve Fitzy from throwing the brick through the window.
Did you see the limo that picked them all up?
I did see the limo.
Goodbye,
It
guys.
was an all-timer.
Yeah.
Well, it was Coach for Hire?
Coach for Hire limo company.
That's bad.
It was really funny.
That's a weird move, and it feels like an overreaction, doesn't it? Alex Cora is a good major league manager, and he was with the Indians for a very short period of time. But I think he's a good manager. He won't be unemployed for long. He'll have a job next year if he wants one. But that's weird.
He may have a job this year if somebody fires in the middle of the season.
The weird thing to me is, okay,
What is it, 11 at 12 or something like that?
If someone would have told you Boone or Cora, who would last longer?
Oh, I would have gone option C, and it would have been the Mets manager.
Oh,
That's getting ugly.
When you fire a manager in midseason, people, that happens. When you fire most of the coaching staff, that's weird.
Yeah, something funky. I have a feeling
that's
we're going to
weird.
I got a feeling that's another one of those now they tell us pieces that's about to drop somewhere that we're all going to read and go, oh my gosh, this was a mess.
Yeah. Season's been underway for a month. You went through spring training with all these guys and everything else, and now the players are going to have to get used to a whole new coaching staff. Even though it's Chad Tracy coming up from AAA.
Yeah, it's just speaking of coaches, I just want to take a second. I don't know if you want to either. former Indians bullpen coach Louis Isaac passed away, and I was heartbroken when I read that this morning in the on Cleveland.com. What a good man.
I like Louis a lot.
So nice.
Nice fella.
I can't, I learned so much about watching outfielders play the outfield just talking to him. And I was really sad when I read that this morning, too. Louis is a great guy. Players loved him. Guys in the bullpen loved him. And he always had a good attitude every time I saw him. There were a lot of days when that team wasn't winning, and he still came to the ballpark every day with a good attitude. And he will be missed. And I know any lives that he may have touched here in Northeast Ohio probably feel the same sadness I do today on the passing of Louis Isaac.
You know, one of my favorite things about Louis, and I'll make it fast because I know we're up against it here. When Louis was always the interpreter for Bartolo Colon.
Yes.
And media would ask a question, and Louis would get the question. He would feed it to Bartolo, and Bartolo would speak in Spanish back to Louis for about 5 seconds, and then Louis would interpret it to English in about 20. It's like, come on, Louis, he didn't say all that.
And anybody that spoke Spanish knew.
channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Cavs 2, Raptors 2. Who'd have thunk that if you watched games 1 and 2 here at Rocket Arena? Not me, not Andy. I'm wondering what the guy who joins us now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline thinks. He covers the Cavaliers for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Story that he posted this morning, Cavs playoff issues run deeper than missed shots. Their worst traits continue to haunt them. Go read it. This guy wrote it. He's Chris Fedor. Hi, Chris.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
We are well. So, safe travels. If Chris happens to approach customs in Canada, he's hanging up on us. Just so you know.
Are you going to stop at the duty-free store or no? Or wait, is that you're supposed to do going in, right? Not coming out.
No. Yeah. No need for that.
Okay.
I'm just bringing me, my golf clubs, and my suitcase back with me from Canada.
Now you're talking. Watch games 1 and 2, you think, okay, Cavs are clearly a better team than the Toronto Raptors. You watch games 3 and 4. What do you think?
Still think the Cavs are the better team, and I think they should win this series, and I think they have some things that are certainly in their advantage for the final however many games this thing lasts. But I think Sunday's loss is more of a reflection on how deep of a playoff run this team can possibly go on. Like, I don't think it speaks to whether or not the Cavs can win this particular series against Toronto. I think it's how deep can this team go, and can they be the team that they talk about being? Can they make the kind of run that would consider this season a success? Because a lot of the things that have been troublesome for them throughout the course of this core group being together, and obviously one of the pieces of the core has changed with James Harden replacing Darius Garland, but this core group together, they struggle with the things that we saw on Sunday afternoon. Intensity, physicality, pressure. They looked uncomfortable. And it's funny because when LeBron James was here, he always had this phrase that he used. He said, I'm kind of training us to be comfortable in the uncomfortable. And when the Cavs are in the uncomfortable, they're not comfortable. And you can tell that. And the Raptors know that, and teams around the NBA understand that as well. To lose a game when you're up by 8 with 4:55 to go, when the opponent that you're playing against is headed down a path of maybe the worst three-point percentage shooting game in playoff history, when you're against a team that has very little playoff experience. Like, James Harden has more playoff appearances than the entire Raptors roster combined. Donovan Mitchell has almost appeared in more playoff games than the entire Raptors roster combined. So when you're playing against that kind of team that also struggles to consistently generate quality, you can't lose that game. You can't lose that. Those are the kinds of games that playoff newbies lose. Those are the kinds of games that 8 seeds, plucky underdogs that are playing over their heads, and all of a sudden, like, regression hits them at the worst possible. Those are the games that those kinds of teams lose. Teams with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, with all of that playoff experience, supposedly hardened by these playoff failures of the past, lose that game. And it's things that this team continues to struggle with. The mental aspects of closing out pressure-packed playoff games and showing that they can thrive in pressure-packed playoff moments. That was awful in the final 5 minutes yesterday.
It was a brutal game to watch. Fix it now. Fix that for me. Chris, what do they do?
I don't know that there is a long-term fix.
Ooh.
Again, I don't think it's a reflection on what's going to happen in the series. I think it's, can they beat Boston when they're in those kinds of moments, right? Can they beat the teams the caliber of the Oklahoma City Thunder when they're in those kinds of moments? Can they handle physicality? Can they handle intensity? Can they handle all these pressure moments where execution is paramount and you have to play through fatigue and you have to show a level of mental toughness. Like, for all of the people that continue to say that this team is soft, this team is fragile, this team is weak mentally, that's why. That's why. The final 5 minutes of yesterday's game on the road in Toronto, that's why those questions still exist about this team. And until they show that they can handle those moments a lot better than what they have had, and until they show that those things aren't going to turn into playoff meltdowns or collapses, how do you buy into this team from a big picture standpoint? Again, from a big picture standpoint, from a get to the conference finals standpoint, how could you possibly buy into this? Now, are they talented? Incredibly. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, gives them a chance to overwhelm most defenses that they play against. You know, Evan Mobley has had moments throughout the course of this series. And they have more depth than what they've had in the past. But you do have to wonder about, is this team mentally tough enough to win an Eastern Conference championship and get to the NBA Finals?
Chris Fedor joining us, PlainDealerCleveland.com. Evan Mobley took 4 shots in the second half, and Jared Allen took 3.
Yeah.
Who's that on? And is it a problem? Is it a problem?
It's absolutely a problem because that was a supposed advantage of the Cavs coming into the series. You know, was Jakob Poeltl going to be playable? Was he not going to be playable? What other depth did they have behind him? Colin Murray-Boyle is 6'7", right? R.J. Barrett's guarding Jared Allen at times on switches, and he's 6'7", and Scotty Barnes is going to be preoccupied with either James Harden or Donovan Mitchell. So you would think advantage Cavs. Size, skill, and you've seen flashes of that. Start of the third quarter. You ran the offense through Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, and you got both those guys the ball on the move, and you were doing some positive things to exploit what Toronto was doing on the defensive end of the floor. But it has to be a consistent commitment to that. So I do think it is a problem. I think part of it's on Donovan Mitchell. I think part of it's on James Harden. They're the guys who are going to have the ball in the hands the most, and they're going to be the guys that are initiating offense most frequently. I also think it's on Kenny Atkinson. Like, just because Toronto is running a specific defensive scheme and they're pressuring ball handlers and they're switching a lot of things and they're sending late traps at Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and all these other smart things, and you give them credit for doing those things. But just because they're doing those things, it doesn't mean that you abandon the things that make you great. And I feel like in Game 4, the Cavs completely abandoned the James Harden, Jared Allen pick and roll. They completely abandoned the James Harden, Evan Mobley two-man game, the Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen two-man game, the Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley two-man game. Now, Kenny Atkinson will say that part of that was matchup influence. I get that. But that's what you do. That's who you are. That's what makes this offense great. That's what you did in the first 2 games of the series. So I don't think you can look at it and say, okay, well, they're doing things that are bothersome to our offense, so we're just going to react to that and we're going to abandon our identity and we're going to abandon the things that make us great. So I think they have to get back. Kenny Atkinson said coming into the series, guys, that they have to lean into their strengths. They have their primary focus. Yes, it's matchup related. Yes, the playoffs are about this chess game and where the pieces are being moved across the board. But the first order of business is lean into your strengths, lean into your identity, and continue to be you. And I feel like the Cavs abandoned that yesterday because of the defensive things that the Raptors were doing.
I don't want to live in the bubble of one game, but how much of yesterday's game's on Kenny? I mean, I don't. You know, I got people questioning timeouts at the beginning of the game. You know, you use a challenge early, you might win the challenge, but now you don't have challenges at the end of the game. I mean, I trust me, I don't. He doesn't shoot the basketball, so it's hard for me to get upset. But there are decisions that he can make that can affect the game. Just your thoughts on. And I hate to put it in a micro bubble for one game, But one game can be the difference in the playoffs. So,
of course, I think some of it's on him. Yeah, I mean, he's the one who's responsible for the adjustments. He's the one who has to push the right buttons at the right times. He's the one who has to put the right lineups out there that are going to combat the strategies that the Raptors are using against them. He's the one who is making the decision on when to challenge, when not to challenge. He's the one that chose to finish the game with Evan Mobley instead of Jared Allen when Evan Mobley was worse than Jared Allen. You know, he's the one who made the decision following a timeout after Scotty Barnes tried to put the whole city of Cleveland through the basket and earned 2 free throws and put the Raptors up by 1. He was the one that drew up that play that ended with Donovan Mitchell taking an off-balance floater in the lane. You know what I'm saying? So, there are things that happen throughout the course of a playoff series that get put under the microscope in a way that they don't in the regular season. This is no longer about experimentation here, right?
True.
This is, you better find the right answers immediately. Now, I do think there were some things that Kenny did well. He completely took Jamison Battle, who was a Game 3 hero, off the floor by putting Dennis Schroeder in the game and using Dennis Schroeder's speed to exploit that advantage. And then the Raptors said, well, Jamison Battle can't guard anybody, so he's got to come off the floor. He obviously tried to make a defensive change at the beginning of the game, putting Dean Wade on Scotty Barnes instead of Dean Wade on Brandon Ingram, and that worked well. Dean Wade has been great in every single individual matchup that he has had. Scotty Barnes has only scored 10 points against Dean Wade in this entire series. Brandon Ingram has only scored, I think, 6 points against Dean Wade in this entire series. So he understood the impact that Scotty Barnes was having as this series progressed. And he was like, okay, we have an answer for Brandon Ingram. We have a better answer for Brandon Ingram than we do for Scotty Barnes. So let's put Dean Wade on Scotty Barnes. So, yeah, for the things that he has done wrong that are going to be more apparent when a team loses and has a meltdown, there were some smart things that he did. But he needs to continue to have more smart things on his side as opposed to the bad things that pop up that you start to question about a coach.
I still like the Cavs in the series. I agree completely with your long-term thoughts, but I still like the Cavs in the series. How about you?
Yeah, I do too. And I think they have some things that obviously they need to fix from a strategic standpoint. But I think there were, like, beyond the troublesome aspects of what happened when the series shifted to Toronto and all of the mental things that we talked about that they have to prove that they can actually, like, find an answer for. They have to, like, do some soul searching to figure out, like, what kind of team are we going to be and are we going to be better than what we have shown. Beyond that, I mean, I don't think it's hard for me to say that James Harden's going to continue to be this bad. The last 2 games, he has had more turnovers than made field goals. That's outrageous to think about. It's now the 44th time in his career, guys, that has happened in the playoffs for James Harden. And Donovan Mitchell, I find it hard to believe that he's going to look as uncomfortable offensively as he did in the 2 games in Toronto, because he's not the guy that's consistently seeing Scotty Barnes, who is the best defensive player that the Raptors have. Like, Donovan Mitchell should theoretically have an advantage going into these games. He's being guarded by Jacoby Walter and Jabal. They shouldn't be able to guard Donovan Mitchell, or they shouldn't be able to make Donovan Mitchell look this level of uncomfortable. So I find it hard to believe that those things are going to continue. And I also just wonder about, this is a relatively young team, the Raptors, in terms of playoff experience, them having to go in a hostile environment where the Toronto Raptors as a franchise simply don't win. Can they carry that energy, that effort, all of that stuff that they did well in the last 2 games? Can they carry that into Cleveland and play with that same kind of poise, that same kind of composure, and all those different things when the crowd is completely against them as opposed to on their side? So I do think that the Cavs should be viewed still as the favorites in the series. They are the more talented team. They are the more complete team. They are the deeper team. But at some point, they're going to have to prove that and play like that more consistently than they have through the first 4 games of this series.
All right, buddy. We assume you're getting close to customs. We're going to let you have a minute to regroup, catch your breath, so you don't get fired up at some customs guy.
Everything here is in kilometers, so I have no idea how far away I am from this place, and I have no idea what the actual speed limit is supposed to be because it's kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, it means you look at the inside of your odometer. That's all. Look at the little red numbers underneath the white ones.
I'm Andy Baskin for the metric system.
I guess my car is too modern for that.
Well, no, go into the setup. You can go into the setup. It'll flip it back over for you. What bridge are you taking?
I'm taking the Peace Bridge. I took that on the way here, and it was pretty spectacular. So I'm going back the same way that I came. Wherever Google Maps takes me, that's how I live my life these days, through Google Maps. Wherever I'm trying to get to, they are responsible for getting me there. And if I all of a sudden lose connectivity or something like that, then I'm just screwed and I'm lost.
Next thing you know, you're in Ottawa.
Before, quite honestly. Yeah, exactly right. Wait, I thought I left Hamilton already. Now I'm back in Hamilton.
That's true.
What happened?
And by the way, the Gordie Howe Bridge isn't open yet, so if you made it all the way over to Detroit, you went too far and the wrong way.
Drive safely. Be nice to the customs agents.
Matthews Bridge at some point.
Oh, impressive.
We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I can pull some hockey.
I'm good. I mean, I went old school on it too, but Gordie's got his own bridge coming here, so it's good. All right, thanks.
Thanks, bud.
Okay.
Peace.
You got it, guys.
Chris
Anytime.
Fedor joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Chris still likes the Cavs in this series. Not crazy about the Cavs long term in the playoffs. How about you? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Wednesday is Game 5, Cavs against the Toronto Raptors. We had Jay Bilas on the show earlier. Jay was great. He joined us at 10:40. We just talked about this series with Chris Fedor at 1 o'clock. If you missed a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Also talked football with Scott Petra from the Chronicle Telegram at 11 and Mark Beyer, Toledo's play-by-play announcer, talking about the Browns' second-round draft choice, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Chris was just talking about this series, Andy. He thinks the Cavaliers are the team to beat still in this first-round series against the Toronto Raptors. I agree with him. I would think that the Cavs are going to get huge games out of Donovan Mitchell and James Harden in Game 5.
Yeah, they were both games in Toronto were frustrating when you look at the numbers they were able to put up for Games 1 and Games 2. And then you go into 3 and 4, and now you're like, where did my guy go? What, I don't understand what happened here. And, again, these 7-game series are about adjustments. Toronto made the adjustment at home, and maybe that's a little bit easier when you get back home. Clearly, our guys will have the home court advantage, and they don't shy away from that and shy away from getting the fans up and moving in our place. So I feel good about the Cavaliers coming back in Game 5, in a best-of-3, what is now a best-of-3 series. I thought Chris hit the nail on the head. It wasn't losing Game 4 wasn't about losing Game 4. It was about confidence moving forward beyond this series. If you think you saw the issues and the problems exploited against Toronto in Game 4, what's to make you think that, anybody that doesn't watch a little bit of film, a little bit of tape on these guys, isn't going to be able to exploit the Cavaliers' problems the way Toronto has?
That makes sense.
I also think the more games you're playing in the first round, the more, there's something to be said for having to sit a week sometimes to play in some of these games, but there's also something to be said for being able to rest, especially after a physical series like this thing has been through 4 games. My expectations are going to sit here with Toronto, and I'm not really going to worry about what's next. I'll just say that.
I am curious to see what happens moving forward this series and hopefully beyond with the Donovan Mitchell-James Harden combination.
Yeah.
As Chris pointed out, big turnover trouble in Toronto. 8 turnovers in Game 3 for James Harden, 7 in Game 4. I'm withholding judgment. Dan has been all over the fact that Harden has had playoff problems in his career. There's no question. Dan's right about that.
In later games in the series.
In later games.
Meaning, and maybe I'm right, Dan, that other teams have just been able to, they kind of, he gets his say early on in the series, and then coaches figure out how to guard him at the end of it.
Oh, some of it could be that. The turnover stuff has always plagued him later on in these series as well. And the other part of it is he can't exactly go into the lane and play bumper cars and get the fouls that he usually gets.
Because they play a little different brand of basketball.
Which is kind of what he ran into in this one. Was bad
not
turnovers?
Like they used to. Not like they used to play in the NBA, but it's still a little more physical maybe. And it certainly was in Game 4. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it just seems he finds his way into the playoffs, and if the 3-ball isn't going, he starts trying to get to the line, and his ways of getting to the line don't exactly hold up in the playoffs. We'll see, though. I mean, look, it could all change on a dime at any point.
It's not just him; it's the whole team. I mean, we're talking about 40. Either one of those guys.
Well, and the turnovers are horrendous.
They've had 40 turnovers in the last 2 games.
The turnovers have been horrendous.
40, and then you got to hit your free throws. It's frustrating to watch a professional team do some of the things they've done especially yesterday. Toronto couldn't shoot, and they still couldn't win. That was a hard game to watch yesterday. Were anybody else irritated after that game? I was just like irritated. I wasn't mad. I was just like, why did we lose that game?
I by nature don't get too fired up about any one game in a playoff series.
Yeah.
We've watched a lot of playoff basketball, Andy, and it's so weird to me. It's a weird beast, and I've always wondered why it's so weird. Because if a team looks clearly better than the other team, as the Cavaliers did in games 1 and 2, they shouldn't come out and look as poor as they did yesterday. That just shouldn't happen, And Toronto was even worse and yet won the game, which is a really weird thing. The shooting was atrocious. I love Jay Bilas saying whoever repainting the rims or something like that.
Yeah.
That was funny. It's just weird to me how poorly they played yesterday, because they're so much better than that. It's silly. But I'm curious about Harden and Mitchell moving forward together. And again, I think making the trade was a good move by Kobe Altman. I think they are better built as a playoff team now than when Darius was playing alongside Donovan Mitchell as opposed to James Harden. But is Harden the answer? We don't know that. Is Harden the answer? Or would the answer be a guy who, Drew Holiday, straight point guard, tough defender, playing next to a big-time scorer in Donovan Mitchell? Think of classic point guards who have played the game. Is that the kind of guy that would be best suited here, that would bring out the best in Evan Mobley and Jared Allen? And so I think Kobe Altman made a nice move in making the trade he made to see if that works this year. But I don't know the answer. I was adamant, as you knew. I did not like the combination long term of and it was the combination, it wasn't the player, of Mitchell and Garland.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure yet about the combination of Harden and Mitchell, but I like it better. I like it better than what they had before, and I think it enhances their playoff chances. Whether it's enough and whether it's the right combination, well, that's another question entirely.
It's not just them together, though. I especially with Harden, it's been more fun to watch Mobley and Allen since Harden got here. Like, things just seem to be
easier.
Yeah. I didn't feel like we were struggling to get every hoop you possibly could. It was like, sometimes the other team is killing you, and it looks like they're throwing the ball into the ocean. They get it, and there were times early on in the season with the Cavs, I'd be like, it was like they were trying to put it in a golf hole. It was brutal, and that's kind of how it felt yesterday. They're just whipping the ball around. Now they had no rebounds, no defensive rebounds in the end of the game there, in that stretch where they were able to come back. But if you go back, let's just say, the Strus ball that went out of bounds, they don't get that wrong. Say they got it right. So, or I don't. You know what?
That sounded funny.
It still may have been Strus that hit the ball out of bounds.
The Strus ball that went out of bounds.
Was that? Did you guys think it was Strus that knocked it out of bounds?
I was thinking Strudel. It's like, really? We're gonna have Strudel?
I don't know. They didn't spend a lot of time on that, but there were a couple calls that they could have had that went their way at the end. But when you're up, what were they up 8 late?
They were up 8 with 4:30 to go, and they were outscored 17-5 to close out the game.
All they needed to do was hit 1 or 2 more buckets.
Sure.
That's it.
Well,
1
guess
or
what?
2.
They didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Jeff. Now everything seems clear. Now they're going to win. All right. Man, you just clarified everything. It is such an honor to work with you.
I know. Unfortunately, in the big scheme of these things, you have to look at a series in its entirety. And no matter how poorly they played, it was 1 loss. It's tied at 2, and they have 3 games to go. And 2 of them are in Cleveland.
Yes.
So
how about you just wrap it up in Detroit and call it a day?
Don't give up the ship here, because I think they've got a great opportunity. Something just kind of broke in college football that could be devastating. Certainly to the individual, maybe to the game. We're going to touch on that next on Baskin and Phelps.
We got that fixed.
I'm Pat Boyle.
gambling addiction. He is under NCAA investigation in the wake of the discovery of Sorsby making thousands of bets via a gambling app on Indiana during his redshirt year with the Hoosiers in 2022. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
It's Baskin and Phelps, ladies and gentlemen. This is Andy Baskin.
Yes.
As always. You gotta wait for the intro, man.
I heard the intro. Let's go.
I said this, and you started. This is Andy Baskin.
Oh, man, we're past the draft, and we're already going through this kind of stuff. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or Jeff, wherever you get your podcasts.
That's fabulous. That's the way to do a read right there, boy.
Wow, man. This is great. You may have a future in local news. Congratulations.
All right, do you want a problem here?
Give me a problem, Jeff. I'll solve it for you.
You can solve it for me, but I don't know what you can do for Brendan Sorsby.
Hey, well, he's a mess.
Brendan was a quarterback at Indiana, and then he transferred to Cincinnati. The Hoosiers went out and picked up some guy named Fernando Mendoza.
Huh.
And then Brendan, just this year, after 2 years at Cincy, transferred to Texas Tech. And it's now all over the place. ESPN's headline story written by Pete Thamel. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter gambling addiction program.
Okay.
And that's a shame. And you hope he obviously must have a problem. And you hope he gets it taken care of and that he's okay. Because, boy, that'll ruin your life. He's entering a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Problem here, if you're the NCAA, according to sources, Sorsby bet on Indiana football while he was redshirting at Indiana as a true freshman in 2022. He actually played in one game as a reserve. The bets, though, in that year, according to sources, were on Indiana to win, and none came in a game in which Sorsby appeared. Problem here is, though gambling can be illegal, the NCAA does not allow its athletes to gamble on NCAA events, on pro events.
Okay. A lot of horse racing.
And he was betting on Indiana football as a member of the Indiana football program.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad.
Gambling is now prevalent. It's legal in so many places. Mm-hmm. It's advertised all over the place, as we know here at The Fan. And we thank those people for advertising with us. But when you can put your own casino in your hand, Andy, and you're an impressionable 18, 19-year-old kid who thinks you know something about sports, look out, man. And I'm sure he's not alone. And it says he placed thousands of bets. Thousands of bets. Not just a couple, but thousands. Online bets. Variety of sports over a gambling app.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do here if you're the NCAA?
He's done.
Do you think he's done, or
if this was pro sport? I don't even think it was pro sports. You can't bet while you're playing on your own team, whether it's to win or lose.
You can't bet on your own league.
Yeah, I could see. I mean,
an NFL player could bet baseball, could he not? That's allowed. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Baseball players could bet football.
I bet it says you can't bet pro sports at all in their contracts, and some of them. I don't know why it wouldn't. Just stay away from it while you're there.
But if you have a problem and you need assistance, and he's entering a treatment program for gambling addiction, I wonder if the NCAA, if they decide to, will have a problem banning him.
I don't think. How would they?
Why
would they have trouble banning? I don't know. Banning him.
He violated NCAA rules, obviously. But I wonder if his representation, and he does have representation thanks to NIL and everything else. I wonder if they can argue, hey, he has an illness, and now he's had it fixed.
I don't know. That's a giant question in itself, but I think Andy is right. I think he's done. I mean, I don't think there's any other way to look at it. I think he's, sadly might be on the trip to Canada at this point to see what he can get out of his
CFL.
Yeah, and
Isn't
maybe
this
put
kind of
something on
the-
tape, and then maybe see if he can find his way into the draft that way or anything like that. But yeah, this is ugly.
He apparently did not bet big.
Is this not the same? This is kind of the storyline for that Reggie Dinkins sitcom that's on right now, The Rise and Fall of Reggie Dinkins. Have you seen that?
I have not.
It's with Tracy Morgan. And actually, it's kind of funny where he's doing an interview on TV and then he admits that he was gambling on himself. And I mean, it's actually the premise of the show is pretty funny. But the first thing I thought of was I was like, wait a minute, isn't this Reggie Dinkins or close to it? Another one of the, I mean, it's a comedy series that
that's funny
probably
stuff.
isn't real funny for the NCAA right now. No.
His gambling did not draw the attention of law enforcement, according to Pete Thamel's article and everything that they've investigated at ESPN. His gambling, Sorsby's gambling, they call it a steady flurry of small bets over a period of time. So, he's thinking, I'm going to put $5 on fill in the blank or something like that. Problem is, he's apparently a gambling addict, and now he's having an issue with it, and it could be the tip of the end of his college football career.
Yeah. Is anyone going to feel sorry for him? I don't know. Do you feel sorry for him?
No, him personally,
yeah.
I don't know him, but if he truly has a problem, Andy,
I feel sorry if he has an addiction.
Yeah, if he has a problem, I feel sorry for him. If all of a sudden, I got caught, I have a gambling addiction. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like
he might just like to gamble, and that a lot of people like to gamble and probably might not be addicted to it.
I just funny. Is it going to take down college football? No, it's not. It's
No,
not.
one guy is
I mean,
not, but
seriously, you don't
boy.
think that Clase and Ortiz are worse than what this guy did?
I mean,
if he was just straight gambling,
without question.
Yeah.
I mean, boy, gentlemen, the minute that there's any doubt of that the live sporting event you were watching is unpredictable, these things are toast.
Then you're in big trouble.
This becomes WWF.
Yeah, but it's not going to get to. Look,
unless you're betting on highlight.
If Clase and Ortiz haven't ended baseball, what makes you think this is going to end college football?
It's not that part of it. It's making sure it doesn't go any farther. It's not where we are right now that's going to end it. It's farther than where we are right now.
What,
that's
that
going
other
to end
guys
it,
are
and you
betting?
need to cut it off before it gets close.
So you're saying if other guys are betting too? That's
If
what
other
you're-
guys are betting as well, or if somebody is in deep with someone they shouldn't be in some unsavory characters, and now all of a sudden we're talking about throwing games and series and everything else like that. Again, if this turns into WWF, live sports are done.
Oh,
I think you're.
I think
overreacting
you're
on it.
extreme.
I mean, I
think
just
you're
don't know
extreme.
how you could.
because people will still be watching. It'll still be in existence. I wonder though.
But the unpredictability is the biggest selling point. That any given Sunday, anything can
Yeah,
happen.
but that's true of all sports. That's why people will still watch sports.
I think entertainment is the biggest factor, not the unpredictability of the outcome of a game.
In
in other words, that's why
it's both.
WWE is. I mean, though everybody now knows it's scripted.
Yeah, we've known it for years.
Well, we've known it now, but now they
But
just
they
flat
still
out
have to be
admit
great
it.
athletes to do it. I mean, most
Sure.
Damn it.
Other than Hacksaw Jim Duggan, he was real. But we'll see where this goes.
The Ultimate Warrior was real too.
Whether or not whether or not he's eligible to play or not is another story, and we'll see.
I think you're somewhere. You can go either way on this thing. I just don't think they'll get through it.
We'll see.
They always do. The game will
Guidelines
be
from the
great.
NCAA that came out in 2023. I'll just read it straight. Quote, student athletes who wager on their own games or on other sports at their own schools face permanent loss of college eligibility in all sports.
He's done. They'll make an example out of him. He's done.
Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show comes from Scott Petra, and the reason I chose Scott specifically was because of these comments that he had on Paul DePodesta and his thoughts on DePodesta's influence on the Browns in the draft.
I get it. I do think it's a little unfair to blame Paul DePodesta for everything that went wrong with the organization, right? I know that he was at the top of it. I just don't know if I don't think it's fair to put all the blame on him. Now, is that a factor in this draft? Maybe it is. Maybe it's just Andrew being more comfortable, right? This is year 7. So last year was year 6. I also think, and I've asked Andrew twice this, at the Combine and then before the draft, he's adamant that they did not change anything with the processes. It was all about the number of picks they had and the quality of picks they had, because for those 3 years after the Deshaun Watson trade, they just didn't have a lot of picks, and they didn't have any picks in the first round, and then they wound up trading out, so they didn't really have any picks until the 3rd round for 2 of those years. So if you don't have those assets, it's really hard to be good in the draft. That's what he would say. Now, I think it's bigger than that, and I think he's drafted better, and the talent evaluation has been better. But he's really adamant that that's what has changed. That's the biggest difference, is he's had good picks and a lot of them, and therefore he can really use the draft to his benefit.
And there's, I think, a lot to be thought about with those comments. You have the assets. You can do a little more wheeling, dealing, be a little more aggressive, do some things. And the Browns certainly were handicapped, giving up 3 straight first-round picks and more for Deshaun Watson. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Minigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message at CLE Talking Heads. Smarter today, Jay Bilas. The Bilas trader was outstanding. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast.
MK.
I'm also going to say Jay Bilas, but I'm going to put Chris Fedor in there as well because he talked about the Cavs still being the better team and still should be the favorite. So I'm going to choose to be positive about the Cavaliers in their next 3, hopefully only 2 games with the Raptors.
And they appreciate that. Andy.
I'm smarter today because you guys didn't get all over me about Will Howard and Drew Aller being on the same team. I'm absolutely shocked.
Andy, training camp's a long ways away.
I'm absolutely shocked.
I'm just worried about you. I don't want to talk about it because I'm worried about you.
I will be Team Aller.
I think, I don't know.
What?
I got a feeling this is going to be like an AJ Hawk's girlfriend, Brady Quinn's sister type of thing.
Oh, maybe I'll buy a half jersey.
You're going to get half jerseys for each of them.
Yeah, I can't wear a Steelers jersey, though. That's the other problem with the whole thing. So it's like, I don't know.
Andy's 2 favorite players play for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We'll have
216-474-0092.
Everyone who's not watching on YouTube, please take the silly wink you had and put it
Get
out
you a
there.
jersey that says Alward. It'll be fantastic.
Oh, cool.
I'm smarter after our conversation with Scott Petrak and then leading to our conversation about what the Browns have done to their wide receiver position, what they've done to the offensive line. I give Andrew Berry credit. He had big needs at both spots, and through trades, through free agency, and now through the draft, I think he's given himself and his coaching staff options at all 3 of those, both of those spots. Now the question is, can the guys he brought in play? That's still to be determined. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Man, I wish we had time to talk about the NHL playoffs because they've been outstanding too. Hey, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. Afternoon Drive coming up next.
stops, man. We had 2-3 opportunities. That's the game right there.
You give credit to both teams defensively, but I think we made the adjustments, but couldn't make a shot.
This seems like a typical playoff series to me. 4-5, 2-2. There's no big surprises here, no big mysteries.
If I felt like our confidence was down, I don't think we hold this team to 93 points and do a solid job defensively.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We got treachery in Toronto for both the Guardians and your Cleveland Cavaliers. Kudos where kudos are due, but not that much kudos for Andrew Barry. But Anthony Lima, come out and play.
Oh, easy now. Easy now.
What a cowardly
Easy
performance.
now.
Listen, the Cavs lost a game yesterday.
You seem like you're liking this a little bit too much now.
It stunk. No. What I'm
You're not
loving,
beating the charges of rooting against the Cavs when this is the open.
No. What I'm loving is that about 5 minutes into his act of contrition, he had to try and put it on Nick Wilson. He had to try and put it on Ken Carmen. He had to try and put it on Owen Lodeman's son, who's a wrestler. But he could not beat the charges because he is a weak-ass basketball knower.
Okay.
He's a weak-ass Cavs fan. And real Cavs fans have been fair and honest about this team forever. And listen.
Again, you seem like you're enjoying it too much.
No.
This is not. I don't think this is heading the way that you thought you wanted it to.
There was nothing about yesterday's game. Actually, it's not. About the first 3.5 quarters, I could enjoy some of that.
I mean, that was about as pumped of an open as we get once every 3 months.
But no,
I would maybe tamp it down when it seems like the sky is falling.
Do you want some of this smoke today too? I was just going to give it to Lima. I was just going. You want a little smoke? I got some smoke for everybody.
Listen, when they went up 2-0, what happened? We said to everybody, like, let's not get too high. This isn't the time to do that. Now it seems
when
like
Lima would take victory laps about this team.
Now it seems. And what did I do?
And now he seems like he's panicking.
And I
seems like there's a little something in his underwear there. Seems like a little dirt marsh over there. Is that what I'm seeing?
Is that what that is?
Little skid marks? I don't know. I don't know.
Keep going after him, but you're smiling way too much for someone that is trying to beat the charges here.
I want to make sure there was no part of yesterday's loss that I enjoyed. And by the way, I am not counting the Cavs out. They're like plus 455 to still win the damn series.
They're minus 9.5. They're giving up 9.5 points for Game 5.
Kenny Atkinson.
They're going to win the series.
Kenny Atkinson just might be right that maybe, and I will include myself in this, that I get a little fat and cocky at 2-0 when I guaranteed the sweep. All right? But man, yesterday, you knew what today's just day was going to be. When Lima didn't tweet about the Cavs' effort, he didn't about physicality. Are we allowed to talk about that again? No. He had to send some tweets my way to try and incite me because that's all he's got. Okay. Some ball knower indeed. That open courtesy of NBA on ESPN. I'm Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute you, Supreme Leader. Because if not, there'd be consequences. Jake Merriman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing for us today. Like our videos, we like to be liked. And, of course, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. Matt Corrali, baby doll, on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. I'd ask how it's going, but based off that open, you seem like you're fired up and in a good mood.
I mean, no. I want to make it very clear here. No one's enjoying what has happened the last two games of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
It doesn't sound that way. When they went up 2-0, we talked about other things and joked and did all sorts of things and took to 2:11 to get into the basketball convo and then promptly shifted to Browns football.
Yep.
This one we couldn't even get to the open.
Yep. Nope. Didn't have to. No. But listen, guys, this is a journey. The Cavs' path to either disproving the things that have been said about them by yours truly since, February 17th, whenever that trade was done, 6th, I don't remember, time's a flat circle.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still on that path. And listen,
yes, we are.
And I'm a little furious with Fedor because he actually, the first thing I wanted to say today was one of the videos I saw of him on with Baskin and Phelps earlier today, which is if the Cavs want to shut everybody up, the last 5.5 minutes of that game are exactly where you need to improve or change.
Mm-hmm.
Because once again, and I have how the hell did it take Toronto 2 damn games to figure out, hey, maybe we should really kind of start bullying them and see how they respond.
Yeah, it should have been did they not watch Cavs basketball ever? That should have been the message from
Cavs
Jump Street.
Playoff basketball?
That's what I'm saying. That should have been the message from the go. And, yeah, it took them a long time. I mean, that's really what you're getting at is the idea that Mobley and Jared Allen just complete no-shows in the past couple games.
Yeah,
and in particular in Game 4.
Okay. So, yes, but guys, this team isn't going to Evan Mobley is an important part of the team, so is Jared Allen. Guys, Donovan Mitchell missed 2 huge shots late in that game. There was
he's going to get his.
There was the what's the violation called? Not getting the ball over the court.
8 seconds.
If I was a real ball knower, I could have remembered that. But no, I mean, it was like, to me, you lost that game because you lost composure. And when you lose composure, I look at your leaders. And that's where that game is.
He started to turn it up in the fourth quarter, too. That was the weird part.
And then he stopped. And they turned it back down.
Like what great players typically do is that they would then, he had 11 points in the fourth, and you're starting to charge. And the moment you go up 8 with 5 minutes left, he's supposed to then step on their throats. And that's what I thought was going to happen. And then as they were 91% to win that game at that point, they vomited all over their shoes.
Yeah.
They absolutely coughed up that game in a way that is unacceptable.
If you had one role player show up late, you win that game. If you had one of your big 4 showing up in the core 4, the sore 4, whatever the hell we call them, in the final 5.5 minutes of that game.
Jared Allen wasn't on for the final 4 minutes of that game. He then appeared for the final 30 seconds. Great job, Atkinson,
but
there.
It probably had something to do with the fact that Jared is unwatchable offensively in this series. With love and respect to Jared, we do love you. Maybe the lights are bright in Toronto too. But like, there's so many things that if just one thing goes differently, you're up 3-1, and we're having a different. We're talking Browns today.
I don't know that it would be that different of a convo. I was thinking about that. Like, if they
you're gonna say style points would matter on a day after a win that you just get in Toronto?
I wouldn't care because you'd be up 3-1, and just like the way I think the series is going to go, you're going to end. But I promise you, there'd be enough people if they had just eked out that win. They'd found a way to just steal that one. Essentially, how bad Toronto shot. Toronto went 0 for their first 14 from 3. They ended up 4 for 30 from 3. Like, to even have that game be close would have been embarrassing for people.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't though. Like that, we are still in the playoffs. And listen, Toronto has a few things that can make this game interesting. It shouldn't be 2-2 right now. Let's all just agree on that. It shouldn't be. Scotty Barnes is not the best player in this series, but has been the last 2 games. Those are things that can be, but probably shouldn't be most of the time. And so kudos to Toronto, who has allowed their length and physicality both inside and on the perimeter to be felt. And they're clearly disrupting passing lanes. The Cavs aren't comfortable with some of the action. There's a lot of things going into this. But again, it does feel like these are games that at any point the Cavs could have woken up in Game 3. They could have. Toronto really didn't spark off until the final 6 minutes of that game. Similarly, in this game, 5.5 minutes. And so these were both incredibly winnable games. And so this series could be done. And if you want to look at, listen, do I think the Cavs are in trouble? We'll have to get into what that means. But do I think that there is a commonality late in games where there's the great disappearing act? Yes. And at some point between now and the NBA Finals, the Cavs have to figure out that the disappearing act and how to stop it.
I mean, they had basically a half of a quarter that they played good basketball in. Like, I know we can talk about the disappearing act, and that is a part of the story, but the first 3 quarters of that game was abysmal.
Yeah, but it's
from an offensive standpoint, it was absolutely abysmal.
The only thing that matters in the playoffs is that you win more than you lose. That you win 4 times out of 7 games.
And I still think they will for this series, by the way.
And I still do as well. It would be a massive disappointment. I don't care that they're down, that it's 2-2 and they've lost the last 2. It'll be a massive failure if they don't win this. And that needs to be on the record. Could it happen? Yes. Yes, they've shown you the last 2 games it can. But the keys to the Cavs' success lies into figuring out the last 5 minutes of any basketball game. That's not about Kenny Atkinson. That's not about Max Strus. It's not about Tyson. It's not about anybody but Donovan, then James Harden, then Evan Mobley, and then periodically Jared Allen.
Hey, but you shouldn't be in that spot, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, when Toronto is that bad offensively, again, 0 for their first 14 from 3, the game should be blouses the moment that happens. Like, I've never seen a team shoot that poorly from 3 in total and end up winning a game in the playoffs. Like, that's not how it works. And so, like,
but doesn't that speak to the flukiness of the NBA playoffs, which you've kind of preached the entirety of this series?
Yeah, it's a random thing. Like, and that is how the NBA playoffs works. That's why yesterday, for instance, LeBron can have 8 turnovers and score 10 points. And like little things like that do happen, yes.
Thank you for saying the word turnovers because it triggered me. 18 turnovers.
That's why they're on everyone's mind right now. And
18 turnovers.
Harden has committed way too many in the past 2 games. Way too many.
And it's just, again, like everything that went wrong, the last 2 games are they're fixable.
It's turnovers, and they're getting killed on the offensive boards for some reason, which is just an insane thing how Toronto's able to get as many offensive boards as they
so
can.
I saw the tweet about it, so now I can't give credit to who said it or the fact that that might be me half remembering something on a Monday.
What's that?
But the Cavs' lack of defensive rebounding late in that game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's in general. Well, Barkley was killing them at the half.
Yeah, that was fun. They did.
I mean,
okay.
Barkley torched into the Cavs.
They were getting toasted by everybody involved.
Turnovers and boards, and that's all. That was the
Bilas
whole
seemed
thing.
disgusted with what he
Bilas
saw.
is disgusted in life. I mean,
Barkley.
I've never seen Jay Bilas be happy.
But he quotes rap lyrics. It's really funny and cheeky because he's an old white guy.
10 years ago, I thought that was funny.
No, but it's still funny
Is that
because
right?
he's still doing it. But no, I mean, it
Ryan
was.
Rucco, it seemed like he wanted to be anywhere but there. And he's doing that fun thing of like, I don't want to insult everyone watching this game, but why are we watching this game right now? Because it's miserable.
Yeah. What was it? What was the halftime? No, don't even quote the halftime score because it's that ugly.
They were down by 2 at the half, but it was because of that 8-0 run that they went on before the half.
But it's
in the
all,
final minute.
It's still all right there for the Cavs.
It's like 38.
It really is. And it's always been right there for the Cavs. The question is, do they want to do what it takes to win? And that was the crux of my disagreement with the Harden deal. And this is I'm not certainly going to say anything about James. He was really great the first 2 games, last 2 games, and certainly this last game. We'll talk about it at a different point. But like nothing structurally changed for the Cavs because I need to see it in those final 5 minutes, in those final 3 minutes, in those final 2 minutes. And that's what this weekend proves.
And this was, I mean, for many people that didn't want to even just talk about it during the regular season at all, for half the fans out there, what was the response? Just get me to the postseason. Just see now the Harden thing changed the math for a lot of people, and understandably so. You want to see how that looks. You want to see what you can and cannot learn. But ultimately, the whole growth with this Cavs team and with Donovan and with Mobley in particular here, was going to come with what happens when the lights are bright and what happens in the playoffs. And for the last 2 games, both of those players absolutely failed.
Isn't it interesting how the Cavs vibes are great guys, and anything you say against them means you're rooting for Toronto or some other team, just hypothetically. Isn't it interesting how it took 2 games for those exact same people to lose heart and faith in the Cavaliers? Oh, it's almost like they were kind of fronting in the first place. Almost. You could say that, I think.
Oh, okay, is that at Lima there? Is that what that is?
Yes, that's exactly at Anthony Lima.
Did he count out the Cavs for the rest of the series? Because I don't think that happened.
I mean, they could lose. Oh, could they,
All
Lima?
I saw from Lima was him tweeting out championship odds and had the Cavs as 4th according to Vegas as of right now. So,
I would suggest you go back and listen to the first segment of that show.
I listened to it.
Some real cowardice there.
I think what happened is I think he was just trying to maybe give some concessions to the idea that they weren't just going to walk through this first round. But no, everything for the Cavs is still right in front of them. Every discussion we were having is still right there. You can win this series, as you said you expect them to do, and then you go into the second round, and you're going to take on maybe a Pistons team, maybe not a Pistons team, but you're still going to be the favorite in that series as well. Like the Eastern Conference Finals is still staring directly in this Cavs team face. They just have to go out and do it now. But like that nothing has changed. The math has not changed at all.
I wonder if I should re-gift those Raptors things to Lima in light of his new fandom there. 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. Nick Shook, a.k.a. the Shookie Monster. NFL.com, NFL Network at 3 o'clock. That's his nickname. Look it up. Emery Hunt, CBS Sports, NFL Draft analyst. He likey what the Browns did in the draft. I think so did pretty much everybody. We'll get to that at some point in today's show. But are the Cavs in trouble? And guys, it's not about Evan Mobley. It's not about James Harden. It's not about Jared Allen. Let's have the conversation we'd be having with any other superstar in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Cleveland's
8922. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
You know, after you win a couple games, it's easy to say, hey, you know, they're going to come with great intensity. We have to match that intensity. It's hard to do, and it's hard for everybody to be at their best all the time. And those are the great teams that can win when they're not at their best. I don't have a concern like, oh, my God, you know, Cleveland's in trouble. The series is 2-2, and they've got home court advantage still.
Jay Bilas today on Baskin and Phelps saying he doesn't think the Cavs are really in trouble. Do you? 216-474-0092. We got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Cleveland's own Nick Shook coming up in about 40 minutes to talk about the Browns in the NFL draft. It's funny, it's still 2 games. It's still on the road, and I'm still willing to say I'm a little surprised that we're still in the figure it out mode in this series. But adversity can be the thing, can be the catalyst that makes you better. I need to see the Cavs lose at home before I'm really going to panic about this.
Yeah, I think that's the right take. It's one of those things it felt weird. It felt like I was carrying more on my couch than they were carrying in certain parts of the game, and especially late too. Like there was that, even with like the 8-second violation. It was like the reaction to that and Donovan's reaction to that was so just nonplussed. The whole thing, it just didn't make any sense to me. And so I don't know. I started to wonder if maybe they just started to sleepwalk through the series, thought that they were going to be handed something that they weren't, and then woke up and now it's 2-2.
Now, all this being said, I heard a lot about Evan Mobley today, and I get it. Evan has not played well the last 2 games. I heard a lot about the turnovers with James Harden, which I get. He's kind of your point guard. Not kind of, he is your point guard. I heard how atrocious offensively Jared Allen is. No real fight there. Whether he's healthy or not, it doesn't really matter. He's looked really, really bad, just kind of in general in this series, outside of like the first 3 minutes of
I don't know where
2 of the first games.
He's disappeared offensively.
Yeah.
But and they're putting their smaller guys on both of our bigs and just saying deal with it essentially, and they're not taking advantage of it. It's infuriating.
But to me, this is always going to be about Donovan, and I don't know why we don't treat Donovan like a superstar. I remember the first LeBron run, and I certainly remember the second LeBron run, where when anything went wrong, regular season or postseason, the first guy we talked about was LeBron. Now, granted, in the second run, it was how do we help LeBron, but, what's missing for LeBron? But, we had critiques of LeBron as the face of the franchise that it feel in high elevated expectations that it doesn't feel like we have for Donovan. 2 missed shots in the final, 2 minutes? He had the 8-second violation. That's 3 gigantic whoopsies. Guys, they lost the game yesterday because Donovan didn't play well enough late in the game.
Yeah, I don't know what that play was with 45 seconds left on the clock. I don't know how that he thought that was his answer. The confidence in Donovan, if you watch just these last 2 games, should be at an all-time low.
Well, the Evan discussion has always felt like a distraction conversation to me.
Well, but there's something real to that too, though. That's the difference.
No. And I agree. We can have the Evan conversation. He's disappeared the last 2 games offensively. No
Especially
debate.
when Toronto set it up for him to have success.
Yeah, so I absolutely. But Donovan's not the best player. Or Evan is not the best player on this team. Donovan is. So we tend to think, all right, you're going to go as your best player goes. Well, I now have 4 years in Cleveland, and certainly, 5 years before that in Utah, 6 years in Utah, and the ceiling for those teams was the second round. And so if we're going to have the hard conversations about the Cavs, especially the day after Donovan did a disappearing act late in the game. And by the way, even big picture, he was not. The numbers aren't pretty from yesterday's game, even if he scored some points.
That's where this should be.
I mean, if it was Game 7 and this was the one to knock you out of the first round, then I think that's where the conversation would be. The idea that it's Game 4 and you're evened up in the series, you're still heavy odds favorite to win the series, I think that's where people are maybe stamping it down. With an acknowledgement that Donovan's got to be better, but I think the idea there is that Donovan will be better. And if Donovan isn't, then yes, we go to the extreme convos. But for right now, it just doesn't have to be that.
But I think that's my problem. Is anytime we've tried to have the Donovan conversation over the first, 3+4 now years on this, it's been, well, it's Darius's fault.
Well, usually he'd been doing
Evan's
his part.
Fault.
That's the thing, is usually Donovan had been doing his part.
Yeah,
What's weird about the past couple games is that these two games aren't him. It's him clearly letting everyone down.
If we think back to the Indiana series, you can make some critiques late in that series. One, Donovan looked worn down, which, again, not entirely all his fault.
He looked worn down yesterday, too, by the way.
He really looked worn down
It looked like
yesterday.
he was putting such an emphasis on defense, and then he was like, oh, no, I'm exhausted.
But, it seems like, and listen, I get that there are going to be games where the answer is just take over. And, that's where Donovan is going to be able to feed, right? It felt like, all right, Evan early, Donovan, and Harden kind of in the middle, and then Donovan late, or some version of that. But that's not the only if that's the only recipe you have to close out games, then Donovan needs to be damn near flawless with that.
Well, and I think that's...
And he has not been.
No, but I think... So last year was interesting with the Pacers series because he had Game 2 and Game 3, he had 48 and then 43 points. And then even in the final game that he ended up losing, he scored 35 and was still basically carrying the whole team on his shoulders, right? What's different about this is that if you go out where it's Donovan playing like he did the last two games, it'll be the first time I can remember with Donovan being on this team where you look at him and say, you're the reason, you're a big reason why we haven't advanced. And that's why I think the convo would be different.
But I think we're conflating scoring a lot of points with playing winning basketball. And if Donovan's taking over, and when I say take over, I'm talking about offensively taking over, holding the ball into his hands a lot, making a lot of the plays, and he's not getting others involved, that might be part of the problem. And so, and listen, in Utah, he had a lot of misfit toys around him. All right? He didn't have enough shooting around him. He didn't have enough playmaking around him. I know Darius has been hurt. He has had Darius. He has had shooters around him here. Certainly, with this team, he's got enough shooting around him. So there needs to be a better balance of, all right, maybe I'm not efficient today. Maybe I can help others maybe I can help the team by making others around me great as well.
Yeah, and that's really not something that Donovan has ever really been great at. That would be an acknowledgement of the Donovan Mitchell conversation, is that he's not done some of the things that highlight what you need to in order to make everyone else around you just instantly better.
216-474-0092. How much of this falls?
It's very Kevin Durant-esque, if we're being honest about it.
How so?
Well, in the idea that when you watch Durant play, and it's been highlighted in the Rockets-Lakers series, when you watch Durant play, it's different than watching LeBron play. LeBron is getting everybody involved. LeBron is making everybody else around him better consistently. Durant is making Kevin Durant better consistently. And that is something that if this ends up going sideways for Donovan, we'll have to look at that.
How much of this falls on Donovan's shoulders? And none of this is to come out and bash Donovan today. It is to have the conversation that I think we've avoided for 3+ years. Because we've asked, we live in this perpetual fear of Donovan taking his ball and going to New York or going to Miami or going somewhere else, and that's understandable. We have been hurt before, and we don't want to be hurt again. At the same point, we need more out of Donovan. If you're going, and it's not even about this Toronto series. Last night's game, or yesterday's game rather, was just a microcosm of this conversation. And when do we need hero ball from Donovan? And when do we need some other gear that he has where other guys can go ahead and also get in on that action as well?
I mean, they took 87 shots. Everyone had enough opportunities to make shots and to take shots. They just didn't hit them. And that's where we go back to Mobley. That's where we go back to Harden. That's where we go back to some of these other guys. Donovan at his apex, Donovan at his best is still extremely valuable to this team.
Mike in Stowe, welcome to the show. Mike in Stowe.
Hey, guys, how we doing today?
Doing very well, buddy. Welcome to the show.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Thank goodness we're in a big city that has more than one sport to focus on because, the Guardians had a terrible weekend, but our Browns came through, and, man, Andrew was sparkles, but I don't want to we'll get into that another time because I really want to hit the Cavs thing. You guys are hitting on the head as far as Donovan goes, and it's tough because he does give his an extreme amount of effort to the point where he's exhausted. But here's what I got come with it, and you're kind of hitting on it a little bit. Johnson's getting there too. Is that if you want to be considered an alpha superstar, one of these guys that are top notch, you have to bring the guys around you up when they don't have that fire. Now, listening to Evan talk after the game, that was so bad. I'm like, God, he sounds like he's at a kindergarten, auditorium, and he can't talk. It's like, where is your fire, man? You just got whooped. And you sound like it doesn't matter. It's no big deal. I hate that. But look, if that's who that guy really is, that's up to Kobe to identify that and do something about that long term. But short term, we are where we're at. And Donovan needs to elevate the guys around him. When it's not his turn, he needs to get more guys involved. They need to stop in the huddle. I want to see fingers. I want to see talking. But I don't see that. And it just really bothers me because there is the ability there. They're just not doing it. And yeah, maybe we get through Toronto, but I think Nick was going to get to this. It's like, look, the next round, this ain't going to work if we get through this. This ain't going to – if somebody punches us in the mouth and all we do is, like, look at our hand to see how much we're bleeding, and we're out of here. So,
Mike, we got a boogie, buddy. We appreciate you because you gave us a lot to react to there, okay?
Got it.
All right, buddy. Be good. All right, so they should win this series, and they should win this next series.
Yeah.
That should happen.
That hasn't changed, yeah.
And especially if you're going to tilt this thing in your favor by going and lucking into Toronto with the whole way the final day of the season ended up working out, and then you geared this all around facing Detroit in the second round, you now need to go make it work. And I still think they can. Like, the frustrating thing about the Cavs the 3 previous years and the frustrating thing about now is I think they have so much of what you need to win these kind of series.
The frustrating part for myself is they're clearly more talented than these other teams.
Yes.
That's the part that bothers me. And that's where we're like, when we used to get on JB Bickerstaff, I wonder if some of those same convos need to go to Atkinson now. Like, how are you this much more talented and have this many better players and you still have these moments?
Nah, see, I think that's where I think it makes a lot of sense to do that with a coach, especially a coach that grew with that core from the beginning. When it's 2 straight coaches, at some point it's the team you have. Coaches can't change how players are built. And listen, I really do think there's a valid Evan Mobley conversation to have. But the first conversation that has to have is the Donovan Mitchell conversation, because that one, everything flows after that, right? Like everything changes how you answer Donovan and how much of the last 3+ years, but certainly this last game, is on Donovan's shoulders.
He's your best player. There's no other way to put it. He's your best player. He's got to be better in these spots. He's got to be like he was in Game 1 and Game 2. That's the great Donovan. That's why you put up with some of these games. We just haven't seen him suck in the playoffs 2 games in a row like this. That's different for Donovan.
How much of this falls on Donovan's shoulders? 216-474-0092, and the fallout from the NFL Draft in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Shook, Cleveland's very own NFL Network, NFL.com. In about 20 minutes. The word Cleveland really gave me problems there. However, I plan to talk to the big weekend, huge weekend in sports. Let's get to it with quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's quick hits.
All right, so the news, and this actually just came out within like the last hour and a half. Texas Tech quarterback Brennan Sorsby announced he is entering treatment for gambling addiction and stepping away, from the Texas Tech program momentarily. There's been a lot of reports about his gambling activity, including that he bet on games while at Cincinnati, on games he played in while in Indiana. Which means if the NCAA should choose, they could ban him and strip him of his eligibility. I'm now bringing this to you because Brian Fisher brought up an interesting point. Brennan Sorsby was thought to be one of the guys who would be maybe improving himself, being a top 10 pick potentially next year.
Oh, yeah, big time.
If he enters the NFL supplemental draft, should we have that conversation about the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, you think he's going straight to the supplemental draft? That's interesting.
I mean, if they strip him of his eligibility,
So according to the article I read, so the bets in 2022 were on Indiana to win, and none came in games in which he appeared.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think it matters. It matters whether or not you appeared in these games or not. I'm not going to do the Pete Rose thing of he always gambled on his own team. You can't gamble on your own team. Doesn't matter any bit of that. But it does matter if he was quarterback in these games or not. I do think that is a part of this. Either way, I don't know that the NCAA is going to look. They have to hammer him. That's the point. They have to make sure that they come down really hard on this. And so if the supplemental draft is the answer, I don't know that it's right for us. But Sorsby's got a lot of talent. Yeah, you have to look at it.
Yeah, I would be really fascinated. Honestly, we had a really boring NFL offseason.
Is this a win for my quarterback Deadpool?
The NFL gods. Nope. That would. I don't even know what happened to that bit. But
you had 3 drafted.
Yes, I did.
Nice job,
including the Browns quarterback.
This is one of the best ones ever.
Oh, and you got the Browns quarterback, which means that's like a 2-for-1 type deal.
Basically, we don't even have to do the points.
Did you end up? Maybe you won it. Did you end up winning it?
Maybe. Who knows? I think Browns quarterback definitely counted for more than who was going to be the number 1 pick, though. That one I'm pretty sure about.
Or a first-round pick.
Yeah, then that too. But no, I mean, I think I think the football gods owe us this one, that Brendan Sorsby would go to the NFL supplemental draft, because I don't have a doubt he'd be drafted. I think he might have ended up this year. I think he might have ended up being a top 64 pick if he had gone. He's got 29 career starts. His numbers he's gotten consistently better each year. He has an NFL frame. He has NFL abilities. Here's the thing. In the supplemental draft, the problem is if you take a player in a supplemental draft, you lose that corresponding pick the next year in the next draft. So are you can give up a second-round pick for a guy who might be a top 10 pick if he had just been able to stay in college this next year?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Here's the part I don't truly understand. Maybe you got more info on it. You can let me in. If the big accusation came from 2022, but then he's entering the rehab program now, you typically don't enter rehab program if you last made a bet in 2022.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You know what I mean? That seems like a lot of time in between. Maybe you got to still be doing that. So was he betting on games last year?
I don't know if he bet on his own games last year.
NCAA says you can't bet on college or pro sports.
I think it stands to reason. Yeah, well, okay, I think he bet on some Cincinnati Red games. That's something
which is against the NCAA rules. Not against different sports. Now they do it. Pros, but in college football, you can't bet against pro sports either.
I also wonder how the NFL is going to treat this as well. I think that's another. Because, by the way,
is he just an untouchable now? Are you just getting ahead of it and sorry you made this mistake? Because I doubt that's going to happen.
I'll tell you one guy who's not going to think he's untouchable with these gambling crimes.
Shohei Ohtani. No.
No, it's interpreter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Haslam loves a good gambling crime.
No, Jimmy Haslam's been pretty apathetic to things.
Well, it'd be weird if this was the one that broke him.
Listen.
We can do the whole spousal
Hey,
stuff.
Judkins, Isaiah Bond, doesn't really matter. Those
Deshaun
things
Watson?
don't matter. Yeah, those things don't matter.
Listen, well, is
But
it 24
gambling.
counts of gambling?
Hey, a man's got to have a code, right? We got to care somewhere. All right, let's talk about this. Andrew Filipponi, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. He had made the claim that if Drew Aller was taken by the Steelers, he would then promptly quit his radio show. 250 days later, Drew Aller, I guess it's 251, ends up on the Steelers, which is another thing we got to talk about, too. Steelers nabbing both Jennings Dunker and Drew Aller.
Yeah.
That's an interesting
It's a
turn of
real
events
D
for you.
move.
Yeah, you're one of your favorite quarterbacks, and then your guy, Jennings Dunker.
Was that 8 picks after the Browns drafted? Yeah.
Pony 47 minutes ago has said he's quit the Fan. Did he actually quit, or is this all just one big ruse?
Well, they don't call him Andrew Filipponi for nothing. No, I don't believe this. No. And by the way, he got 71,000 impressions on his original tweet.
I guess he was in tears when he was making the announcement. Molesy looks pissed.
Yeah.
Molesy looks like, I can't believe this is actually happening. If anyone deserves an acting job, if this turns out to be fake, Molesy's the guy.
Yeah.
That's an incredible acting job by him.
Yeah. No, I don't
You're not
believe
buying
it.
any of it.
No. And by the way, good bit. If you get attention for your show, it's a good bit. Right? The only thing that
I don't know. I disagree with that sometimes.
I wish I would have said if they had just drafted Austin Barber like 11 months ago, I'd be like, I'm out. So we could do the whole thing today.
He's just had so many that are memorable throughout the years. It's not like this extra one was going to really weigh him down.
Yeah.
It's not like people. Oh, and then he got in a fight with Daryl over the weekend. How great was that?
Oh, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
No, what happened?
Okay, so Daryl called him out for what we're talking about on this, and then he responded and was like, hey, remember when the Browns went to the playoffs and you came on the station and said they're going to lose, have no chance of winning, and then all your coworkers turned on you? And he did one of those type things. And then Daryl tried clapping back, and Daryl's response was very timid and very tame. But, you know.
Now, do we think that Pony remembered that all by himself? Or was there a mole in the hen house kind of letting him know? I don't think there's a mole in the hen house, but you guys know what I mean. Was there a fox in the hen house maybe chirping in his ear? Hey.
That's dirty pool by somebody if that's what happened.
They're not very loyal people.
Hate to see it.
I mean, Lima flipped on the Cavs in 2 games.
I don't think
he's going to flip on Daryl Ryder.
I don't think he flipped.
Well, he flip-flopped about 7 different times about was he concerned, was he not concerned. Real cowardly non-basketball knower kind of stuff this morning. Let's go with UK native and Ravens International Fan of the Year, Jamie Pembroke. Got to announce the 133rd pick in the 4th round for the Ravens.
Pittsburgh, I'll keep this short, like your postseason.
That sound courtesy of ESPN. Grade the slam.
That was good. It got me. It's like it's just because it was so unexpected.
Yeah.
And the delivery was so great. And she acted like she did not. Was she?
Yeah.
She acted like she did not care at all. I love that.
So there's a few parts about
I didn't think it
this.
would get me that way either.
Awful delivery.
What?
The joke's mid. But you got to consider the circumstances and what you said.
I never saw it coming.
Which is nobody saw it coming. So it
That
ends
was the
up
punch.
being, it really elevates the whole thing. It really ties the room together. I really enjoyed it.
Like if it's somebody if we could get Myles Garrett out there, then you're expecting him to say something like that, and then it's not even that good of a joke, and it is what it is. This Fan of the Year just rolls on up there. Her one chance to ever, she's never going to be asked to do it again now. Her one chance to do it, and she takes the slam.
I would have her every year.
Oh, you know Goodell was pissed about this.
Oh, Roger doesn't care.
Yeah, Roger cares.
Roger's
Roger
counting
cares
his
too much.
millions. He's making like $50 million a year now from the NFL. He's got a retirement package. He's sweater vest Roger. He does not give a rat's ass what happens on that stage.
I wish that was true. I think he cares too much about what happens on that stage.
Who was the Jamoke? I can't remember. Was it Washington's pick? Who would not shut the living hell up. And he was, Mac, do you remember?
He was pick 71. He was Antonio Williams.
And
Well, that was
the pick
Rain
with the selection.
That was Rain Man-esque knowledge how to Mac
No,
there.
that was good. It was. I needed you to remember the actual.
You have like a running list of every single person that made a pick this weekend?
Definitely
No, I just remember
Williams.
having like 7 people text me, get on with it for this guy.
He goes, pick number 71.
Like usually,
he not only had every bit of info, he gave you more than you could ever ask for.
Usually during a pick, I'm pretty forgiving of like, hey, I'd rather this than hear Booger McFarland fart his way through a draft analysis one more time. The guy for the Commanders, I mean, it was 5 minutes. He filled 5 minutes, and none of it was good. If you're gonna fill 5 minutes, make it worth my while. Baby.
Turn it to your stand-up routine or something.
Yeah,
it's now a Kill Tony bit.
Do whatever Jamie Pembroke did.
Let's talk Diego Pavia. He is the first Heisman finalist since Jordan Lynch to go undrafted. He did get a camp invite for the Ravens, but the idea here is that basically he ran his mouth too much after losing the Heisman, and people woke up to the idea that Diego Pavia closer to Johnny Manziel than he is anything that you want on your football team.
Yeah, I love the video of the quarterback camp with Gruden, where Gruden asks him like, "Oh, so you don't have an agent?"
Yeah.
And then Pavia explains it, and you can tell Gruden just wants to call him a stupid moron.
Gruden's like, "You're not playing the game the way it's supposed to be played. You need to do this better," but he couldn't say anything.
Yeah,
that was a great clip.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird. I have no understanding of Diego Pavia other than what he actually did on the field. But every time I see him off the field, I think, what an awful little man.
I got a lot of understanding on it. Between him and his brothers tearing up Albuquerque and acting like it's Grand Theft Auto, they got a real problem on their hands. And then on top of it, like he loses the Heisman, he goes to a Vegas nightclub and has the Bottle girls have all sorts of signs light up that says F Indiana, F Mendoza, all this other nonsense. Like, the man is just didn't he can't be surprised he didn't get drafted.
On Instagram, wasn't it F the NFL?
That was a fake.
That was a fake one. Yeah, that one wasn't real.
Post? Well,
yeah.
It felt real.
I did see a couple actual reporters get duped by that one, like real NFL reporters.
Okay, well that hurt. You look.
It's not
me
great
right
when
now.
that feels on brand for the guy.
Real NFL. You look at me right in the eyes.
You're not a
See in the
reporter.
Salt and Vinnies and give me, the real NFL people.
You can get duped by everything, and it doesn't matter. You're not a reporter.
Mac?
I give you the green light because he won't hit the thingy. I'll give you the green light to miss as often as you need to on fake posts.
A year-round spa is being planned for the flat redevelopment. Sauna Goose is set to bring hot tubs, saunas, and cold plunge tubs to the Scranton Peninsula, which I've been informed is a
pissing
thing.
out here. Yeah, let's get
which
after
is
it.
designed to be used all year round. The project is set to open up in late summer. How are we feeling about a year-round spa in the flats?
Okay, then. It's not going to change my life at all. I'll tell you that much.
I will tell you, if this goes poorly, the saunas will be used as sex shacks at some point if they fleed here. That what I will say. Flee. That was the word I was looking for.
Is sex in a sauna happening a lot these days?
Well, I mean, it would be the sauna doesn't work anymore because they removed all the implements,
So
but the shack still
it's
exists.
The shack. It just
Guys, don't put it past people, okay? It's the flats, all right? When it goes undeveloped again. No, I kind of really enjoy this idea.
Which side is it on? Is it on the shooter's side or is
It's
it
on the Scranton Peninsula side. Whatever that is.
Okay.
It's an Irish bend. It's at this. It's like, guys, nobody. I've worked downtown for Cleveland 14 years. I don't know what parts of the flats are.
I mean, it does matter. Oh, it's funny when I
just know where people disappear. I know where people don't.
When I first got to Cleveland, I did one of the first times I went to the flats. I did one of the boat rides. It takes you across from one way to the other, and then I learned. You either go for one side of the flats or you go for the other side of the flats. You never do both in the same day.
That's
you either
smart.
decide I'm doing one. I'm on the shooter's side. I'm hanging out over here, or I'm over here near Alley Cat, and I'm over there and I'm doing that. But you don't do both.
So we're down with this. When I was a wee lad, about 10, 11 years old, we were downtown for something. Maybe it was a Guardians game. I don't remember, but I do remember we were next to the Hooters, and they asked 11-year-old Nick, where would you like to go for dinner? Mm-hmm. And then it was like, or go for lunch. And I wanted to go to Hooters,
Naturally.
which everyone thought was very funny. We walked in, and I really just soaked up the environment at 11 years old. And then they were told we have a 35, 45-minute wait. And my family, after like 10 minutes, were like, are you sure you want to be here? And I kind of took a deep breath, and I looked one last round. I was like, I think I got what I need. And I think we might have ended up at, oh my gosh, Corky and Lenny's. We might have ended up at Slyman's. We ended up got a great corned beef and a great experience for the 10 minutes that I was there.
Why'd you turn that into an ad read at the end?
Because I really like that corned beef, still do.
I got a great corned beef and a great experience. You can too.
And a great memory. Nick
11-year-old
Shook,
me.
NFL.com in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Sunday.
There was nothing else. People were watching that come hell or high water, and the Cavs did what they have done, what all of you told me that the Cavs were going to do. They laid down.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We will continue on with some Cavs talk as the show goes on. As the series goes on, it'd be nice to get back in the win column. Guardians also had a pretty brutal weekend for themselves in Toronto, but the Browns finishing off the draft over the weekend, it turned from for some Browns fans to very nice. And to talk about the Browns draft, the season going forward, I didn't even get into the Sorsby thing there. We head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, NFL.com, NFL Network, Cleveland's own Nick Shook. Nick, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. And nice little Borat reference there. Very nice.
Yeah, the amount of times that I slip into Borat, again, it's been 20 years since the movie came out, and whether it's my wife, very nice,
or just running around in a thong, it constantly happens.
Or a thong, if you're lucky. Come on now. Sometimes you just got to let it hang out. All right, let's start here. What grade did you give the Browns for their draft this weekend?
Well, I reject the concept of draft grades, but if I were to give a draft grade, just because we don't know what these guys are going to be for 2 to 3 years, but on first glance, first blush, the Browns get an A because they hit on all 4 of their first 4 picks. Obviously, moving from 6 to 9 to draft Spencer Fano, getting Casey Concepcion. If he has more reliable hands at the pro level, that'll be a nice pickup for them as a catch-and-run guy. Denzel Boston, the inverse of Casey Concepcion, which really builds out your receiving core into a diverse group. And then trading back up to get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a guy that a lot of people, including myself, thought would go in the first round. You get him at 58, and you address needs. You make good picks for good value at the right spots. And while I have some questions about Fano long-term, whether he's going to be a tackle or a guard, if that's your guy and you were able to trade back 3 spots and still get your guy, and I'm all for it.
All right, you mentioned Denzel Boston being the inverse of Concepcion. I mean, he's massive. He's got a lot of size to himself. Like it's a difference there. Should the expectation then be it's Jerry Jeudy, and then right out of the gate, it's Concepcion and Boston as your 2 and 3?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, what else are they going to really look at and think, all right, this is the guy that we're going to play in place of them? Now, of course, you have to go through rookie minicamp and OTAs, mandatory minicamp, training camp, all of that to really figure it out. But, I mean, behind them is Cedric Tillman, and, Cedric Tillman's good for a play every 6 weeks in a regular season, and that's about it. No offense to him. It's just his role isn't big. He doesn't get a lot of opportunity. We know what the quarterback play situation has been like there. He just pops up at random, so I'm not going to slot him in as one of the top 3. I like the potential of Isaiah Bond, but, we know how he got to the NFL last year, and he's still limited in experience. So, I mean, why not give some of these other guys a chance, some of the guys you just spent a couple of, higher picks on? I like the idea of it. I don't really like the idea of designating a wide receiver 1 in some rooms, and especially in this room. This is very much a strength in numbers top 3, but they're all a little different from each other, and I think the diversity is going to help this offense.
Nick, did the Browns or do the Browns now have enough after this offseason around the quarterback to give them a chance to succeed, whoever the starting quarterback is?
That's a good question, because a lot of that depends on the offensive line. Completely rebuilt in one off season. Where does Fano line up? Does he play left tackle like he did a couple of years ago in college? Do you keep Tyus Howard at right tackle? Can Elton Jenkins stay healthy throughout the entire season? I really love the pick of Parker Brailsford. I think that's a great depth pick at center. I think he's going to be better than Luke Whippler right away. No offense to Luke Whippler. And I think that's going to give you some depth that you really need. So it really comes down to just how well does this group play. I mean, if they're able to gel quickly with George Warhop leading the way as the offensive line coach, then yes, the answer is yes, because I think you now have enough talent. I know you have Jack Stoll as your second tight end. You end up drafting another one on Joe Royer, but I would have liked another splashier tight end to line up opposite Fannin to really fill out this entire group. But yeah, I think that the investment that the Browns made in this side of the football this offseason, at least on paper, looks strong enough that you can no longer just look around the quarterback and say, well, he wasn't playing with anybody. Of course he struggled. I think now the excuses they haven't been completely eliminated, but they've been reduced for sure. And I don't think that necessarily sets the Browns with a high expectation in terms of win total. I'm not going to go that far. But fans should feel better about where they sit right now than they were, just a few weeks ago.
Why did Emmanuel McNeil-Warren fall in order for the Browns to take him and have what everyone is calling just a great pick and obviously great value as well?
It's an interesting question because I was kind of wondering the same thing given, the near consensus, the thought on him basically coming from Indy all the way to the draft was that this is an explosive player who is going to be worth a first-round pick. And I think a lot of it has to do with, competition. And it's funny because Quinyon Mitchell wasn't held to the same standards, but Quinyon Mitchell, also a Toledo guy, put down some crazy numbers that just, they quantified and basically confirmed the athleticism would carry over to the next level. And I think the question still is out on Emmanuel McNeil-Warren because he spent so much of his time playing in the MAC and just against lesser competition. And maybe folks think that at the next level, the athleticism difference that he displayed in the MAC isn't going to translate quite as much. I mean, you see that in Power 4 products all the time, too. So I think that's why. We had he wasn't the only player, but there was a number of different guys, especially at tight end, where the outside or what we thought was the consensus did not match what a lot of NFL teams felt with a lot of players. I mean, the way that the tight end group alone unfolded, just who was picked when, was like the opposite of what I thought was going to happen. And I think sometimes we just end up being on a different page than a lot of NFL evaluators, and that's totally fine. But now it's up to, McNeil-Warren to prove them wrong. And I think even in the second round at 58, it's still a pretty high pick for, a MAC product. It's just not as high as Mitchell did, in the first round a couple of years ago.
Nick, we got another four-man quarterback room because it worked out so well last year. The Browns taking Taylon Green with the first pick of the 6th round. I'll ask you, early prediction, who's the odd man out of the 4 quarterbacks?
It is Dylan Gabriel, and it's no offense to Dylan Gabriel, but Taylon Green's athleticism will buy him time, I think, on this depth chart as an emergency third. And it really comes down to Shedeur and Deshaun for the starting job. It's funny because, as you look at the receiver room, I talked about the diversity of the types of players playing receiver. You kind of get that at quarterback now. Watson a little more mobile in his prime than Sanders, obviously. But Green is like the dual threat guy. Green, the instant comparison that he's gotten is Terrell Pryor. And I understand that to a degree. I wouldn't want to hold him to that necessarily. They're not going to move him to receiver, as Andrew Berry said. And he's got a cannon for an arm. I went back through my notes from Indy, and it was just comment after comment on the quarterback's day about how strong his arm was. It's just that he didn't really know where it was going half the time. And I think a lot of that had to do with his throwing mechanics. Very unorthodox throwing motion. So there's things to work on, but I think that the bet on the athleticism alone and the potential, and the NFL, how these evaluators are. They fall in love with measurables and athletic potential. That will buy him more time, unless he's a complete dumpster fire, which I don't think he's going to be. And that alone is worth more than what Dylan Gabriel brought to the table.
Yeah, and he's another one of these guys that, in some, when you hear different mock people and different draft people, it's like, well, he could be a first rounder, then he could be a second rounder, and then it's like, I don't know that he's going to go beyond the 4th, and then you wake up and he's in the 6th round, and it's like, how did this happen once again?
I actually feel like that was kind of where he should have fallen. He has a penchant for throwing a lot of passes into traffic and taking a lot of, risky attempts in his time at Arkansas. And it felt like the only thing that would get him into the back end of day 2 would have been that athleticism, with the belief that, look, we can get this guy in here and fix the mechanics, turn him into a more accurate passer, and then you have a true, star playmaker because of his athleticism. And I think that that's just such a projection that teams aren't necessarily willing to take that swing when they have other needs to address, which is why he ends up, going in the 6th round. But I mean, first pick of the 6th round, I essentially quantify that as a 5th round pick. And it's not a risk at that point at all, especially if you know that you're not throwing him into a situation where you're ever going to expect him to be ready right away or even anytime soon. And you can let him kind of develop and fix some of these things. And then you're taking a bet on just that athletic profile and the potential of it and whether you can actually reach that.
Shook, Brendan Sorsby entering treatment for gambling addiction. He could be facing a total loss of eligibility from the NCAA, which they have done with other players who have been caught gambling in different scenarios, whether it's on their own team or professional sports. If he enters the supplemental draft this summer, As a guy that some people expected to be a top 10 pick after a year in Texas Tech, would you expect the Browns? Would you want the Browns to be in on him this summer?
I was thinking about the last time the Browns took a swing on a player in the supplemental draft. I think it was Josh Gordon, right? And wasn't it a second-round pick?
I believe so.
That was worth it, and it was worth it in the moment because you knew his issue was he couldn't pass the drug test to stay on the field for the majority of his collegiate career. But you saw the potential in he was a freak of nature as a receiver. And you're like, you know what, that's worth a second-round pick. And it was also a team that desperately needed a receiver like that. I don't think the Browns are in the same situation to potentially take that type of risk, especially, I don't think you've ever seen a team put in a first-round supplemental pick, at least not in, the last 15 or 20 years. I don't even know if I would go with a second-round pick. I mean, maybe you consider it, but this is not the ideal set of circumstances to then be like, oh, let's go pluck this guy from the supplemental draft and get ahead of the curve against all these other teams that are considering, drafting this guy next year. Also, I know, Sorsby, I liked his year at Cincinnati for the most part. I felt like there was a lot of projection with him going to Texas Tech, just expecting him to elevate to the next level. And we do that a lot with upcoming classes. I don't know if I've necessarily seen all the proof that I would need to justify spending, a second or a third round supplemental draft pick. Now, you want to just throw your hat in the ring and hope nobody else does, and you throw like a fourth or fifth in there. That would be perfectly fine with me, but there's not quite enough evidence to back that it's worth that risk to give up, a second round pick essentially.
How much did Andrew Berry change his narrative this weekend?
It's funny because I do like, even though I don't believe in draft grades, I do like to read others' draft grades, and I like to compare what they thought about previous drafts. And I think that a lot of people were pretty big fans of his draft last year, and then we saw the results. I don't know if that's revisionist or not, a little bit of both, probably. I think that this draft kind of backs or at least justifies Jimmy Haslam's decision to not fire him when they fired Kevin Stefanski. Now, you have to get results from this group, of course, but right now, as we stand in late April, it's positive momentum for a guy who needed to hit again, and we'll see. We'll see if this group, especially this top 4 or 5, makes a difference like last year's class did, and if they do, then I think he's going to rewrite a lot of his narrative in just 2 draft classes.
All right, Shook, what did you think of the drafts of the other 3 AFC North teams?
Well, I thought Pittsburgh, they got scooped by the Eagles on Mekhi Leonard and spent the rest of the draft kind of chasing their tail, trying to make up for it, I think. Ian Archer, I'm a big fan of him as a tackle, but they didn't really need a right tackle. They already had Troy Fatanu there. That kind of didn't make sense. It felt like a panic pick. Jeremy Bernard, NFL player and everything, but felt like that selection they made to make their fans happy because they were upset they didn't get a receiver in round 1 because everybody likes shiny toys. Drew Aller, I don't mean to hate on an Ohio kid, but third round, kind of just taking a swing on a guy. I mean, I don't think that he's got all the measurables there. If you're aiming for measurables, then it makes a lot of sense if you believe you can turn him into something, but I'm not buying what he's putting out there right now. And I think their best pick might have been Jennings Dunker, late third round. So I'm not a huge fan of their overall draft. Maybe some of their day 3. Heidenreich, keep an eye on Eli Heidenreich. He had a really good workout in Indianapolis. I like that one. So I'm a little down on the Steelers draft. I thought the Ravens did an excellent job, as they always do, at addressing their needs. Ioane, the best guard in the draft. I was like, that's a classic Ravens pick to get Zion Young, an edge rusher, and they like their types. There's certain archetypes at edge rusher. Jacoby Lane, I went on a Ravens podcast the week prior before the draft and talked about like non-day 1 receivers that might be great fits, and my number 1 guy to send to Baltimore was Jacoby Lane from USC. So I was very happy when they made that pick. And then Elijah Surratt, he was a really fun guy to watch at Indiana as well, catching all those back shoulder fades for Fernando Mendoza. So they did a good job as well. And then the Bengals, they're kind of on the sideline for a bit because they traded out of 10 to get Dexter Lawrence. Cassius Howell, and basically the reverse process from Duke Tobin, a guy who always went for traits and measurables, ends up drafting the guy with the shortest arms in recent history at edge rusher because he's just an explosive edge rusher. I like that pick. The rest of their draft, I think we kind of have to sort through, but I do like the idea of using Cassius Howell as a situational pass rusher in that defense and building it out.
Nick, what are the Steelers doing? You mentioned Drew Aller in the third round. It's like between Will Howard, they're still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. If Rodgers doesn't sign, what exactly is the plan?
That's a great question. I don't think that we're going to go down that path because I think he's going to at some point. But they are giving themselves another option. And I don't know what it is about the Steelers, but they like the idea of the in-state or the hometown kid at quarterback. We saw with Kenny Pickett, now you see with Drew Aller. I really think this is the belief that you can get this type of guy in, and Mike McCarthy can be like, all right, I can turn him into something. I can see the measurables and the potential that is there, and I can turn him into something. But the number one takeaway I had from this, as crazy as it is and as stupid as it is, and I admit that, is don't believe when a team oversells its day 3 quarterback from the previous draft, because they're probably trying to convince you as much as they're trying to convince themselves that they believe in Will Howard. And taking Drew out in the 3rd round, I think, kind of exemplifies that. So they're giving themselves options. I think that this is a team that has been, chasing the fact that they never properly replaced Ben Roethlisberger for years, and now they're just hoping that this one might work out.
Shook, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you this summer.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Nick Shook, NFL.com, NFL Network on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and get into this year's draft and all the love it's getting in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Oh, today's a nice day. Tomorrow's going to be cooler. And then it's going to be cooler. And then it's going to be hotter because that's Cleveland weather, right? We ride the yo-yo there, the ups and downs. And it's not just us that does it. If you've got old and drafty windows, so do your energy bills, right?
as low as 0%. Tap your ruby slippers and say there's no place like Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village, because the deals are so over the rainbow good. Online at bignissan.com.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
First blush, the Browns get an A because they hit on all 4 of their first 4 picks. Obviously, moving from 6 to 9 to draft Spencer Fano, getting Casey Concepcion. If he has more reliable hands at the pro level, that'll be a nice pickup for them as a catch-and-run guy. Denzel Boston, the inverse of Casey Concepcion, which really builds out your receiving core into a diverse group. And then trading back up to get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a guy that a lot of people, including myself, thought would go in the first round. You get him at 58, and you address needs. You make good picks for good value at the right spots. And while I have some questions about Fano long-term, whether he's going to be a tackler or guard, if that's your guy and you were able to trade back 3 spots and still get your guy, then I'm all for it.
Nick Shook, Cleveland's own NFL.com, giving us his take on the Browns draft, which JP has been widely commented. Dane Brugler called it the best draft. I think Todd McShay called it one of the 5 best drafts. Mm-hmm. And it really felt like once the Browns got Denzel Boston with their first second-round pick and then traded back up to get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren into the back of the second round, it really felt like everybody just stopped the match and decided the Browns' first round or the Browns' first 4 picks. That's enough. That's the best draft in the NFL.
I stopped the match. I decided. At that point, I'm like, all right, I guess I was like, yeah, we'll pay attention to what happens, obviously. But yeah, after that, everything else was just gravy. You hit on the first 4. An incredible run. I can't believe they went back-to-back wide receiver, even though it's what I was calling for on Friday. And then I can't believe it was Denzel Boston, a guy I thought was better than Casey Concepcion and a guy I wanted at 24. Between that and the Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, like, how do you not get excited?
Yeah, McNeil-Warren, to me, felt like JOK 5 years ago, where I remember watching JOK keep falling in the draft. And I know that there was the worry about the heart issue. Mm-hmm. He's also a kind of hybrid linebacker, so there's some positional stuff there. But I remember just thinking, like, man, that's the kind of guy that always falls to Baltimore, right? Just a good football player, no BS, and dominant in the college game, incredibly athletic. And so when the Browns kept trading down and then they got him, I think they had to trade back up to get him. I remember just fist pumping. It's like, that's the kind of guy we don't get. I feel the same way about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, of like, it fell a little bit because he's a safety. Fell a little bit, I think, because it's a really strong safety draft as well. And then I think you probably maybe factor in the Toledo thing a little bit as well, because again,
that seems like that really set him back for some reason.
There were a fair amount. I mean, there were like 4 guys drafted from like the FCS. There were only like a certain handful amount of guys taken from the group of 5.
So there really is like a have and have not world there attached to it. And I listened to Kat Hickman after the announcement was made, and it was like they're like, all right, so like, what did you see? Because she was one of the ones that was like there in Toledo, and it's like basically she's being held responsible for them taking Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, and like the whole genesis of that was that like she believed that obviously he could have gone anywhere, but he was just a unique guy, and that him wanting to finish it and stay in Toledo, as if he owed Toledo something, was just something you're not going to see anywhere else.
Yeah, and it's by the way, there have been a couple players who that's helped as well, but like when it's the Denzel Boston thing gives me a peace of mind about Casey Concepcion, so it's not all about him if Casey continues to struggle. Mm-hmm. By the way, people I think have written off said Tillman as well. No, I think you've got 2 guys. I think you're stacked double at each of the positions of wide receiver, right? I think Boston and Tillman can be your X receivers. You can then move over to your slot guys, and you can move over to your other outside receiver. Like, I think you actually are 6 deep here, and I think from the 6 guys that make the roster, I think you're going to have enough here. I think that's the...
it sucks for like the Gage Larvidans of the world.
Well,
but that's football life.
Gage's competition is Isaiah Bond, who is also an undrafted free agent, even if people thought he was a top 100 player from last year's draft.
Who I guess is on Instagram a couple minutes ago was tweeting out about him changing numbers. Isaiah Bond is going to be number 0 now. And then he did a 0-0 thing, and I didn't know where the other 0 is. Is that like the O in Bond? Is that what that is?
Can you go 07?
That would have been great.
Yeah. Can you, or is it just 7?
Why can't you go 07?
I don't know.
Tyson Campbell is number 7 right now.
Oh.
Well, no, but there's a 0 and there's a 0-0. Yeah. They allow that.
That is true.
Why can't it just be a different version of 7?
Oh, I'm not 7. I'm 07. See?
But then people would be like, it's not 007. We need to be 007.
Can we make this thing happen? Come on, Roger. You got nothing else to fix.
Be cool for once in your life, NFL.
Come on, Goodell, you nerd. But no, I mean, it's funny. Like, I think you can nitpick, right? Casey Concepcion's the guy in the entire draft that scares me. I think taking Barber, probably because you hope he's more of a tackle than Jennings Dunker, who went 6 or 8 picks later. I feel like that was a missed opportunity. I think Jennings fits what you want to do, and I think Jennings could be your long-term right guard. I'm nitpicking.
Yeah, that's all.
But that's a great place to be in for the second straight year. And honestly, I think you could have more nitpicks last year because of the double quarterback draft and the double running back draft than you can this year.
I mean, the most important part of all this for myself, Nick, is that it doesn't seem as if they're just waving the white flag on the offense in 2026. Now, maybe their big plan at the end of this is to get everything lined up to then in 2027 insert a different quarterback. But at least Shador or whoever ends up winning that job, and I think it'll be Shador, they're going to have a real chance with this offense. They didn't have a real chance last year. Now we're looking around and you got offensive linemen everywhere. You have wide receivers everywhere. I don't know that it'll work. I don't know that's going to pan out, but at least you're giving these guys a chance.
Yeah, and it's funny because usually if you're drafting offensive linemen into your top 5 picks, it's really hard for people to because how many people actually watch Trench play, right? But you did draft 2 wide receivers. You did draft a ball hawk safety. Like you drafted, 60% of your first 5 picks are playmakers.
I mean, the offense is going to have 6 brand new guys starting this year, and could, if Brailsford ends up actually taking the center job, and then you could do something with Jenkins and move him inside, you have potentially 7 new guys on the offensive side of the ball.
That was one guy that it just felt like Nick Harris 2.0.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Brailsford's getting a lot of love from people, and I get it. He's a very nice movement center, but it's like, yeah, but he's 290 pounds. I know we're not the AFC North of like 15 years ago where you were facing consistently 350, 360-pound nose tackles. Baltimore has gigantic defensive linemen.
I thought we went over Baltimore's defensive linemen. We went over their offensive linemen. That's
I'm
right.
thinking Broderick Washington,
I knew we checked the weight on somebody. But I'm just looking at this offense and I'm looking how different it is, and how different it's going to look. And like, this is just, I'm happy that it doesn't seem like they were just going to go with the status quo, basically send whatever quarterback out to the Wolves and say good luck like they did last year. This is a real attempt at it, Nick, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and I think that's important because if Fano can stick at left tackle, and you've got a couple guys who are going to be here for at least 2 years, and of course you're getting these at least one of those wide receiver hits. A year from now, you're going to be able to say, well, we've got enough on offense to deploy and to take a quarterback if we pick high enough. And I think that's, and to say you gave Deshaun or Shador or Dylan Gabriel or Taylon Green, like whoever's the starting quarterback this year, I think you've also given them enough to say you gave them a real chance
and
this year.
That's the point. That's the entire thing I'm stressing here is like it just didn't seem like it was last year, where it didn't matter if it was Dylan Gabriel or Shador Sanders or anyone in between. You just never felt like the offense even had a chance and a quarterback could actually be evaluated. This feels like enough to evaluate a quarterback off of.
I also think it's enough to give Todd Monken a chance to run the offense.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And so like I think Kevin was a part of the non-functionality of the offense last year. It's not like Kevin forgot how to coach, but I do think there's something about going through the drying cycle or the rinse cycle of being an NFL head coach that at some point he lost the plot about the offense he wanted to run and how to run it and how everybody fit into it. And that happens when you're too close to the problem. I think a set of fresh eyes in Todd Monken is going to be huge. And now you've given him some pieces to kind of work with. And so if you get a modicum of health up front and you can start the same 5 guys or some combination of the same 5 or 6 guys for 17 games, 18 weeks, that's going to give you a real chance to be at least watchable and functional on offense. And then it comes down to, all right, what's the kind of exchange rate going from Jim Schwartz at DC to Rutenberg?
Yeah, it's funny just looking at the depth chart. There's actual depth here that didn't exist. Let's say 2 months ago when we were having some of these discussions. You get past the starters and even some of the starters, and you'd be like, this is dead on arrival. This doesn't have a chance. And now we can actually talk about like real offensive lineman battles that should exist, and even wide receiver battles that should exist. And it just gives life to this team. It's a good thing.
Yeah, about 4 years ago, we would go through the 53-man roster kind of projections, and we go, oh man, but I don't want to cut that guy. There were 5 or 6 guys every year on the initial 53, 54-man roster that you would go, oh, we're going to lose this guy, or man, hopefully he can make it on the practice squad. Yeah, we've had guys we're interested in, like Luke Floria, like Gage Larvidan. But you didn't know if those were NFL guys yet.
Yeah.
It feels like you're back to the point of there's going to be some pain in August in September when you're trying to trim down the roster. That's a sign that the last 2 drafts have started to really replenish the cupboard, and that credit does go to Andrew Berry.
Oh, we just don't have to try to make late second camp invites that went to schools that we don't really care about matter as if it's the greatest thing to ever happen to the Browns.
I'm still a big Luke Flory fan. I don't care. 216-474-0092.
How about Malachi Corley?
You mean Malachi?
Yeah.
That's definitely how I've heard his name pronounced 10 times this weekend.
Who was saying Malachi?
An idiot. That's who.
Now I need to know who that idiot was.
I'll tell you off air. Could it be better than last year's
I hope
class?
the idiot's listening. It's like, oh, me? It's like that little meme where the guy feels, I'm interrupting you too much. Go ahead.
Could this year's draft be better than last year's class? And Ross Tucker's alleged I told you so in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back with you on Afternoon Drive. We got more Cavs-Raptors thoughts coming in about 20 minutes here. We do have Emory Hunt. Football game plan coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Yet another person impressed by the Browns' track record. We'll look back on the Travis Hunter trade as well, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But our guy, Ross Tucker, I don't think there was any Browns fan, media member, anybody as excited that the Browns took Arkansas quarterback Taylon Green than Ross Tucker was on Twitter after the pick. We were out getting fried chicken for the family.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to the draft on the old Browns radio network on the radio. That's what we work on. Words hard, me Nick. But all of a sudden my phone started blowing up, and it was like multiple texts in a row from our guy Ross Tucker, and it was all about Taylon Green. Now, if you guys remember, he compared him, and we'll get to this in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But he sent me the original one. He sent me a screenshot and just holy bleep.
Okay.
And I was like, yep, hopefully is Randall Cunningham, your favorite player growing up. And then he said, you better give me a lot of love on social and on the show on Monday.
On social and the show.
Called that bleep. Now, remind you, this is the guy that can't be bothered to say my name on CBS when he does calls. He now wants it on social media and he wants it on air. Here's the audio from Ross, and we'll see. Do we agree that Ross called this bleep?
From a pure entertainment standpoint, Taylon Green from Arkansas. So my favorite player growing up was Randall Cunningham. And when I watched Taylon Green, who's like 6'6", 230, ran a 4.3 40, jumped 40 inches, I can't unsee Randall Cunningham. And Monken worked wonders with Lamar. If you say this year is going to be primarily about Deshaun and Shador, I kind of like the idea of taking Taylon Green later in the draft and having him as the number 3 and working with him and developing him. And depending on how things play out, maybe he plays the last 5 games. You know, maybe he gets out there, and maybe you can see if you have something there or if you have to get the franchise guy in 2027.
You know, there's a lot of maybes in there, but he did call it.
I think he hit it.
Yeah, right in the middle of that. I forgot about the middle part of that. I remember the beginning and the end.
I did not remember in my head going that way. I remembered him speaking on Taylon Green. I didn't remember him being just weaving the Monken-Lamar mix into play. Like, the entire time I was thinking to myself, I'm like, he didn't predict this any more than I predicted Denzel Boston being the first pick in day 2. Like, where's my credit, guys? But no, he had it.
Yeah, I thought
he had it.
I thought we were going to play this, and there was going to be like the typical Ross. He kind of, maybe alludes to it, but doesn't fully. He said it. And so tip of the cap to Ross Tucker.
Nice job by Ross.
Who called Taylon Green to the Browns, and what fun that would be.
That's why he gets to call the games there.
And it's probably why he doesn't say my name on CBS Sports when he goes and makes those big calls.
Well, now at this point, he has more fun never saying it than he will have fun saying it.
It's a game of keep away. We can understand that. It's interesting. Like, I get it. He seems to be an athletic freak. I don't really have any expectations for Taylon Green. He's a 6th-round pick. I do think the people wanting to move on from Taylon Green as a quarterback already, I get it. I get the Terrell Pryor comps. I get I get other comps of guys. Taysom Hill comp. The Browns don't have a quarterback. This kid has an incredible amount of speed. He does have a hose and an absolute cannon on him.
Yeah.
Like, who are the Browns really hurting? Who is Taylon Green really hurting by giving him a year or 2 to develop and see if it works out?
Well, so let's think about it. He's got insane athletic ability. His vertical was ridiculous. He was a combine darling, right? And being a combine darling as a quarterback used to get you taken number 4 overall, Anthony Richardson. I'm looking at you, Mac. But like that used to be something, and now I almost wonder if Anthony Richardson hurt him so much in this process.
Not more than he hurt himself.
He's got a weird arm. He's got a weird delivery with his throws. It's unorthodox. There's no other way. When you look at it, you think to yourself, this can't possibly be good. And but he is. He's good. He's not as accurate. I don't know. I mean, it used to be a time where you take a guy like Josh Allen who just wasn't accurate and didn't have the mechanics. You give him a couple years and then you figure it out, but you work around the insane athleticism. And so he's kind of stuck in between the two people that I've described, and it ends up into being a 6th-round pick.
I feel like it's almost a cousin to the Drew Aller conversation where, like, I watched Drew Aller play at Penn State, and I was like, this guy's just being failed by a coach who has failed every high-profile quarterback he's had in Happy Valley previously in James Franklin. I kind of look at Taylor Green, and I'm like, oh, yeah, your head coach was Sam Pittman. Like, you look at the OCs that they hired, like, I don't think it's the worst thing to say, all right, it's a 6th-round pick, the first pick of the 6th round. Let's get him in the system. Let's see if we can tweak those mechanics, and let's see where it goes from there. And by the way, you can do the Taysom Hill stuff while doing the other stuff with Taylor Green.
And I would imagine,
you don't have to choose one or the other.
I would imagine they would. Let me read this a little bit from McShay in his prospect profile form. He's a rare high-ceiling quarterback prospect defined by unprecedented athleticism and extensive college experience. Like if you didn't know that was a 6th-rounder, you'd be like, wait a second. Did he go in the 1st round, the 2nd round? Where did he end up going? Because you want every bit of that. Like that's a rare high-ceiling prospect that you got in the 6th round. Are you kidding me?
I mean, these guys do happen a fair amount. I mean, guys who are athletic freaks who, whether it's accuracy issues, whether it's anything, there's a fair amount of these guys that do come in, and they hardly work out, but that's not the point. Like, no, it's a 6th-round pick. What kind of value can you get for that?
That's a good roll of the dice, though. And, and if Monken has to be the one, or gets to be the one, to be like, all right, this is my side project. This is something I'm going to work on. I mean, he's got to be all sorts of excited.
And don't sleep on still using him in goal line situations. Don't sleep on still using him as the old Kevin Stefanski, potentially 3rd tight end in situations while allowing him to work in the quarterback room. Like I feel like you can get stuck here in sports talk of, well, you've got to pick a lane. And I get it. It's the NFL. If it comes to, are you a cornerback or wide receiver, you got to pick a lane. If you're a quarterback that can do some gadget stuff, and then a year from now you reassess, all right, is he more of a gadget player? We're going to keep him in the quarterback room. Like, this is a decision that if you're the Browns, this year you can kind of do both things and see kind of what takes over the next year or two.
I mean, I just want to see what happens in a couple years. I'm not even really worried about the gadget stuff, but I just want to see what happens in a couple years.
That's his upside this year is the gadget stuff.
And he's gonna do that. No one's saying he isn't, but like I think people are sleeping on the actual quarterback ability that he has, and the actual talent that he could have. He's 6'5". He's got every bit of the build of all these other great quarterbacks that you'd want while having incredible athleticism. The only thing that's failing him is this unorthodox arm throw, which, again, not great. You wanted to be better with his accuracy, but like you can fix accuracy issues. We've seen it.
So I actually agree with you that I do think
you
people
don't have to say, you don't have to say actually in that. You just say I agree with you.
But I meant it as a compliment, not the actually part, the agreeing with you, because I do think like the difference between Taylor Green and Shedeur last year, or even Dylan Gabriel last year, is you knew those guys were going to have to play this next year.
Right. You don't have to do this with him.
Like, outside of the kind of gadget stuff, you can kind of just sit back and let the kid develop and kind of allow the NFL to come to him. And by the way, you can do this over multiple years. It's not like, yes, you're probably going to draft a quarterback with a 1st rounder next year. That should be the expectation until somebody proves you otherwise. But, the truth is, if you have an offensive head coach, you've got a guy who's worked with a lot of different quarterbacks and guys who have had that dual threat ability. Yeah, just put him in there, and, if it works out for a year, well, then he's going to get another year, and you kind of just go from there.
Here's what I would say. If he went to a Reed, a Shanahan, a McVay, one of those guys, and they had 2 years with him, after 2 years, the entire NFL would want him. Yep. It's just now it's on you, Monken. You want to say that you're one of those type of guys, that you're that great with quarterbacks, that great with offenses? Well, these other guys, they would get something out of this. This is enough talent here. There's enough quarterback talent here to be able to get something out of them. Show us that you can.
216-474-0092. Will Taylor Green be a quarterback for the Browns? Are you comfortable sticking there? Do you automatically want him to go to that Taysom Hill type role? I don't really think the Browns need to make that decision right away. You do have time with the young man, and I think that's going to be your best friend. And blame in the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
front and center.
I told you that on Friday morning. I go, there ain't no NFL to hide behind on Sunday.
There was nothing else. People were watching that come hell or high water, and the Cavs did what they have done, what all of you told me that the Cavs were going to do. They laid down.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
They need Evan Mobley to be a lot better than he was in Toronto. Like, he looked in games 1 and 2 like a star player. And then we get to Toronto, and the Raptors actually moved Scotty Barnes off of him, and now Scotty's spending more time defending Donovan and or James. And Evan Mobley has not been able to capitalize on the mismatches that the Toronto Raptors are just handing him. They're defending him with R.J. Barrett. They're defending him with Jakob Poeltl. They're defending him with guys that Evan Mobley should be able to torch. And Evan Mobley has had 2 horrible games, and that's a big part of the reason why the Cavs are in a series now as opposed to up 3-1 or even having swept, because Evan Mobley did not play well in any way, shape, or form in these games in Toronto. I didn't think he was good defensively either. Like the Cavs yesterday were better defensively when he was on the bench than when he was on the floor.
Danny Cunningham on with the Morning Boys. This morning, talking about Evan Mobley and some of the blame game that is being passed along here with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Nick and JP back with you. We do have the lead coming up in 1 hour's time. We do have Emery Hunt of Football Game Plan CBS Sports HQ coming up at 6 as well to get you to the NFL draft as well, and the Browns draft, of course. But it's not that I don't think Evan Mobley deserves blame. I don't think Evan's play on either side of the court yesterday, I don't think it can be defended. As a guy who has spent a lot of time defending Evan Mobley, I don't think it can be defended. I also think since the end of yesterday's game, there's been a lot of looks at Evan and maybe not. I think there's it's disproportionate the blame on Evan and Jarrett or anybody other than the 2 best players or the 2 most important players on the Cavs team.
Well, I mean, I think the Evan one is just so obvious because at least with Donovan, and we got on Donovan obviously earlier in the show, but like with Donovan, he at least in the fourth quarter showed up, and at least for the first half of that. And then he scored 11 fourth quarter points and was starting to put it together, and then he just collapsed. Whereas we never even saw a glimpse of it with Evan. I think that was the disappointing part. They're giving him the matchups. Toronto's giving him the matchups offensively that he should be dreaming of between him and Jarrett, and they're just kind of ignoring it. And then defensively, Nick, I said after game 3, I've never seen a game worse where on the inside, Mobley and Allen collectively looked as bad as they did. And then you even turn around in game 4, and it didn't get any better.
Well, I mean, I have to plead no contest on how Evan played. I think my problem is, again, the blame game seems to be disproportionate.
I mean, not for me. For me, it's all the way across. And
yeah, but I think it should be weighted for James and Donovan. They went 12 of 38 from the field. They went 6 of 18. Donovan missed 2 big shots late in the game and had the 8-second violation.
Yeah, but I mean, so much about this and so much about this team actually taking a step forward in this postseason was about Evan taking another ascension. And I think for the final...
Is Evan the third guy?
No, he is, but there again, a lot was baked into the idea. The reason why you traded for James Harden to make him the third guy and really make Harden the second guy is where Mobley was the second guy for, 75% of the season is because you needed Evan to take a step forward that he hadn't yet taken, and him not taking that is continuing to be frustrating.
Sometimes the Evan conversation just feels circular to me. He's the 3rd most important player on the Cavs. And he was bull junk yesterday, to quote Deion Sanders. I will not defend Evan and how he played. And at any point in any future with the Cavs, I need Evan to find that special sauce. When he gets disengaged, he needs to be aware. It can't be Donovan. It can't be Kenny Atkinson. No one can make you aware that you're becoming a non-factor in the game, especially when you're getting all these looks. The Cavs' 2 most this is the pecking order. It goes Donovan, then James Harden, then Evan Mobley. So by process of that, when those 2 guys score 39 points and they're incredibly inefficient from the field, that's where the bulk of the blame goes. And by the way, not just in yesterday's game, this has been set up to be Donovan and Darius previously, and they deserve the bulk of the blame for the Cavs' disappearance. That doesn't make Evan any better yesterday,
But I do think, like, when we start to play the blame game and who we blame for the last two games.
To me, it's an all-encompassing thing, and that's why maybe I didn't pick any sides in any of this. Like, to me, it's a collective, and Jared Allen gets thrown into that collective.
Yeah, but you don't share blame collectively because you don't get credit collectively, right? Like, Donovan will get a disproportionate amount of the credit, as he should, because he's the best player on the team. And I do feel like whether it's this game, whether it's been the last 3 years, Donovan has not gotten his lion's share of the blame. So I think that's the point.
That's fair. That's totally fair. And Donovan, I don't know. I mean, maybe we're just in different circles, but Donovan he's taken a beating over the past 24 hours. So, like, I just don't think he's been excused of it. And, how we talked at 2:20, between the two of us, we undressed Donovan. I just think we're just taking our turn going from it's Donovan at fault, now it's Mobley at fault, when the actual answer is you can't have the four of them play collectively as bad as they were and expect to win any games. Like you can make an argument that if Donovan plays a normal Donovan Mitchell game, you win that game. Mm-hmm. Same thing, you can make an argument that if Evan Mobley plays a normal, or what at least was games 1 and 2, you win that game. For being the third guy, he's got a massive impact on this team, whether they win or lose. And defensively and offensively, he had no way to defend it. He was bad, even if we can acknowledge that Donovan made a lot of mistakes as well.
216-474-0092. Who do you blame for the last two games? I'm going to start with Donovan. He is the leader of this team. That doesn't mean I want Donovan gone. The thing I hate, that's heavy-handed. The thing I get frustrated with when we start to have these conversations is that, it can be, oh, you're hating on Donovan, or he's going to want to leave. It's like, guys, let's stop having these conversations from a point of insecurity. Like, we have championship expectations, and those have to start with Donovan. Like, and maybe this is the better way of putting it. If Donovan had the typical Donovan games that he can have in the regular season at will, and that he has had off and on, or mostly on, in the postseason, if he's had them the last two games, the series is over.
For sure. But I think why he gets, I'm not even calling it any sort of pass or anything like that.
Not even a Peterlin pass?
No, because I don't think he's getting one. I think this is a narrative that you're building up here.
The Peterlin pass.
But I don't think he's collectively gotten one. I would tell you if I thought he did. But I think the belief in Donovan out of this whole thing comes with the idea that last year, Game 2, Game 3, he scored 48-43. Game 5, he goes for 35. Like, he can have a stinker mixed in there, but he's going to get back to form because Donovan historically has. Even in the playoffs, and we've watched him play now 4 years of postseason basketball, he's always gotten there. And
but I
with
think
Mobley, we don't know that.
I think even that, like yes, he scores points. In the end, you're judged off winning. And so you can score 45 points a game if you're losing the games, or if you're losing too many series.
You've got feeling like he's done his lion's share. You've got him feeling like he's done
basketball. That's one part of the game, and I'm not trying to take away. Like,
it's a big part of the game, though.
Yes, but there's defense. There's setting your teammates up, and there's winning games. And for some reason, Donovan has not been judged off winning and losing games. He's only been judged.
I disagree. Like, the narrative around him is that he's not made it out of the second round. He gets judged heavily off of not advancing in the postseason.
I don't think Donovan gets. If this was LeBron, the conversation around Donovan is
Donovan's
nowhere
not
clear.
LeBron. There's a huge difference between Donovan and LeBron.
I think my point is he is the face of the franchise, and we treat him with kid gloves relative to any other face of the franchise that I feel like we've seen with the Cavaliers. And again, some of that's because Donovan's an awesome dude and a really good regular season player, and he has scored points in the postseason.
And historically, he has done his share, and I think that's kind of the difference here.
No. He hasn't done his share because they haven't won. I think that's
the series is tied up at 2 apiece right now.
Well, no, what I mean is, like you've said, historically he's done his share. If they haven't gotten to the second round, he hasn't done his share. Like, if he's one of the commonalities,
you can be individually great and not have. It's a team sport for a reason, Nick.
Yeah. Okay. That's not how we talk about basketball players at all. Like, we give these great players lion's share of the credit, and they deserve it because in basketball, an individually great performance, more often than not, elevates you to a different level.
But a lot of the times when we watch with Donovan, what we've seen is it's a lot of guys around him that are failing. Donovan himself in the postseason hasn't been the one.
That's
Past
just a
couple
cop-out.
games is different. It's true. Past couple games has been different.
He's the best player on the team. Let's just get to the brass tacks of it. He's the best player on the team, and they've never gotten past the second round of the playoffs. That's not more about Darius than it is about Donovan. It can't be. By nature of the NBA, your best player is the guy who's most responsible for your success, and we don't talk about him like that.
Okay, when Giannis goes out in the first round of the postseason 3 straight years in a row, do Bucks fans blame Giannis?
No, and they're wrong. Giannis is a huge part of
No, 'cause
that.
there's a
It
lot that
wasn't
goes
Mike
in. There's a lot that goes
Budenholzer's
into
fault.
this. There's a lot that goes into this. Is the point? And like when Giannis goes out 3 straight years in the first round, Bucks fans aren't like, oh my gosh, he can't do it like he used to.
Yeah,
that's not the response.
This is where I get to say Donovan's not Giannis? Oh, and by the way, Giannis had already won an
He's
NBA
better
champion.
than Giannis, and Giannis still is going 3 straight
Giannis
first
is an
rounds.
NBA champion.
And he's still
Donovan
going
isn't.
3 straight first rounds without getting out. And even this year, throw that in the mix.
Finish
It's now
the
4
sentence.
straight years.
After winning an NBA
But
championship.
it's 4 straight years now for Giannis, actually, because he didn't go to the postseason
Did
this
he
year.
win an NBA championship? Has he hit the no to a yes button on can you win an NBA championship?
No, because there's context attached to all of this is the point. And the idea that Donovan has to
Giannis win a
shoulder all of the
championship?
blame and it's only on one guy is ridiculous.
Has Giannis won a championship?
Yes, we were all there. We watched him win a championship.
Okay, just because that's why he gets the pass
That
from the
excuse
Bucks.
him for the end of time is the idea.
Yes, that's exactly how this works. The second you get over the hump,
it's 4
nobody
straight,
gives a rat's ass for the rest of time.
No, but that's not a fair argument. You know that's not a fair argument.
How is it not a fair argument?
Because Donovan, if you're judging Donovan of his time here in Cleveland and Cleveland alone, that's the same stretch that Giannis has not gotten out of the first round in Milwaukee. It's the same stretch. It's the same stretch of
I'm
years.
not judging him off just the 4 years because it's convenient for your argument.
It's not convenient for my argument. It's a reality that we're talking about.
One guy won an NBA champion, the other hasn't got out of the second round.
Donovan himself is not the only reason why this thing is failing.
No one's saying that, but he is the best player on this team, and yet every time, Darius.
I don't even know where is this every time from. People are ripping Donovan all day in the past 24 hours.
No, last 24
we spent
hours.
220
but the
ripping
conversation
Donovan all day.
The conversation. By the way, not everyone has ripped Donovan. There's been a lion's share of Evan Mobley's conversation and a complete neglect of the fact he's the third best player on this team.
I don't think it's crazy to go ahead and chop off Jarrett Allen, chop off Evan Mobley, chop off Harden, and chop off Donovan in the process. It's not as if Mobley gets some sort of pass just because he played bad, but he's not the best player on the team.
No, but the point is, again,
only
we
the
go
best
to
player
the
takes some
lion's
sort of
share of the
argument?
conversation. Who deserves more of the blame? It's Donovan.
Mobley's got a lot attached to himself. He was the 3rd overall pick, Nick.
Yes.
3rd overall pick in 5 years.
He's not the best player on this team.
This
is a Donovan-centric team.
That's the problem. He's supposed to already have been.
Donovan.
He's supposed to already been the best player on this team.
No.
They had to make the trade because they couldn't because Mobley never took another step forward.
No, that is no.
This
is about
season.
Donovan.
We did arguments.
We
did arguments this year.
This conversation is exactly proving my point.
Donovan versus Mobley.
You are exactly
and this was the
proving
year
my
that
point.
Mobley was supposed to be better than Donovan. He didn't live up to his end of the argument.
Team. It's Donovan's team. It's been Donovan's team.
We did legitimate discussions in the beginning of the season. Is this the year that Mobley overtakes Donovan? Is this the year that Mobley's all of a sudden better than Donovan and you can move forward with a handing of the team off type situation? And Evan never held up to his end of the bargain.
Yeah, and by the way,
I'm sorry that Evan's the 3rd best player on this team, but he has to bear some responsibility for as the 3rd overall pick never getting there.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Because
and that's
it's
where
a
the frustration
Donovan-centric
is.
team.
That's where the frustration lies with a lot of the fans.
It's a total cop-out.
It's not a cop-out.
It is a total cop-out.
We have expectations. He never met them, and here we are.
Yes, because everyone here was wrong that he's not Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett's love child with Kevin Durant somewhere mixed in there. It's somehow Evan's fault when in the end, the best guy on the team, the highest paid player on the team, the face of the franchise, and he's the number one thing. He's the guy that gets all the credit when it's good, but when it's time for, oh gosh, we're not meeting the expectations.
Didn't Mobley sign a max?
We got to go right back to Evan Mobley.
Didn't Mobley sign a max?
Got it right back. Hey, we just lost an embarrassing game to Toronto where Donovan had 2 big shots and the 8-second violation, which was inexcusable.
They all get blamed.
Yeah, this Evan.
They all get blamed.
Have we gone back to the blame Evan yet?
To Donovan exclusively, though, is something I will not do. They all get blamed. Yes, it's across the board. They all get blamed. I'm not exclusively blaming Evan the way I'm not exclusively blaming Donovan. It's been trash basketball out of the core 4 for 2 straight games. But that's a collective trash basketball. That's not just only Donovan.
Who do you guys blame for the last 2 games? And more confidence in the Cavaliers. BP, Jim, you guys stick there. More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I had the same question marks next to Mobley. He had 8 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists. And you just forget he's out there for stretches. I'm starting to wonder if this is just who he is. We kept factoring in this bump and the ceiling for him and all the potential of what he could be. And, oh, wait, maybe he's really a 5. Maybe he shouldn't play next to Allen. Well, what happens if he starts making threes? That's going to change him. What we don't see from him is the guys, get out of my ways. I'm just going to wreak havoc here for an hour, right? We need this game. We're up 2-1. Nobody can get anything going. I'm kicking it in a 5th gear, and I'm going to destroy everybody for about a half hour here. And he just doesn't do it, ever.
Bill Simmons on the Bill Simmons podcast. If only there was an award he could win that would showcase some of Evan Mobley's ability, like Defensive Player of the Year award.
The same award that this year he didn't get a single vote with.
Oh, God, yeah.
Not a single one. 15
He must
people.
not be good at defense anymore.
15 people casted votes.
Must
Mobley
not
didn't get one.
be good at defense anymore.
Based off the last 2 games, he might not be.
Yeah, that's funny. Listen, we are talking about the credit or lack thereof and blame or maybe lack thereof for Donovan Mitchell and the rest of the Cavaliers, and where you guys put the most amount of it. The funny thing is, I really haven't lost confidence in the Cavs. Mm-hmm. My confidence remains what it was and the questions that I have for this team remains what they were back when even before you traded for James Harden. And so I see this setting up that Evan Mobley is going to be the scapegoat here for Cavs fans and maybe for the Cavs themselves. And it's so out of whack and so wonky in terms of the bottom line of who we hold responsible for success. And you did say we criticize Donovan. I feel like I don't hear any Donovan criticism on this station. And I know that there's the nebulous, will he get past the second round of the conversation? I don't feel like the Donovan stuff sticks the same way it does to other guys. Certainly, and I'm not trying to make him LeBron, but LeBron or Luka or, damn near any other superstar in the NBA when they have a bad stretch or bad outcome in the playoffs, let alone 8 times now in 9 years.
Well, one, you got to listen to more Baskin and Phelps. They're very critical on Donovan Mitchell. So that's a lapse by you.
In fairness, yes, on Jeff Phelps.
I know Phelps is very critical
since
on
the
Donovan.
Since the trade.
I know. He's aggressively like, hey, Donovan, you need to be better.
I don't know Jeff is aggressively anything. With love and respect. It's as aggressive as Jeff gets. Jeff is a very content man.
There's things he gets pretty aggressive about. He just delivers it.
Joe Milton.
He just delivers it in a tone that makes it seem like it's not. You got to cut through with Jeff. That's the thing. He's constantly throwing haymakers. That's what I tell people all the time. Phelps is constantly throwing haymakers. He just delivers it as if he's about to serve
as
you
if it's the softest, limpest wrist punch ever.
Well, you said that, not me. Jeez, that's... But essentially, yeah. and that's why it doesn't hit with the same oomph. But I feel the same way that you do, though, in the idea that when it comes to this team and what I think about this team, I have the same expectations I had for them a week ago. And do I think this is why I'm always so hesitant and so hey, people, be careful with what you think after one basketball game, or in this case, 2 basketball games, is because it swings so quickly in the NBA, and everything swings so quickly in general in sports. And so what you think you know today might be very different after Wednesday, let's say, after they come home and play another game. And then after the series ends, if they win that and then move on to the Orlando or whoever ends up playing in the next series.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. BP stick there. I do want to get to you in just a half second here. It's not a literal amount of time, but in a moment here. So here's the thing. With Evan, it's not that anyone's wrong that Evan hasn't taken the leap that you want him to, or that he hasn't been aggressive offensively the way you want him to. I think that's a fair conversation. But my eternal frustration in all of this has been it's really hard to be that guy when you don't have the ball in your hand
all the time, or when the offense doesn't run through you. Evan is involved in the offense. Evan does have usage. That's not the same thing as there's at least one guard, be it Harden or Mitchell, and often both guys that touch the ball before you get your touch, or that you're kind of a transactional touch where it comes through you, but really the play is going to end up being about Donovan. I don't have that excuse for Donovan.
Donovan's going to take his shots.
Well, and that's, again, this is not just bash Donovan. It's not, but this whole season is about proving Donovan's a guy you can win with. That, to me, was always about the James Harden trade. Get him somebody that can back him up in these crucial moments. Give a guy who, if you have to, can take over a game one way or another. Take some of the playmaking prowess off Donovan because Darius wasn't healthy.
One of the things you're getting at, though, that I find incredibly disappointing out of this past couple games is Harden's supposed to be the guy that when Mobley's got so many mismatches offensively, find it and then get him the ball, and then Mobley then finishes the job, and he's turned the ball over an insane amount of times in trying to do so.
But, I just look at this and go, this year isn't for me about finding out about Evan Mobley. Within the current context of Evan Mobley and in his context within the Cavaliers.
This year was a lot about that in the beginning part of the year.
Well, okay, but that changed. This is about, can Donovan Mitchell carry you where you want to go? Because if Donovan is going to, and he should, demand another huge contract, you need, because it gets riskier the older he gets, you need to have better answers every year. I think they can. The path is there. You've got Detroit or Orlando after this. Everything you want out of this season is still in front of you. But at the end of this, if you don't go where you're going, guys, if we're blaming Evan Mobley, I just don't know what the hell we're doing.
If they play like they did the last couple games, we're going to be blaming everybody. But ultimately, look at NBA championships in the past, 15 years. You need probably a Batman, then you also need a Robin as well. And you need, if not a Robin, you need somebody in back of that. You need help. You need supporting cast. And yeah, Mobley, I think the problem, the frustration that a lot of fans or people like myself had with Mobley in the past couple games is that he showed us a glimpse of what he can be. For the final month and a half of the regular season, he showed us with Harden what he can be in many ways. And we maybe it was just foolish, but we expected him to continue that trend and continue the way that he had been playing. And the first two games of the series, he did it. And it was awesome. And you can see what this offense can be. And then the last two games, it disappeared. And so, there's going to be obvious frustration when you feel like you get the rug pulled out from underneath you once again with Evan.
Yeah, but he's not set up to be Batman or Robin. They've placed him in the Alfred role. I know that's a joke that's been kind of used against Evan, but the Batman and Robin are Mobley and not Mobley,
but he's still getting
are Mitchell and Harden.
It'd be different if they weren't relying on him to score and weren't relying on him to get his touches like they are. And in the past couple games,
who do they rely on most to score?
Well, no, it's no debate. It's Mitchell and then it's Harden. There's no debate there. But the idea that in the past month and a half, he did have some games where you're like, oh, this looks way different when he's scoring 25 a night, and looks way different when he's being wildly efficient, especially when he has the matchups down low. Toronto set this up. Toronto baited between Mobley and Allen. They baited them and said, you two beat us. We're going to do everything in our power to stop Mitchell, and we're going to do everything in our power to stop Harden, to the point where they made Mitchell ineffective, which you just don't see. All in the name of, okay, Mobley, you beat us. Allen, you beat us. And the last two games, they haven't been able to come close to doing that.
BP and Pepper Pike, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. This has been really disappointing. Yesterday's game, I was, livid. I was yelling at the TV. I kept saying, what is he doing? What are they doing? It was just like a comedy of errors. Even, with a minute to go, Donovan Mitchell drives down the lane. He throws up a one-handed left-handed shot. I've seen him put up about 50 different types of shots over the last 4 years. I've never seen him do a left-handed runner, with 24 seconds to go in the game. It was a joke. And then he shoots a crazy, step-back three when he could have, with 10 seconds ago, when they actually could have just, the announcer said he just needed a two there. They had enough time to foul and do that fouling game. So, he was 6 out of 24. I love Donovan Mitchell, but he completely ruined that game for us. Harden has been, pretty good, but I blame Donovan Mitchell for yesterday's game. And I really think, Scotty Barnes is 6'8". He's, guarding Donovan Mitchell. I think it's getting to Donovan. It's just, he's got this guy towering over him. And then, they're bringing in the human bowling ball that whatever his name is, Jamal Shed, just to finish off Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell got that 8 seconds call. You don't see that in high school games. where a star point guard knows how to bring up the ball, within 8 seconds, and that wasn't even close. I mean, he was, way off. I think the refs even gave him a 2-second leeway. So, I mean, I still think the Cavs can win this series, but they're going to have to really bear down now. There's a lot of pressure on them. Because if it's a close game on Wednesday, let's see what's going to happen.
I mean, it was a close game, and BP, I appreciate you. It was a close game, and you had 4 of your best players, all 4 just absolutely lay an egg. I don't think that's going to happen again, and maybe I'll be the foolish person out of this, but the bet I would make is they get out of this series, then they get out of the, whether it's Detroit or Orlando, they get out of that series, and then we're in the same spot everyone thought they would be when we first started the playoffs.
So I will ask you, if this was 2 more games in Toronto and 1 game in Cleveland, would you
I'd still feel the same way? Yeah.
I don't think I would. The part of my confidence is home cooking is good for this Cavs team, because it's weird. Like, I remember watching with Darius, and when the vibes were up, that team was unstoppable, and then they get punched in the mouth, and sometimes that's literal. Sometimes it's just physicality. Sometimes it's just the shots aren't falling, and then it's like vibes disappear, and where'd they go? And I thought that was a little Darius-centric, because Darius was one of your best 3-point shooters, and Darius was clearly your point guard. And clearly, I don't want to say clearly, but Darius was your point guard, so he's setting up all the offense. And now Darius isn't here, and we're still a vibes team.
So it's one of the really disappointing parts out of the couple games. I don't want to overreact to a couple games, but that is one of the parts. Is what did I tell you for a week? I kept referencing the Magic series from 2 years ago, where they dominate the first 2 games, and then game 3 they get blown out by 38, and game 4 they get blown out by 20, and it was just like, you watch them, they just snowball sometimes, and it's just like bad is just attached to bad, and it just continues on, and like this team has that happen, and they have it happen way more than anyone should in the playoffs.
But it's so funny. Like, I do think the conversation with the Cavs, no matter which iteration, is deeper than, are you soft? I think they are soft in some ways, but I do think it's deeper than that, because you can talk about physically soft, where in some matchups they get pushed around, and other moments they just look mentally soft.
Well, they just don't seem to. It was just a laissez-faire nature to the whole entire game. It's as if they never got scared that Toronto would win that game. And then they, in a weird way, and we've seen them play down to competition a lot, we've seen that, but they just, it's almost like when Toronto started off 0 for 14 from 3, they went to the in-game audio on ESPN, like they did the spliced in, where you can hear the players talk. Mm-hmm. And Donovan just kept talking in that little clip. He just kept going on about like, hey, listen, shots aren't falling right now, but defensively we're pitching a shutout, essentially is what he said. And I just wonder if they just hung on too much to the idea of like, we're doing awesome, because they were misled to believe that it was a great defensive game, when anyone that watched that game, you weren't great defensively from the perimeter. Toronto just sucks from the perimeter.
I just think, like, the roadmap is there. You and I are in agreement that the roadmap is there.
It's there, yeah.
And I do think there's time, because you are playing Toronto. In the next round, you got either Orlando or Detroit, 2 teams you should beat. You have the talent. Anytime you have the talent advantage in a series, you should be that should say you have time. But time is getting short. This is where you've got max 3 games left in this series, and max another 7 games after that. And at some point, those final 5 minutes of yesterday's game, that has to stop becoming the norm.
Well, yeah,
and I think that's the frustrating point here.
For sure.
Like, there is time, and this is what maybe the first 2 rounds of the playoffs were driven to be. But the idea that this is the most recent thing we're reacting to, and it's 4 games into this series on top of 28 regular season games, it's like, all right, how do we just keep coming back to this point, and why isn't there something that changes?
Yeah, you just can't lay clunkers like that. That's not something. When you get deeper into the playoffs, if a team gives you a game like this, you have to just reach out and open your hands and accept the gift.
Now, can I just say, I'm not putting any of this on Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah, you said that a couple times now. I'm very confused by that.
Because it's a player sport.
Atkinson, by the way, has taken a lot of heat in these Twitter streets over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, and I think that's what we do in the NBA. The first guy that always takes the fall on NBA Twitter is the head coach.
You win championships and are fired 2 years later in the NBA. Yeah. Nonetheless, fail in a spectacular way if they were to have something happen like get out in the first or second round.
So, like, again, like I don't know what he could have done the last 2 games differently. Maybe if you want to see more Keon Ellis, maybe if you want to see there are other things you can do. I'm not saying he's infallible, but it's like, okay, it's the same problems you've been having for 4 years. If it's now across two coaches, at some point I have to remove coaching from it, and I have to just put it on the players. No,
I did think his post-game message was a little weird. He just kept railing about how he loved the guy's fight, and they fought like crazy, and he was so proud of the fight that they had, and it was just unbecoming of a team that's expecting that much more.
Yeah, what that tells me is he doesn't want to bash them because he doesn't think they can take the message, which
also
soft.
Way too much pride in trying to make sure Jamison Battle was going to get out of that game.
I'm just glad
he was putting his best defenders on Jamison Battle, and then being like, "Hey," when they had to remove him after 9 minutes because Toronto realized what the Cavs were doing. It was like, "How'd you make Jamison Battle a part of this?"
I'm still very upset about Jamison Battle.
The redhead, non-redhead. How did you make him a part of this storyline?
Many people have said he's a redhead. Have you lost confidence in the Cavs making a deep playoff run? And I might have to do an NFL conspiracy in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
biologic and Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the post-draft edition of the Fan Off-Season Special Tuesday night with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder breaking down the Browns' moves on draft weekend and looking at the remainder of OTAs and minicamp ahead. That's the Fan Off-Season Special right here on the Fan, streaming on the Odyssey app and YouTube Live.
The lead coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. The big story late last week, I mean, heck, we were talking about it at Game On in North Olmsted as he hastily scheduled a 7:20 press conference when the NFL and the NFL draft started at 8 o'clock. Was Mike Vrabel stepping away from the team during draft weekend. He said, to be the man that I need to be. There was counseling, and I got to, which is interesting because Adam Schefter tweeted out within the last hour, after missing day 3 of the NFL draft to be with his family, Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel is back at work with the team today.
Yeah, so it sounds like he took a nice little weekend off to really, look himself in the mirror, and he's back today.
I mean, you got to understand.
Nothing like 48 hours off.
Like the last time I went to like mental health counseling, went to therapy,
yeah,
it was like 8 months of like intensive, once a week kind of thing, and we got where we needed to be. It's been great, right on the other side of it. I didn't know you could do that in a day and a half.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe it was an all-day affair.
I mean, and it wasn't even about like stepping out on my family. It was about like dad issues and dead dad issues. This guy solved his marriage.
Do we know that he solved it? I don't know that we saw that he solved it.
Actually,
I think the new rumor is basically that marriage is gone.
How brutal would it be if he went to counseling just for her to be like, and I will be taking half of your stuff?
I mean, that's kind of got to be the read on it, right?
Or
we don't know. We don't know.
How about this?
But she probably is like, all right, I want the house, I want this and that, and this last weekend was paperwork.
What if this was never really about the counseling? What if this really? I'm sorry, this feels like a PR stunt now.
Well, yeah, but it didn't work. Again, another thing that Vrabel did that didn't work.
Yeah, no, agreed.
You might as well just stayed at the draft and just not even pretended to go do the counseling if this was going to be the reaction.
But I think to your point of like, well, that marriage might already be, yes, but the point is this was all supposed to diffuse and, yeah, I'm going to come back a better man, and then it's 3 days later? There's a part of this, listen, no one has handled this situation very well. If we can just all be, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn on this one.
I'd like to find the scenario where something like this happens and people are like, yeah, but every side, they handled it perfectly.
Well, no, but the point is, both Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel have basically, every time there was a point where the story might die down, they poured a lot of gas on it and then lit a new match.
Yeah.
Right? I've never seen anyone in PR crisis act like this is Charlie Sheen, Tiger Blood, I'm going on tour while on an incredible amount of drugs, level bad handling of a PR crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And this feels like it's clear Mike Vrabel wants it out there that he's back, right? Adam Schefter doesn't find this out on accident. And by the way, if Mike Vrabel doesn't want it out, Adam Schefter's ass sure as hell ain't tweeting it out.
Yeah, why would Vrabel want this out? It doesn't paint him in any sort of good way. It just paints him as a guy that basically didn't think it was that big of an issue.
I do not know. But all I can tell you is there are ways to make this die down, and then there's what certainly might. It's not like Diana just resigned from her job in protest, which people saw as a thinly veiled
and has now
thing.
just basically disappeared from the internet.
Yes. Now, see, that's the way you do it.
Yeah, you just kind of disappear.
And then Mike Vrabel's not letting this story go.
You let it blow over, and then you just kind of, start a YouTube channel right around football season, and then you launch that, and then you're off to the races.
But Mike Vrabel is doing the opposite of this in a way that, to your point, doesn't just set the story on fire. It's somehow turning a bad look into an egregious look. And Mike is so smart. He really is. I know we joke about football coaches like him being meatheads. Mike's one of the smartest dudes in the game, and yet he
I feel like he's botched this from this first press conference, which I think was like 2 Thursdays ago or 2 Fridays ago until today. I don't think he's resigning. I don't think he's going to have his job.
Public image has never been like his strong suit. You know what I mean? Like he's got a lot of things that he's great at, but like public image isn't really because he hasn't cared. He's never cared before.
Yeah, but I think that's he's never had anything like this.
No, obviously
like his public image
obviously
is
not,
one time
but
he said he'd cut his off to win a Super Bowl. I think or like he had a bunch of shirtless teenagers at his house.
Yeah, but he's always kind of been rough with people too, as well. You know what I mean? Like it's not. It's kind of the reminder that any of these coaches, they don't know what they're doing in the social media world.
Mac.
Well, we talked about it at the remote on Thursday too. Like if he didn't have that press conference, then he wouldn't have spoken to the media until OTAs in a month.
Oh, that's another thing, though. But he rushed up the press conference in order to do it at 7:20, and it was like to basically just have a nothing burger of a press conference. Meanwhile, he overtook what was supposed to be the start of the draft that night. Like, I don't know, talk on Saturday.
Well, but on top of that, though, with this coming out, you just didn't have to have it out there that you were even working. You're not having anybody around there to go ahead and see if you're in the building or not. You could have had a month off where you didn't have to worry about this. Like Nick said, let it die down a little bit. But to have it come out after this, you could have just had the semblance of, oh, you were away for a month.
You know who I want to hear from tomorrow is Albert Breer. And Albert,
good thing he joins us at 5:20.
Well, but the point is, Albert, like this last week, had talked about how Mike Vrabel looked like a shell of himself walking around. That was like the report around New England. And so then he's back at work 3 days later, just a completely different guy.
I bet he's going to be 24/7, 365 in that building. I bet he's I'll let work distract me from the idea that my life is falling apart and everywhere else in the world. I mean, at least I think that's what I would do if I was in a situation, Nick. I think I would just bury myself in work. You just kind of like act as if the whole other part of life just doesn't exist, and you just bury yourself in work.
I think if you're Mike Vrabel, you'd bury yourself in something else. 216-474.
I think that's the problem. I think that's what got him in this situation, Nick.
Man, it's funny.
I'd be single, Vrabel.
Out
in the town.
I like Mike Vrabel a lot as a football coach.
I think he's obsessive. I think he's going to end up being just all over that place.
But again, which place we talking about? But again, it's just a lot of head-scratching maneuvers and not just that. The Patriots are also a part of this between the press conference, was Mike Vrabel just really suspended for this weekend, and that's what this is?
Once Robert Kraft tried to buy the photos initially, that was when this went a little bit deeper than maybe the people initially thought the Patriots were involved in.
Well, but do you think that this was actually a suspension disguised as a your penance for causing a shame?
Missing day 3 of the draft?
Well, because remember, he wasn't really involved in the draft in general.
That's what I'm saying. It's not much of a penance.
Well, no. But I mean, even like early parts of the draft, there were talks about how much he was really involved in this draft because of everything going on. A soft suspension. It's dumb, by the way. I doubt that it works. But it would make sense that all of a sudden Vrabel's like, I'm back at work now. Want everyone to know I'm back at work. Still manning the ship. That makes a lot more sense than he went to counseling for a day and a half with his wife, who apparently was cheating on for 6.5 years.
At one point, he had that line where he's like, I care about 2 things in life, basically. I care about my family and my job. And I just think he's had those – I think he's put it more job than family for a long time, and I feel like that's what he's continuing to do.
216-474-0092. Mike Vrabel back at work. Wants everyone to know. I know, because Adam Schefter tweeted it out, and Adam Schefter's not tweeting that out unless Mike Vrabel's okay with that information being out there. We obviously have talked a lot of Cavaliers here as well. Corey's been waiting on the west side. Corey, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Hey, so, I don't want to – matter of fact, so the Cavs United, they do a chalk talk where we hear from former players or, just certain people in the organization or front office. And I got to listen to Mark Price not too long ago. Mark Price was saying, I miss the era of big men in the NBA. Now, I'm listening to you guys. Well, the Cavs are we feeling like the Cavs aren't going to make a deep run or even make it to the finals? I'm looking at the situation, and I'm looking at the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference. In the Western Conference, I'm trying to figure out why the Western Conference seems to be the softer conference, at least in the playoffs right now, because looking at Jokic blow a gasket over the best player on the opposing team, blow a gasket over somebody taking a shot, that's like something that the 7th, 8th guy in rotation would get mad about. You see that, and you see Kevin Durant, and I'm not saying injuries are something to shake a stick at, but you see Kevin Durant sitting out multiple games in a game where everybody was tuned in for saying, oh, it's LeBron versus KD once again, maybe for the last time. And he's sitting out multiple games, and LeBron's leading. He came up in the Eastern Conference. I'm not putting the Eastern Conference on him, but he came up in the Eastern Conference, but he's pushing. I mean, he's actually leading the team right now when the
Corey?
Supposed player that is
Corey.
Real
quick, because I think you've made about 7 points here in about 45. So no, it's okay. What's the central point you're trying to make?
The point is, the Cavs having a tough time in the Eastern Conference right now isn't a big, I want to say, bombshell to me right now, because for one, you have the Thunder over there almost about to sweep a team. The Phoenix Suns, a former actual NBA Finals team, at least with Devin Booker, and and it just looks like, okay, they have the Western Conference, and this is no team in the Eastern Conference that you looking at right now and said they have the Eastern Conference.
So here's the thing, and I thank you for the call, Corey. I think a fair amount of people would say Boston. Even though they lost a game in that series to a pretty mid-Sixers team. I think most people would say Boston right now. And I think Boston will be the only team that actually, if it's Boston OKC, I think people will give them at least a fair chance to go up against OKC. Even if the Cavs go through Boston, I would expect the Cavs to be heavy dogs. So did that answer his question?
I don't know. I think his main point was the West is kind of going crazy right now, and he's not wrong. There's a lot of teams right now in the West that are struggling in their own series. Doesn't really impact us in the East at all, but he's not wrong.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Told you that on Friday morning. I go, there ain't no NFL to hide behind on Sunday.
There was nothing else. People were watching that come hell or high water, and the Cavs did what they have done, what all of you told me that the Cavs were going to do. They laid down.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have Emory Hunt coming up in 1 hour's time. CBS Sports HQ football game plan. It's a man who loves him some Shedeur Sanders. We'll see if he loves him the weapons in the support staff that the Browns have put around Shedeur, or hypothetically Deshaun Watson. That's coming up in 1 hour's time. But let's go ahead and get to the lead here. James Harden spoke with the media following the Cavs' loss to the Raptors in Game 4. He outlined the silver lining in the series now that it's tied 2 games apiece.
Low-scoring game today. Feels like nobody could really get it going, but there's an opportunity for us to tighten up on the little things, and I think closing the quarter as well. Even when we're not shooting the basketball, limiting second chance points, things like that. The things that you can control that have been great all year long at home. We got our crowd behind us, and we'll play better.
It's interesting he mentions closing out quarters. I saw the stat earlier today. I think it was the final 3 quarters and the final 2 minutes of those quarters, Cavs were outscored 25-2. You just can't have it. And he's right. No one was scoring anything offensively, but it was just ugly.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I think is frustrating about this is, Toronto can't score. Their best path to making this a series is if they can interrupt what you want to do and make it hard for you to score, which they've done. And I do think Scotty Barnes, Ingram, R.J. Barrett, that is a lot of length that they can throw at you at different points defensively. But in the end, there's a lot of bad decisions being made by the Cavaliers as well. 18 turnovers yesterday, and it's just, It feels like this is a case of, I'm not saying the Raptors aren't doing a good job. They are. They're doing what they need to do to disrupt the Cavs enough to turn this into a series. But it feels like the Cavs keep falling into those traps. And even I can't imagine that Kenny Atkinson's not like, hey, Evan, why don't you stay up on this game? Hey, guys, they're going to put a lot of pressure on you on the perimeter. Let's make that extra pass. I can't imagine that this is a Kenny Atkinson problem as much as it is just a simple execution problem. And again, the Cavs have far more talent than the Raptors do.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, on with Baskin and Phelps today. He talked about his faith in the Cavs to make a deep run in the playoffs.
I still think the Cavs are the better team, and I think they should win this series. And I think they have some things that are certainly in their advantage for the final however many games this thing lasts. But I think Sunday's loss is more of a reflection on how deep of a playoff run this team can possibly go on. Can they make the kind of run that would consider this season a success? This core group together, they struggle with the things that we saw on Sunday afternoon. Intensity, physicality, pressure. They looked uncomfortable. Teams with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, with all of that playoff experience, supposedly hardened by these playoff failures of the past, what was that game? The mental aspect of closing out pressure-packed playoff games and showing that they can thrive in pressure-packed playoff moments. That was awful.
There's still time for the Cavs to figure this out. And I 2 losses against Toronto that's not gonna change my opinion of where this series is supposed to go or where the first 2 rounds are supposed to go. But you are running out of opportunities to prove that when the game gets its hardest, when the opportunities to win, you have to fight, scratch, and claw for every one of them, and you have to be mentally sharp and physically tough. You're running out of opportunities to prove that you can take those L's and turn them into W's.
I mean, the game was gifted to you when a team opens up 0 for 14 from 3 and finishes 4 of 30 from 3. They're giving you the game on a silver platter. Sometimes just reach out and grab it and take it, and the Cavs just refuse to do that, and I don't know why. It's very puzzling. All 4 of their top 4 players played just pretty bad basketball, all things considered. Obviously not great. Very disappointing for a lot of reasons, but they're not out of the series, and they're definitely not out of the second round either, and so they just got to get this thing turned around quickly.
And Nick Shook of NFL.com joined us today at 3. He explained why he thinks the Browns deserve an A for their rookie draft class.
They hit on all 4 of their first 4 picks. Obviously, moving from 6 to 9 to draft Spencer Fano, getting Casey Concepcion. If he has more reliable hands at the pro level, that'll be a nice pickup for them as a catch-and-run guy. Denzel Boston, the inverse of Casey Concepcion, which really builds out your receiving core into a diverse group. And then trading back up to get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a guy that a lot of people, including myself, thought would go in the first round. You get him at 58, and you address needs. You make good picks for good value at the right spots. And while I have some questions about Fano long-term, whether he's going to be a tackle or a guard, if that's your guy and you were able to trade back 3 spots and still get your guy, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, the consensus is the Browns knocked this one out of the park. And after watching the first 4 picks, Nick, we obviously talked a lot about these guys and a lot of these players. All 4 of them had first-round grades. It's an incredible haul. Especially, I mean, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I mean, it's just the NFL being scared that he's a Toledo player. Okay, fine. Kind of similar to the NFL being scared that Harold Fannin was BGSU. And it's like, all right, we'll take him, and then we'll just watch him be great. Everyone knows instantly that he's going to be good.
Yeah, it's funny watching all of us. It's not just Browns fans, but flip the switch from Thursday where we're like, well, if Concepcion can catch, that'll be great. If Fano can stick at left tackle, that'll be great, right? And then Denzel Boston, and we actually texted each other about it when Denzel got drafted 39, and then when they come back up for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, it was just like, all right, I guess the Browns won the draft.
Yeah, I told you earlier it's a joking fashion, but I really felt like, all right, I don't really have to watch the rest of the draft. I will because I like it, but like from a they're going to get an A grade, that was set up right there. The first 4 mattered so much.
Yeah, and I will give them credit as well. I really like the way they kind of broke out. I mean, you got 3 offensive linemen, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and I kind of think I think
we have 8 guys as tight ends on the roster right now.
Well, and here's the thing: more than half those guys don't. I don't believe
Did they run out of room. They did. They ran out of room.
Bates, Whitehurst. I don't think these guys are Whitehart. Excuse me. I think they're practice squad players.
We really do have 8. I'm not joking. It's Fannin, Whitehart, Joe Royer, who we drafted, and then Carson Ryan, who we drafted, Sal Cannella, Jack Stoll, the guy that we picked up from New Orleans.
Stole him.
And then, Brendan Bates is the other one who we got from Houston. And then we're into Caden Prescorn.
Yeah.
And
you've been a big pre-scoring guy for a while.
Well, he's the last one. He's 8 of 8.
I'm more of a post-scoring guy, but you're a pre-scoring guy.
He's 8 of 8. Well, yeah, you know. It's kind of wild. It's we got a lot of tight ends. As the NFL moves to this, everyone's just employing 3 tight ends.
You play 14 personnel?
Yeah, is that it? Yeah. All right. I'm trying to think about Blake Whitehart for a second. I'm like, Blake Whitehart's the second off this, but then Jack Stoll is listed way down here, and I don't know. That's right. All right, anyway, Browns GM Andrew Berry spoke with the media after the draft. He was asked about picking Taylon Green in the 6th round and what it means for the quarterback room.
The quarterback position is the most important in sports. We'll make a bet, acquire a player that we like if it's the right cost. Taylon specifically, very mature young man, really strong makeup, and he has rare physical gifts. He has size, he has elite speed, he has a big arm. He's going to need some polish with his game. The current plan is that we would roll with those 4. I can't predict if something else comes up, so yes, that would be the intention. I think the 3 guys that we've had here have worked really hard and they've got along really well. We've been really pleased with the early part of the offseason program, and we think Taylon will really fit in nicely just because of how he's wired, his work ethic. So we're looking forward to seeing that group progress over the course of the spring and summer.
Yeah, I mean, there was the Field Yates report that the Browns would take offers on Dylan Gabriel, and then Andrew Berry kind of shot that down. I'm inclined to believe Field Yates here. I would be.
Yeah.
I would kind of be surprised if Dylan was there at the start of camp.
Unless your Deshaun theory that it's all just one big ploy.
That's the out, by the way. That's a really good point. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that is out though, and so I don't believe in that necessarily, but that would be one way to get there. I like the Green addition to the room. I just think it's an easy decision, right? A guy that again I read a lot on him, and McShay was like, no chance he'll make it to day 3. He's probably a day 2 guy, but no chance he makes it to day 3. The athleticism he has, he's just inaccurate. He's inaccurate and he's got a funky motion, but he's got everything else you would want in a quarterback. And so I like the idea of give him a couple years and let's see what happens.
What I like is I think you can deploy him now and kind of use him in specific roles like a goal line role. If you wanted to use him as another kind of pass catching option out of the backfield, I think you could do that. I think you can drop some trick plays with him and then still develop him as a quarterback. I don't think you have to choose between those two things. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby announced he's entering treatment for gambling addiction after a NCAA investigation came to light that he gambled on games, including Indiana games, when he played at Indiana. Are we more likely to see Brendan Sorsby on a college field next or on an NFL field?
Probably NFL field. I don't know how college football lets him back in.
Yeah.
And it's not like I think is like such a, it's not Emmanuel Clase. This isn't anything where I'm like, oh my God, he was gambling on games he was involved in. Like, no, by all accounts, the idea is that he was betting on thousands, and what they have here, thousands of bets in the previous couple years, and even like going to Reds games and betting on ball strike outcomes that never wagered anything more than $1. It seems stupid. He was breaking rules that a lot of young people don't have rules for, right? Like a lot of young people, you can get in your phone, you can just make bets. He, at 21 years old, probably hanging around with his buddies, going to Reds games, thought I can do this as well. College football doesn't have the same standards, though. You can't bet on pro games. You can't bet on college games if you're in college football.
Yeah, and the NCAA licks its chops at things like this because it does have a clear set of guidelines for prospect student athletes on this. I would imagine the NCAA drops the hammer, and I do wonder if you're Braden Sorsby in his camp, do you look at this and go, well, am I willing to risk a year out of football, or do I try and enter the NFL supplemental draft? Now, of course, the NFL is probably going to have their own thing to say about Brendan Sorsby gambling on games, but I do tend to think if Brendan Sorsby had come out this year, I think he would have been a day 2 pick. It makes you wonder if he went to the NFL supplemental route, would he still be that level of a pick? Could he be even a first-round pick where people projected him to be next year?
Yeah, he was legitimately expected to be a playoff team this year with Heisman hopes. And so, like, that's the part we got to stress here. I think people know him because he's been around college football for a while. I had him in my quarterback Deadpool. But, like, I don't know. I don't know that the average college football fan was locked into how great of a season he was supposed to have and how big of a deal this actually is.
I only had non-gamblers on my quarterback Deadpool.
I think I took furries. Yep. I took gamblers.
Yeah. You're kind of like a...
Nussmeier has to have something hiding. I just know it. I don't know what that is, but I know Nussmeier's got something.
Yep. Yeah, it's not an NFL future, but
no.
It is something other than that.
I should have taken Pavia, too, just because I think at one point I did. And then, yeah. Ooh.
I feel like it's a new country song. Furries, gamblers, and short kings. Like a Casey Musgrave song.
Is that right?
Could be. That's the lead. I mean, hey, we're having fun. When we come back, a narrative shift for Andrew Berry in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
worse, and yet won the game. I'm curious about Harden and Mitchell moving forward together. I think they are better built as a playoff team now than when Darius was playing alongside Donovan Mitchell as opposed to James Harden. But is Harden the answer?
Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Emery Hunt coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Yahoo Sports' Jory Epstein has a inside look at the Browns' war room, where she spent Thursday, I think this weekend, in the Browns draft room there. There's some comments about Ty Simpson that are making the rounds. Can you explain to me what's going on? Because I've glanced over that part of the story, but I fail to see the incendiary part of what people are glomming on to.
Oh, no, I fail to see it as well. The part that people are hanging on to is the quote, so we really focused, and particularly when Ty went off the board, we really focused on just the infrastructure around it, and we're really pleased with the players that we selected. So that gives you the idea that they were really highlighted and zeroed in on where exactly Ty Simpson was going to go, because they would then have interest in Ty Simpson. But more in the article kind of suggests that they were just kind of keeping a watchful eye because it's a quarterback, right? Like, she goes down a whole story about how when the Rams took Ty Simpson 13th overall, Haslam in the room, Nick, screams out to everybody, Andrew knew that a week ago, as if like Andrew had already pegged Ty Simpson to the Rams a week ago, and they were operating as if Ty Simpson was going to go to the Rams a week ago, which, again, if you know the Rams are going to take Ty Simpson at 13 and Haslam excitedly shouted out that Andrew knew that, well, then your only chance to get Ty Simpson would have been at 9. They obviously chose not to do that because they weren't interested in Ty Simpson.
I like the idea that Jimmy, at this case, is like the guy watching a magic show.
That's kind of what it is.
And he's like, he just pulled a rabbit from the hat.
That's kind of how it sets it up. Like, and there's different points all throughout this article where you just see Jimmy is just in the room, and he's like almost like marveling. At least she gives the impression like marveling at the job that Andrew Berry is able to do. And it's like, who are you trying to convince here?
I also like, same point that you're saying. The one thing, because I was still on the Spencer Fano part of this, where there were 2 area scouts who are big in kind of doing the work
and everything,
and they gave him the orange dot, which apparently is like the highest praise you can give him for character and in upside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these guys made this big pitch for Spencer Fano, as you do in the room when you're trying to make sure talk through the stuff. And at one point, Jimmy goes up to them and goes, "I was already in on him, but I'm more in on him after talking to you guys." And I'm like, is Jimmy just a good hang in the war room?
I think so. I think he might be. Yeah, he's funny. This whole entire thing, he just seems funny to me.
That is how I would want to be in a draft room, where I would, as an owner, I just want to be the ultimate hype man. Like, man, you nailed that undersized center out of Alabama. Fives up top.
He's just like shocked at the idea that Andrew Berry would have called out that the Rams were taken, and again, they know each other very well, the Rams and the Browns, that is, but like the idea that it's like, oh, Andrew called that out a week ago, everybody. My guy's tapped in. He knows what's going on. But it completely shuts down any of the other parts in this article that even try to give a hint that they wanted Ty Simpson in any sort of way, unless obviously if there was great value, they would have done it. I think that's obvious. They did take a quarterback. If there was great value, if he fell to the fourth round.
Denzel Boston. I was thinking 39.
Yeah, but even still, like if there was great value to be had, they weren't closing the door on that. But Andrew knew he was going to the Rams a week ago. He went to the Rams. Case closed.
I also I know we made I made my joke about Jimmy there, but I do think like part of the supposition you can make of Andrew Berry being the guy that spearheaded the worst trade in NFL history and still having a job after it's failed miserably, part of that can be he's really good at managing up in a way that I don't think John Dorsey had the people skills for, or maybe patience for. I think managing up to a billionaire, especially one who I think in his heart of hearts would like to just make all the calls himself, like Jerry Jones, I do think that takes a lot of patience and a lot of skill, and I think that's something that is highlighted in the kind of half of the article that I've read so far.
Well, so what he understands, and this is just a credit to Andrew Berry, he understands that Jimmy Haslam wants to be very involved. And so it even goes back to the idea that they clearly, at some point a week ago, they had a conversation about quarterbacks, and Andrew Berry was able to tell him, no, I know he's going there. That's not what we want to do. And then you keep the convo going. And but the idea that he can almost, I loved how you described it, like a magic trick for Andrew Berry, or for Jimmy Haslam. That's kind of what this is. And that's kind of what Andrew Berry's been able to pull off in the past couple of years, I feel like. These magic tricks that are just impressing an NFL owner that is masked as like a 6-year-old at a birthday party where he's like, I can't believe he did it again. And you just keep doing that. And then all of a sudden he's convinced that Andrew Berry not only knows what he's doing, but is awesome at this.
Now, I want to give Andrew Berry props for having a draft that I really liked. And I want to give him props because the year prior, he had maybe the best draft the Browns have had. And that includes 2018, where you had Denzel, you had Baker, and you had Nick Chubb. And Austin Corbett, who was the fourth of your top
Turned out to be a pretty
5
good
picks,
player.
ended up being
Not with
really
the Browns,
good.
but, you know.
If not injury prone, which is not something you predict. At least you couldn't with him. So I want to give him all the props. But there is a narrative that started as like a kernel of an idea on Twitter, probably Friday night after you got Denzel Boston, after you got Warren, right? Or McNeil Warren. And then it is picked up steam. And much like, the snowball that turns into the avalanche, has now just turned into accepted fact over the weekend. The amount of people who are like, I guess Paul DePodesta was the problem. Andrew Berry has been freed of this. We're even rewriting the narrative that happened where, again, Paul DePodesta was ensconced in the draft in just the whole offseason process until the moment that he left. But now that Andrew Berry's had a second really well thought of draft, the amount of, I heard Paul DePodesta really fell out with the Browns before last year's draft. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that was not a narrative that was espoused about this until after Paul DePodesta left.
All right, so what do you think? Do you think that DePodesta's influence was that great and that large, or do you feel like Andrew Berry just got better at the job?
No, I think Andrew Berry's had top 10, top 15, top 15 picks the last 2 years, and he's had a bunch of top 60 picks, which he didn't have for 3 years because he made the dumbest trade in NFL history.
So that's how I look at it as well. Like the idea that it shouldn't surprise anybody that all of a sudden you start being smarter when you have a boatload of picks that you didn't previously have, and you're not up against it the way that they were. And the Deshaun Watson trade hurt this franchise in such a massive way, but the least talked about way is the idea that it just made the draft irrelevant for 3 years.
Yeah.
And you couldn't do anything. And the picks that he did take, he kept trying to solve with wide receivers, but at that point in the third round, you can't be asking that much with those wide receivers.
So it felt really convenient to watch this narrative grow. And listen, guys, the results speak for themselves with DePodesta. He oversaw, it was a playoff win and 2 playoff appearances for a team, for a league built on parity, and for a team that when he was here, the beginning of his regime, they had top 5 picks every single year. So, Paul DePodesta was an unmitigated failure. Do I think getting him out of the scenario helps a little bit because it's one less cook in the kitchen? Yes. Do we think Andrew Berry's any better at his job now than he was 3 years ago? No.
No, but I think Andrew Berry's got to be thrilled that this is the development.
Oh, yeah. He
Because,
loves this narrative. If I'm Andrew
me?
Berry, I'm having my family members tweet this
For
out.
sure. This is the greatest thing to happen to Andrew Berry is the idea that now he's got an identity to himself. Now he's the draft guy. This is what he, in league circles, when people talk about Andrew Berry, the next thing that comes out of their mouth is, man, he really knows how to draft.
Yeah.
Which is not something that existed 2 years ago. And so, congratulations. You knock it out of the park 2 years in a row. You seem like you got a lot of really good players. You're constantly maneuvering through the draft board, and you're doing all sorts of really smart things. This is good. It's great for Andrew Berry.
That's what I kind of think is going to be really fascinating about this year, is because in the end, if again, you have the first 4 guys in this draft, each contribute day one. Like Spencer Fano comes in and just holds his own at left tackle. Either Concepcion or Boston step right in as a starting wide receiver, as like Ted McMillan this last year, who was good but not great. Some of that had to do with Bryce Young, who's not great. And then McNeil Warren comes in, and finally you have that elite safety you're looking at, and Delpit can slide in under him, Hickman can slide under him. Do I think there are going to be a lot of people giving him his flowers? Yes. In the end, though, if it's another 4-win team, I don't know how a second good class will carry you if, again, the thing that fails you is the most important position in football, and none of the 3 guys you've drafted in the last 2 years or the guy that you traded all that stuff for can pull the sword from the stone and just get you to functionality on offense.
No, but what it will do is give you confidence that in 2027, if they have to draft a quarterback then, that you got the right guy in charge to do so, which is not something that I think a lot of people believed as recently as a couple years ago.
Oh, see, that's interesting because at some point, hey, Andrew Berry can draft wide receivers now. Well, this is proven this year. If Spencer Fano comes out and holds his own at left tackle, he can draft offensive linemen.
You'd mentioned these guys being good, but it was like a 4-win season. And so off the premise that these guys are actually good, he will have, and not cemented, again, it's year one. Again, we don't know the long-term ramifications. We don't really even know last year. Like you said last year, you thought it was the best draft the Browns have ever had. In my head, I'm like, I don't believe that at all. But we've just gone back and forth on that so much, there's no point right now. The idea, though, is that if there's belief in Andrew Berry, at least the perceived belief in Andrew Berry as being some sort of draft guru, you're going to have a lot more confidence going into 2027 that he'll get the right quarterback.
Yeah, but
that didn't exist a couple years ago.
But we kind of split the baby with this, with him drafting, right? I trust him to draft defensive linemen or cornerbacks, but I don't trust him to draft wide receivers. I trust him to draft off-ball linebackers, but I don't trust him to draft offensive linemen. Every pick in this draft not named Taylor Green, and last year's draft not named the quarterbacks can hit. And we're still going to go, all right, he still hasn't done it at quarterback, and he's had three choices in the draft and the biggest trade in trade in recent Browns history in Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, but
none of them have pulled the sword from the stone.
It would have been a third, a fifth, and a sixth-round pick as far as quarterbacks are concerned. Like, you telling me there'd be no extra belief that Andrew Berry wouldn't have a clue?
I'm not saying that because, again, I can't control what other people believe. I would still have my reservations.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, there always is going to be reservations from what me and you think in general. But, the idea that I would say a large majority of the fan base, if they start to believe that Andrew Berry really knows what he's doing in the draft boarding, the draft side of this, then, they're gonna think we got the right guy to make the pick in 27, which, again, not something people even thought. I keep saying 2 years ago. People didn't even think that last week. It's one of the big concerns.
216-474-0092. Dave in Berea. Welcome to the show, Dave.
Yeah. You guys don't believe that DePodesta was interfering with the draft. Why did John Dorsey leave? Why was he forced out?
He was fired because he fired Hugh Jackson and then wouldn't give Greg Williams the job and then hired Freddie Kitchens, who was arguably the worst head coach in Browns history.
Now, that's not totally accurate because
that's exactly accurate.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
John Dorsey and DePodesta had a power struggle, and Haslam opted for DePodesta.
Yeah, real quick, Dorsey had, and I love John Dorsey.
Dave, that also only speaks to what we're implying and what you're saying.
He had power struggles with Jimmy. He had power struggles with DePodesta. He had power struggles.
You're asking how did he not interfere with the draft while admitting then that DePodesta won a power struggle? Do you hear how that sounds?
Well, if DePodesta is butting into the GM's role, Dorsey didn't want to sit back and take that.
But your initial inference was that DePodesta was not doing anything with the draft, but then you've now conceded that he was basically the GM.
No, I never said that. I said he was interfering with the draft. Both him and Stefanski, they were the power brokers. Andrew Berry was the third wheel of this party.
That's very convenient to say when Andrew Berry is the GM. Andrew Berry sets the 53-man roster. Andrew Berry's the guy who is widely accepted to be the guy that came up with the idea for Deshaun Watson and then got everybody else on board.
Now, you want me to shoot that one down?
I sure do.
Kevin Stefanski just brought on the tight end that he brought on in his first year here. Did Andrew Berry bring that guy in?
What the hell are you talking about?
Stefanski?
You mean Austin Hooper?
Dave, what the hell are you talking about?
That's right, Austin Hooper.
How does that disprove the Deshaun Watson thing?
I didn't say nothing about Watson.
I know, you're doing a lot. Why do you answer that like you're
Dave,
in
we appreciate you,
like you're in The Sopranos? I didn't say nothing about that. Okay.
That was...
Is it us?
He's like in a stand or something. Well, yeah, we've not had great calls lately. It might be us. It might be us.
That's 2 straight callers, and I feel like it's.
I've got a theory on our phone calls.
I'm like, oh, we got a call here.
No, I have a theory.
All right.
So we don't take many phone calls. We just don't. It's just kind of been a thing with us. We just don't take a lot of phone calls.
Yeah.
And in like the time we've been doing the show together, I think like the good quality phone callers have kind of gotten hip to that, and so they've just kind of weeded their way out of it. And like, all right, just going to let them talk. Don't even bother calling in because they don't want to wait on hold or do anything like that. And so we're left with the people that are willing to sit on hold for like an hour and a half.
Please.
And those people sometimes, not always, sometimes don't have the greatest of thoughts.
Please, callers.
Relative to the people that'll hang on for 5 minutes and then have something to do with their day.
Good callers. Come back. We miss you. We miss you badly. 216-474-0092. Has Andrew Berry changed his narrative this weekend? Was it all DePodesta's fault? You tell us. And positivity about the Browns continues in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Emery Hunt coming up in about 15 minutes here. The draft review show coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. Nathan and Ken, they got Andrews, Barry, and Siciliano on the show tonight, so make sure to stay tuned to that. I want a full breakdown from Andrew Barry on why he's better off without that interloper, Paul DePodesta, weighing him down.
I'm sure that's going to get asked.
I will tell you, the Brittany Giroli piece on Paul DePodesta, going back to baseball, where multiple quotes from
Midday show had her on last week.
Yeah. So, but in it did have the things that annoy me when we talk about some of these Ivy Leaguer interlopers into other sports, where it was like, well, he was just a process guy, which is cover for nobody really wanted to know what he did, and he was just kind of involved in everything. And the other one was, see, the problem with the Browns is they just didn't commit to his vision fully. Yeah, I don't think that was the problem.
That was not the. We actually, oddly enough, I think they committed for way too long.
You know what? Here's another thing, because I want to make it clear. None of this is the defense of Paul DePodesta. None of it will ever be no.
Yelling only makes you sound more confident with that belief.
No, because it legitimately pisses me off. Like, it should piss everybody off.
Well, DePodesta,
they didn't hire a great baseball GM. They hired like a C- baseball GM.
That's not even it, though. The part that should piss people off.
That is the part that pisses me off.
Is the idea that he's admitted that he entered football without knowing any of the players in the NFL. That's the part that should piss you off. Like, the idea that you could be an NFL.
Can it all piss me off?
Yeah, but like that's the part that always gets back to. I get the part that makes me angry about it is that like these people, yes, he's qualified for a different sport, but like the idea that he didn't know. I think by his own estimation, I think he said he knew less than 10% of the NFL as far as rosters were concerned. Mm-hmm. How is it that guys running a fantasy football team know more about the guy that was in charge to run this football team? Mm-hmm. Like that should never happen. And I get it. It was very 2016, Nick, it was very in vogue for people to be like, hey, hire smart people and let them figure it out. Okay, then that's fine. You want to know why we as a society started shifting away from that in a lot of areas? It's because you need to actually have experience in the things that you're supposed to be hired to do. You can't just be expected, especially with so many nuances and so many different quirks and things, you can't just plop smart people in and say, go. It doesn't work in football.
I don't know why the word plop made me giggle. 216-474-0092.
That was a microcosm of our show, by the way. Yeah. That was it right there. You give an impassioned thing that I'm just kind of like, all right, I don't know why you got so angry about it, but now I'm angry about it, so I give an impassioned thing back. And then it ends with a plop. What a funny word.
Yeah, that's fair. Dr. Bob. Hi, Dr. Bob.
Dr. Bob.
Gentlemen, you asked for good callers, so here I am.
Mm-hmm. That beautiful.
So you guys asked right before the break if Barry has changed the view of his fans, I guess.
Mm-hmm. The narrative.
By all accounts, he had a great draft. That's what every analyst out there is saying. I love all of his first 4 picks, and everybody that followed. He added depth to the offensive line. Took a couple of guys who are, maybe projects, but nothing matters until we see the results on the field. So as good as some of these players are, if it doesn't lead to more wins than losses, then it's not a good draft. But we got to wait till September. I'll let you guys go, and I'll call back the next time you need some good callers, even though this was kind of a crappy call.
All right,
at least you know it, but thank you, Dr. Bob.
Tomorrow, at 2:22.
It's a good man, Dr. Bob.
Very good man, very thorough.
Yeah. I gave him the nickname Dr. Bob back in the night show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it because he's a doctor?
No, I once asked for like a hangover remedy or something like that, and he called in and had one, and then I just called him Dr. Bob, and then he's gone with it ever since.
Mine would be Mountain Dew and Chinese food. Worked for like 3 years in college.
Does it not work anymore?
I don't know. I don't drink that. I mean, when I drink, I don't really get drunk anymore. I don't get hungover anymore.
You drink, you just don't get hungover?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How did that happen?
Oh, no. I don't get drunk.
Or you never drink and then end up getting drunk.
Yeah, it's when you're 350 pounds, it's exhausting to drink enough to get drunk. So just take a couple of belts and then we see where the evening goes. I also don't drink.
What about like your cabin trips though? You don't. I mean, you're drinking all day.
No, because you drink all day. Like, I'm not saying I don't get a little tipsy, but drunk? No. To the point where the alcohol is going to affect me the next day. No, or I'll just nap in the middle of the day and we'll just cut that hangover right out of the equation.
Well, there we go. That's a good development for you, though. I mean, at this point in life, we probably should not be getting. We shouldn't be getting drunk.
But here's the other thing I found.
It's just horrendous for your body.
It only took me like 35 years to learn this. You shouldn't drink if you have a negative emotion that's leading the way. So I cut that out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And
so
by
do you
the way,
only drink when you're happy now, or what?
Yeah, mostly.
Is that the idea? Like you got to hit like a happy quote in order to have drinks?
I want to be mindful of why I'm doing the thing that I'm doing. And in fairness, I said 35 years. In fairness, it was really 27 years. There's a lot of, from like 17 to 27. There were a lot of, well, I'm in a bad mood. I'm going to have one. And then it spiraled out of control. And I was like, how did this happen? And then over time, it's kind of like the Paul DiPodesta thing.
Yeah.
I had enough data. And I was like, well, these results are not what I want.
Mm-hmm.
And much like Jimmy Haslam, I allowed myself to go back to baseball.
And that's the
Sorry,
magic
we got
trick.
muddied there in the middle. But you were picking up what I was putting down.
I did. You just don't get drunk anymore.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you
I did say that. That's exactly what I said. Pretty much. Yeah. Who's got time for it, anyways?
Who's got time for it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't.
Listen, that's my excuse for it. I don't know. I imagine you're just as busy. I mean, yeah, I get it. Now, when you become an empty nester, though, you're going to have a lot of time on your hands.
Yeah.
Isn't that what this is all about? It's getting back to like older versions of us where then we find all the things we did when we were like 22.
Yeah.
And then you just get back into it. Maybe at that point, though, and I think this is the kind of the hope that I'm kind of hanging on to, is that when I get to that spot where I'm like an empty nester and I'm like, I have just a bunch of free time and everything's all good that way, like, I don't know, 65 or so, somewhere in there,
Mm-hmm.
I'll be so worried about just staying alive because I don't want to die that then I won't, in fact, make myself a miserable drunk.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I want to. There's going to be a point here where I do need to tip the differential towards health. Admittedly, we can all see that one, right? But will there be a point where I'm like, well, I'm in good enough, like my buddy Josh Parcell.
Yeah.
And I say that even though he tried to get me fired in Charlotte. No, my old partner Josh Parcell.
Sound very nice of him.
No, he was a real two-faced. But I love the guy. But JP, the other JP as he now will be forever known.
Yeah.
He would be able to go out and have one day a week where he had like a couple drinks, right? Because he was so healthy in other parts. That's what I aspired to at 65. That I'm active and I'm healthy and I'm doing all these things. And then once a week, I go to dinner. All of a sudden, did Nick have 8 cocktails? Yeah, but that's okay. Because the rest of his time, he's very healthy.
I like that at like 55 or 60, you're just all of a sudden just going to make up for all the other years and just like in a, I don't know, like a 1 or 2 year span, just erase it all.
But I want it to be like early Mad Men. Right? Like late Mad Men, when they were drinking, you really just felt bad.
That was just alcoholism.
I mean, early where you're like, he's a little bit more charming than he was 30 minutes ago. And that will be the margaritas talking. Well, that's another thing. Hit 65, or that's retirement. Foofy drinks out the ass. I'm a man's man. I drink Coors Banquet now. But when it comes time to really start golfing multiple times a week,
you don't have to hold yourself with these golden handcuffs that you're currently wearing. One thing I always felt guilty about, we went to Vegas. I was with my older brother. My older brother was married, but I was like maybe 21. He still is.
Okay.
Same person the entire time.
Didn't know if we were going to do a plot twist here.
Same person the entire time. Anyway, so you're in Vegas, and you got one of those like really big yardsticks that were just filled with margarita, and I was just like, I was like, man, that's... what a foo-foo drink that is, I can't believe you're drinking that. Yeah. And then you could tell, like, his, like, fun and excitement out of drinking this big yardstick of margarita was just kind of zapped. And I've always felt miserable about it. Because the idea really should be, once you get married, if you're single, don't be doing that nonsense. Then no self-respecting woman's going to look you in the eyes if you're drinking that stuff. But if you're married, now's the time. Just go for it. Who really cares?
I mean,
drink as many foo-foo drinks as you want.
You still want to be attractive to your significant other, by the way. Yeah.
You think that alone?
No,
But I'm not saying it's going to help.
You think the foo-foo drinks alone? She's like, who did I marry?
I'll tell you this.
I didn't know I married that.
She came home yesterday. She had a full day with her sister and her mom out at some place. I don't know, some foofy place that they shopped way too much. It was great for them. But she came home, and I'm grilling, and I have a Coors Banquet in my hand, which, of course, looks like toddler-esque because I have big hands. I could tell it worked for her. And I was like, we like that. I'm going to keep those images working for her. If she came home and I looked like Samantha from Sex and the City, oh, hello, baby. Let me take you for a spin on my cycle.
And she calls you a lush and then gives you divorce papers.
Be like, I get it. I went Samantha.
Totally understandable.
You don't go Samantha. Emery Hunt, CBS Sports. Talk the Browns draft, Shador, this whole thing in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Emery Hunt of CBS Sports joins the guys next. Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
The Cleveland Browns draft looked like one of these mock draft simulators where you get all these great players. There's like, this is not going to be realistic. There's no way I can get, Denzel Boston and also Casey Concepcion and also Emmanuel McNeil Warren. This is unreal, right? But it actually happened.
That was Emery Hunt on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. We got to have Ross on at some point this week to take his victory lap for getting Taylon Green to Cleveland. In Emery, yet another member of the national media, a big fan of what the Browns did in the NFL draft. We're going to get to him in just a second, but the draft review show will be coming up in 1 hour's time. Nathan and Ken, they've got Andrew Barry on the show, Andrew Siciliano. There could be a third Andrew. We don't even know yet.
A couple Andrews.
That's going to be all the Andrews. If you're a caller named Andrew, maybe see if you can get in, get a little Andrew on Andrew action. I don't know.
Aaron Andrews?
Or, hey, now, they could get her if they wanted to.
They definitely could.
Yeah.
Was that what you were going to say? I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
No. It's called I went as a coward and I bailed out. In case we missed it in about 40 minutes there. But to talk the Browns draft, what he loved even more, what he loved maybe even more than that. We head out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. CBS Sports football game plan owner, the great Emery Hunt, with us now. Emery, welcome to the show.
Appreciate you guys having me on, man. Always a pleasure.
Well, it's great to have you here. I actually want to start. I know you're a big Shador guy. So much of last year was this guy is just not being put in a position to succeed, not just with how they handled him in terms of reps and development and all that, but with the talent around him once he got on the field. Do you feel like the Browns are finally giving Shador or anyone who starts a quarterback this year a real chance on offense, given the weapons they brought in, the offensive talent they brought in this offseason?
Absolutely. This is what the talent looked like when they made the playoffs. When you had a Jarvis Landry, you had the Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. This is what that looked like. And I feel like if health permitting, we're seeing the same building blocks and foundation here with the last two draft classes. I absolutely love what they did in free agency. It set the table for them to go into the draft and pinpoint who they wanted, targeted players that can help them right now without having to be pressed to double up on offensive linemen or take the tackle at 6 or whatnot. So because they did a great job in free agency and because they had the multiple first-round picks and how the board fell, man, they did another great job in just acquiring talent. I love what they've done when you combine the last two draft classes. A-plus job by Andrew Berry.
All right, tell me what your favorite pick then of this draft was for the Browns.
My favorite pick was getting Denzel Boston. And then the reason why, listen, I'm a KC Concepcion guy. He was my number 2 Z receiver. And I just assumed that Denzel Boston would go to the Jets at 16 as opposed to Omar Cooper, because Denzel Boston was my number 1 inside receiver. And when I say inside receiver, think of the Marcus Colston prototype, right? So the fact that they got my number 2 Z and my number 1 inside guy along with one of my top tackles in the class in Fandom, I was like, whoa, they're cooking with gas, because Concepcion can win deep down the field. He can win short. He can also do a lot of creative things in the wide receiver run game. And Boston can win short, intermediate, and deep. And I also felt like his run after catch skills were very underrated. So he can take a short pass a long way, and he gives them a big dog at receiver, something that I always kind of envision when I'm creating these receiver rooms. You want to create, complementary players of each other. So you have the big guy in Boston, you have the speed guy in Bond, you have the kind of do everything on the move guy in Concepcion, and you still have a bona fide stud, I feel like, in Jerry Jeudy, along with Harold Fannin. And so for me, I just felt like this was an amazing haul because of Boston alone.
Emery, given the way defense has evolved, we know we have a couple extra archetypes
of safety utilization in the NFL. When you look at Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, what do you think is his ideal role in the NFL?
That third safety role, and the guy I comped him to this whole draft process was Deshaun Golson that played for the 49ers. Big physical. You remember they had him and Dante Whitner at safety, two guys that can really knock the you-know-what out of you. And so Warren, I feel like he wants to attack downhill. He wants to be aggressive. And that, therefore, one of the areas of concern I had for him was because he's so fixated on attacking and what's going on in the backfield, he wasn't getting the most or the best depth in his drops, which kind of, let the ball go over his head a couple times. So when he's playing top down, man, he's aggressive. Case in point for how many fumbles he's forced and how many times he found himself around a football. So as a rookie in a three safety look or as a nickel defender, he can truly excel. I think that's why I love this fit here for him with the Browns.
Emery, I know you love quarterbacks and love talking quarterbacks the way that we do. Taylon Green, I think there's a lot of talent here. I do. I think the upside is incredibly high as well. Some people on the station already are trying to make him a wide receiver and get him away from being a quarterback. Emery, I see a lot there. I really do. A weird arm throw, weird arm mechanics, understandably so, and completion percentage maybe not the greatest. But is there something there?
Absolutely. Listen, he was my number 2 quarterback in the class. And I comped him to Randall Cunningham. I comped him to Colin Kaepernick. And both of those guys went in round 2. So I thought that he might be the second or third quarterback off the board if I was Arizona, because you could slow walk him to where he can start maybe next year, learning from behind Jacoby Brissett. So when you look at Taylon Green and those receiver talks, anytime they see someone that looks like Taylon Green that runs fast, they automatically want to move the receiver. But the caveat is like, whoa, Matt Jones. No. They do this with all quarterbacks that look like Taylon Green. But when you look at him, he doesn't move or run like a wide receiver. He is a quarterback. He worked with Bobby Petrino for 2 straight seasons. He got better as a quarterback at Arkansas than he was at Boise State. So there's a lot here. And I was asked this question earlier today. What do you think about 4 quarterbacks? Well, I feel like Deshaun Watson only has the 1 season left under contract. And, so one of these guys, Green and or Gabriel, whoever wins that battle is going to be on the practice squad. I think it's more likely will be Dylan Gabriel. And you can keep all 4 quarterbacks. So when you do move off from Deshaun Watson, you already have your 3 quarterbacks now ready to go in Green and Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
All right, Emery. I'm kind of curious about up front. Obviously, the Browns drafted 3 guys in this year's draft. Just give us a couple run-throughs, though, on Austin Barber, the 3rd rounder, and then Parker Brailsford, the center out of Alabama in the 5th round, and what you think about those guys.
Barber does a great job of combo and climbing. I like him in the run game, and that's rare you see a tackle, a left tackle as that can go up there and really get busy in the run game. Most teams are right-handed when they run the football, so anytime you're able to run weak side, you're cooking with gas. So I like that fit for him, especially in a reserve setting. Brailford was excellent technician, a little small, so I think he'll spend this season putting a little bit more meat on his bones and getting acclimated to the consistency he'll see from pro strength and conditioning and explosiveness on the other side. So I do feel like that's a longer play, which is great because he has Elton Jenkins to learn from, who's a fantastic center. But now you have the chance to really develop a guy to be your center in waiting. And when you think about what they did up front, you talk about, Titus Howard. You're talking about Elton Jenkins. You have DeJuan Jones, to be honest, looks great by all accounts in terms of how he looks physically. So you still have that element there, too. This was just a great piecing together of the offensive line. Not really piecing together, but building the offensive line would be a better way to describe it for the Browns.
Did they do enough? I'm trying to figure out. We obviously have a great defense, and a lot of those pieces still return. If it's Shedeur week 1, how many wins are you expecting for the Browns now after seeing this draft and Andrew Berry hitting out of the park once again?
I would also add Joe Royer, the tight end out of Cincinnati. I loved him coming out of college. I think he has more fluidity than people are giving him credit for. So now you have a 1-2 punch tight end. I think the Browns can win 10 games. We talked about this before. When you look at Shedeur going 3 and 4 down the stretch, they should have been 5 and 2. And to be honest, the only game they really outplayed was the Bears game. And they had a lead in that 49er game too, but special teams and going for it on 4th down ruined that one for them. So they weren't as bad as the record indicated. Now you add talent, again, health permitting, and the confidence of each and everybody going in. And I love Todd Monken. Todd Monken's attitude is almost like he got an offensive version of Jim Schwartz. So with that being said, you look at this team, the confidence, the swag, that yields itself to these guys playing good football. So I can see 10 games for the Browns and being in the playoffs as well.
Emery, what do you think of the other three drafts in the AFC North?
Well, for the Ravens, I thought they did a solid job. Very Ravens-like in what they were able to get, and I found myself saying, oh, wow, how did this guy fall to Baltimore, right? And so they're the AFC version of the Eagles. And the Bengals, listen, I'm all for the Los Angeles Rams approach of I'll take my first-round pick for a known asset because at the end of the day, that's what you're hoping for a first-round pick. They did that with Dexter Lawrence, and they did a solid job on the back end of the draft as well. And when you look at Pittsburgh, listen, that's the quarterback battle I'm excited to see this spring because I love the confidence of Will Howard saying, I want to be the guy. He's been very vocal about that. And then you got Drew Allen, who has more physical skill, but can he get his footwork right? Can he do the things necessary to be a consistent player in terms of, moving forward as a pro? So overall, the Steelers have gotten better. The Bengals have gotten better. The Browns have gotten better, and Baltimore is still Baltimore. So I think we're going to be in for a great season in the AFC North.
Who do you think did the best job in general in the NFL this past weekend?
It's a tie between, the Browns and also the Giants. It's so funny when people talk about the Giants, man. We spent about 2 months talking about Sonny Styles being a perfect inside linebacker because he's tall, gives you another tall player next to Tremaine Edmonds, and that way you can create a tight umbrella around the second level and allow those pass rushers to get to the quarterback. You can do the same thing with Arvell Reese, who can play the same position, but also gives you a little bit more as a blitzer. So I felt like the Giants did a great job just acquiring great talent. Francis Mauigoa gives them that guard-tackle combination that they can utilize up front. And when you think about how well they've done overall in helping their football team, along with John Harbaugh, bringing a lot of the Baltimore Ravens over there in tow, I think that's another surprise team that can get to the playoffs here in year one.
Emery, great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you, and we're hoping that you are correct about that 10-win team because 8 wins in the last 2 seasons has not been a lot of fun. We want some fun now, Emery.
Y'all got fun, and listen, y'all got some awesome uniforms, too. I was shocked how much I like those white helmets. I was like, wait a minute. They actually look dope out there. So you got the swag, you got the uniforms, you got the quarterbacks, you got the offense. The Browns are going to be legit, man. Cut that and play it all week long. Let that be the promo.
Hey, we already had Ross Tucker pick the Browns for Taylon Green, and he gets the victory lap. Yours is the next victory lap we need to come true. We'll make sure to play it all the time. Emery, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Emery Hunt there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. CBS Sports HQ football game plan. We'll react to what he had to say and talk favorite picks by the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Get 2 for under $200 at Ken Gainley Kia. Lisa 26.
every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
I think the Browns can win 10 games. Think about, we talked about this before. When you look at Shedeur going 3-4 down the stretch, they should have been 5-2. You know, to be honest, the only game they really outplayed was the Bears game. And they had a lead in that 49er game too, but special teams and going for it on fourth down ruined that one for them. So they weren't as bad as the record indicated. Now you add talent, again, health permitting, and the confidence of each and everybody going in. And I love Todd Monken. Todd Monken's attitude is almost like you got an offensive version of Jim Schwartz. So with that being said, you look at this team, the confidence, the swag, that yields up to these guys playing good football. So I can see 10 games for the Browns and being in the playoffs as well.
Emery Hunt, football game plan owner, espousing positivity about the Browns in the previous segment. We do have, in case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes there. It's funny. I do think, and you know, I've been on the bandwagon of, hey, I think they're better than people give them credit for, and all their big needs, I think they, outside of quarterback, I think they can solve this offseason. I've also been on the Monken, the maximizer bandwagon, and it was wild how the difference between everyone flipping the switch on Brown's optimism, it wasn't round one. It came somewhere between Denzel Boston and Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and then it was off to the races. The amount of people that are like, maybe I do have to completely change my expectations for this season.
It just felt like such a big win this week. And I know that sounds stupid because you're not supposed to get so excited over off-season hope and everything else, but like it legitimately was. This is back-to-back seasons now of having what you left thinking to yourself, they absolutely nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen often. And you don't often feel like, it is a pure consensus across the board that the Browns killed the draft.
Yeah, and what's wild about it is now it just comes down to, can any of these four quarterbacks play?
Well, and that's always going to be the question, right? Like, can you get the quarterback play? That's going to be the thing we always go back to. I don't know. It's too early to say anything in regards to like any growth or any big leap, but like you look at this offensive line and you look at the wide receivers that are added, it at least gives whatever quarterback it is a chance.
Like,
That's all I can ask for.
What do you see as like the ceiling of this Browns team?
I have no idea what the ceiling is for this team. Zero clue.
Know about like week 9, week 10, maybe?
I don't know yet. I think I want to see some practices.
Do you want to talk to a couple Browns quarterbacks?
I want to know.
I can get Bernie on the phone. You can get Bernie on the phone.
I don't want to fall victim to right now feeling really rosy about the Browns.
Kelly Holcomb?
That's what I don't want to fall victim to, because I know how I feel right
Peterson.
now. I feel really good right now, and I don't want to wake up a month from now and be like, oh no,
Kelly Stouffer.
Oh no, these guys suck. What the hell was I thinking? Elton Jenkins. What are we? That's going to be our big offseason edition. I don't want to fall victim to that right now.
I wish you would though.
No.
I wish you would though.
What's your ceiling? What do you got?
I still think the ceiling is a playoff team. I think a 9 or 10 win team. In fairness, have I added the 10 game there, or have I been saying 9 wins? Because I want to stick to what I said beforehand.
I'm feeling like you've been saying 8-9, and then you just had a really nice weekend, and now we're going 9-10.
Then fine, I'll go 8-9. I absolutely
keep 9-10 if you want.
I think a wild card team is within the purview if the quarterback can just not screw it up. And I hate to say it like that because I think Shedeur can do more than that.
Yeah.
But like it's so funny. We get so caught in on stats. We get so caught in on, well, what's his QBR and all that crap. No, can the quarterback effectively make plays? And can they make, for every boo-boo they make, can they make at least 3 good plays?
I mean, easiest schedule we're going to have in forever, it feels like. I mean, you can't get easier than what this schedule is going to be. I guess I'm trying to figure out Monken. I've not been able to suss out Monken. Like, this last weekend was great, and I feel like they patched up a lot of holes. I don't know if Monken is awesome at this and just had never been discovered, or if he's as unorganized a coach as I've ever seen in my life. And we got to get more practices and see how this goes.
I do think Monken can make a big difference here. And it's funny, like it makes sense to me that no matter if you're 59 or 29, that there's a learning curve to be a head coach. And everybody goes through it, and some guys can shear off that learning curve better than others. But I feel like if you give Todd enough time, he's going to figure out how to be a head coach.
I mean, yeah.
The good news is, I think he knows beyond a shadow of a doubt how to be an offensive coordinator.
I mean, in a weird twist, I don't know about the offensive coordinator side of things. We know it with Lamar. Does that translate if you don't have Lamar?
I mean, he had some success with Jameis Winston when Jameis Winston was.
Yeah, but he didn't have success when he was here, and so you know what I mean. I
got more success though as an OC than not. By the way, with Freddie, Todd Monken was setting up the game plan, and then Freddie was just freewheeling out on the field.
Yeah, I Lamar did a lot of work there.
1 year with Freddie Kitchens as the head coach and kind of messing with the offense.
How many wins with Jameis or how many seasons with Jameis was considered a win? It's not like Jameis lost his job for a reason.
Yeah, like a year or two later.
I'm genuinely asking. I just don't remember the timeline with Jameis and Monken the way that I should right now.
I think we're getting weighed down a little bit here. I just think overall, I look at this and I go, all right, I think you have a chance to do something this year. And I think no one has expectations for you. When I say no one, I mean no one outside of Cleveland has expectations. And I think it's obvious. If Todd Monken can hang in there and win some games, I think people are going to love this dude as a head coach.
Oh, there definitely will if he can win some games. The question is, can he win some games?
Well, but some games is relative. Year one, Stefanski needed to win 10 games to go to the damn playoffs. If Monken wins 8 games this next year and you're knocking on the door in the playoffs or maybe a late loss kicks you out of it, I think Browns fans are going to walk out of this year thinking, I got our head coach.
I don't think you have to be Ben Johnson year one with the Bears. I agree with that 100%. You don't have to be Vrabel with the Patriots instantly, right away. Boom, we're in the Super Bowl. Everything is awesome. Yeah, that's not the bar for the Browns and being the Browns head coach. You just have to look like you have a clue and then obviously win more than 5 games.
Now, if you do look like Vrabel or Ben Johnson year one, it will help you the way it helped Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, that's all he needed. That took him 6 years. He had 6 years of glowing reviews based off of basically one off season. And all the Browns insiders we talked to and all the people that we've asked about Monken and people off the record, not people on the air, the things they say about Monken have not been the most positive things in the world, Nick. They haven't. And in a weird way, it almost makes me feel better about Monken. In a weird way, it almost makes me feel like, all right, so he's got some problems early on. He'll get them corrected. He'll be fine. And then maybe this is the guy that actually shakes it.
I think.
But I don't know. It's too early for me to say right now. I don't know.
I think I completely am not paying attention to anything I'm hearing in that regard. And a lot of it is, there's something about this offseason that has crystallized something I've thought for a really long time, that about 80% of what the collective we hear coming out of Berea is 3 guys farting in each other's general directions, and confirmation bias is just circling the drain.
Yeah.
So, when it comes to Monken's not going to win those guys over. Because the things that Stefanski did, which is speaking cliches, always seem to be the calmest guy in the room, have a resting pulse of 2. Those are the things that impressed those guys. It's not what impresses me. What impresses me is can you when you speak football, does it make sense? When you speak players, does it rhyme with the truth? Sound something close to it? Doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be the unvarnished truth, but does it sound something like that? And can it feel like you have a connection to the organization? And so far, that is what Monken did. And then I do think you can give Monken some of the credit for what happened this weekend, because, again, we're drafting players that I'm going to say you don't draft without Todd Monken's. Again, there's a difference.
Green, definitely.
There's a huge difference between Todd Monken handpicked every
more
player,
likely than not,
and Andrew Berry based his selections partially on what Todd Monken and his staff wanted. Because I think that is how it actually worked with Kevin Stefanski. It's just because Kevin isn't demonstrative, he was never going to get that credit or that blame.
Yeah, it is interesting to think about how many players did he take just trying to not cater to Monken, but think to himself, I know Monken can have success with this guy. That is the KC Concepcion pick.
Yeah.
That is it's him saying, that's Zay Flowers. I watched you in Baltimore have success with a version of Zay Flowers. You can do that here. Let's go ahead and pull the trigger on that.
216-474-0092. Are you feeling rosier about the Browns after the draft and after we kind of get the whole big picture of the offseason? Because it's not just about the draft for me, right? I think they have fulfilled the prophecy of what I asked them to do, right? You can go ahead and plug a piece or two on defense. You can shuffle, 7 new guys in on the offensive line, and you can add meaningful wide receiver bodies to that room. And, oh, by the way, they even gave me 2 tight ends that I wanted. So,
well, you have depth now in a way that just didn't exist, let's say a couple months ago.
Liam, rather, I don't know, Liam that way. Liam says 6 to 7 wins. 6, 7.
8, 9.
They want to suck this year, sadly. Yeah, I don't think Todd Monken's going to be a willing conspirator. I think there's a difference between somebody in analytics thinking this should be the year, we should tank, and maybe even the front office getting on board with it. Actually, no. Tell me how they're tanking.
No, you can't right now. Maybe you'd make the argument that because they didn't add anyone significantly in the offseason or something like that outside of, I don't know, the entire offensive line. Like they're patching things up, but they had to because it was 5 new guys and everyone in the offensive line was leaving.
If you didn't care about quality, you could have patched it up in the cheapest way possible.
But here's what I think, and what he's getting at least I think what he's getting at, is the idea that it kind of screams like they're trying to set up everything around the quarterback position, and then they're going to go from there, right? But in that process, you're not tanking for the following season. Like, when you add the players that they added and really make a run and getting the best players you possibly can, they're going to try to win. It's going to go as far as the quarterback goes.
Well, and I think with that, they might get, if they get 10 games into the season and they're 1-9, they might remove those conditions that allow you to really start to stink it up, right? That's a big if. And I think that's I really struggled with they want to be bad. I think they understand that if they want a franchise quarterback, it behooves them to win 5 games or less next year. But they haven't acted like that's what they're trying to do at any point this offseason. And even when it's you didn't bring in, let's go, a specific name. Well, yeah, they were kind of restricted in some ways because of the salary cap, because this was a year to kind of reset that. So they're kind of able to do both. They're able to go ahead and try and start clear the ledger that will be Deshaun Watson next year, while also putting more talent on this team and giving it a chance to do something this year. Yeah, and giving Todd Monken a chance, which I think is fair.
It doesn't preclude you from, having really good drafts and drafting really good players if you're trying to maybe not win as many games next year. That's not a thing.
Now, who is your favorite pick?
Well, I like the Denzel Boston pick. I wanted them to go double receiver. I wanted them to go back-to-back receiver. I just didn't think they'd do it, and so I was happy when they did, even though Mike Greenberg couldn't figure out who his parents were.
Yeah. That was, by the way, Denzel had the best answer to that.
Oh, I didn't even see his answer.
So he was on the Browns radio network after his initial media scrum Friday night.
Yeah.
And they were asking about it. And, hey, Mike Greenberg just said your dad's David Boston. And he's like, damn, why can't you give my dad credit? It was so funny and so off the cuff. I was like, I think this kid is he's going to have some fans just in his press conferences alone. It's interesting. I've really come to really like the Spencer Fano thing because of the athleticism piece of it. I'm less uncertain than I was after just hearing everybody's reaction. There doesn't seem to be the kind of doubt post-draft there was pre-draft. It's the McNeil Warren pick for me, though.
Yeah, I would think so.
That's such an incredible value grab, and I do think he fits well with Hickman and Delpit, and I think you've needed a ball hawk safety, and you've needed an impact, I'm going to put my physicality on you safety, and you got both in one player.
Yeah, I think you did one of the mock drafts at one point. You had him at 39, and you took him. And I was when you did that, I was not doubting you, but I was like, I don't think this. I think I have to null and void the mock draft.
Yep,
he's not going to be there at 39. I had to completely. You got to take it away. If you presented this mock draft to me a week ago,
you would have called me a homer.
Well, I would have said it's just not possible.
No.
I said it's not reality. I said Emmanuel McNeil Warren is going to be there at 58, so you're just lying to everybody here. And you're, if anything, you're putting the thumb on the scale a little bit in your mock draft.
Sounds like you wanted to call me a big fat phony.
And here we are.
Now.
No want to there. We were doing it.
Now, here's the thing. You could have just given me something, Andrew. You could have given me Jennings Dunker.
Well, the fact that him and Aller are now Steelers is kind of really just quite delicious for myself.
So you enjoy my pain, is what you're saying?
Yes, in this instance, yes, I do. Yes, because you. Well, no, hold on. You love Jennings Dunker, and then you kind of stopped speaking about Jennings Dunker.
Yeah, because we were having.
I don't know what happened there.
Oh, I will.
There was like a month and a half ago. You were like very like Jennings Dunker, and then I think we brought somebody on, and they were like, "Yeah, he's not nearly the first round talent that you think he is." And then I think you got turned off by Jennings Dunker.
No, how dare you? I'm calling
it how I see it. This is how I saw it.
No, we stopped talking about him because he was going to be a third-round pick. Actually,
so
my fear was...
You thought he was a first-round pick, and then he's going to be a third-rounder, and that's what turned you off?
I thought he was a third-rounder because that's where he's going in most of my mocks. Thank you. And then...
Not when we first started talking about it.
And then he got bumped up to like the late second round, so I was like, oh, great. He's going to go right before 70.
Who did we ask? Mac, who did we ask? And you wanted him at like 15 or something overall in the beginning process, and they're like, no chance. And then we adjusted.
No,
then we adjusted, and the draft world adjusted because you fell in love with his hair.
No.
It was at the Combine Day. You fell in love with his hair.
Might have been around the Senior Bowl.
By the way.
Senior Bowl? Oh, that's what it was. Senior Bowl.
I fell in love with his hair, but I never asked anybody about being a 15th pick in the draft.
Oh, yes, you did. Because your heart was crushed. I'm going to.
Pull up the audio, you cheap
your heart
pirate
was
hooker.
crushed. I'll never forget it. I was sitting there looking at Jennings Dunker on the screen, and you're like, "We love this Jennings Dunker guy. I want to take him a first round. Is he going to be there?
Literally
going to be there in the first round."
This is Anthony Lima textbook right here.
And the guest we had on was somebody reputable, and they're like, "No, he's not a first rounder." And then like from there, you just kind of I don't know, like Peter Pan not wanting to grow up. You just kind of lost it. You lost your spirit attached to Jennings Dunker. And then it's like a month to take
Jennings Dunker, and then
you put him in the Witness Protection Agency, and now I'm supposed to feel bad that he's a Steeler for you?
He would stick out like a sore thumb because he's a ginger.
But now I'm supposed to feel bad for you that he's a Steeler? I don't even think I feel that bad.
This is your nastiest work yet.
You loved Jennings Dunker until you didn't.
This is your nastiest work yet. How dare you?
All right, so you are just a big Jennings Dunker fan.
Maybe if I had come up with like a...
Didn't know you love Steelers like that.
You want to step outside? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I just want to rage.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
2020 Sports by Window Nation. The more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off plus 0 interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today. The Guardians and Rays scoring off at Progressive Field tonight. Right now, scoreless in the top of the third. Cleveland looking to bounce back after losing 2 out of 3 to the Blue Jays in Toronto over the weekend. Browns having another day of voluntary minicamp today in Berea. Rookie minicamp will kick off on May 8th. In college football, Texas Tech announcing today that transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby checking into rehab for a gambling addiction. The decision reportedly comes in the wake of the discovery that Sorsby made thousands of online bets in a variety of sports, which could jeopardize his eligibility in Lubbock. And in the NBA playoffs tonight, starting at 8, the Magic and Pistons square off in Game 4 with Orlando up 2-1. At 9 will be Game 4 between the Thunder and Suns in Phoenix, with OKC looking for a sweep. And at 10:30, Game 5 between the Nuggets and Timberwolves will take place, with Minnesota up 3-1. Don't miss the Browns draft preview show following afternoon drive from 7 to 8 right here on 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Saturday was ugly for the Pistons. Magic won to go.
moment.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Catch the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show today. I want to say a big thanks to our guest, Nick Shook, NFL.com, the Shookie Monster. At 3 o'clock, he liked the Browns draft. Find out why. Emery Hunt, CBS Sports, football game plan. He liked the Browns draft. Find out why. And listen back at 6 p.m. If you guys missed a moment of our show, as always, listen back on the free Odyssey app. As always, you can watch the entire 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And you can also see our faces, which you might regret. But, specifically mine. But you can like our videos, which we like to be liked around here. And don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Scientists have said it'll make your life better. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or a doctor. Barely literate. But I can tell you that's what scientists have said in an AI video that I might have made.
I was going to say, they didn't say that. Who are we talking to?
But subscribe. Let's get to in case you missed it.
All right, we're starting off here. Mike Tomlin making his television debut for Football Night in America and NBC, and made a lot of changes recently, by the way. No Chris Sims. Chris Sims is out. He's out. Did you see that?
I did not.
Yeah, Chris Sims not coming back to little NBC Football Night in America. That kind of sucks.
How do we not get rid of Jack Collinsworth?
I think he might be on the move, too, but they haven't said that yet. I don't know. Wait, I'm just assuming we're going to have
Chris
a mass
Sims
exodus.
isn't a Nepo baby because he was actually an NFL quarterback. Jack Collinsworth, I mean.
Big time.
I've had my Collinsworth of him.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked it. Anyway, so Mike Tomlin was speaking of the Steelers, and Mac shook his head. Mac disagreed. Here's Mike Tomlin.
I mean, just where I am in life. And I thought it was a good time for the organization, to be quite honest with you. We didn't have a lot of success in the playoffs in recent years, and there's just some veteran players there, man, guys like Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt and Boswell, man, that I thought just that were worthy of the excitement and the optimism associated with new leadership.
All right, good guy, Mike Tomlin. Just looking out for T.J. Watt and all these other experienced veterans.
Allow me to go full my cousin Vinny. Everything that guy just said was BS. I did it for the players. Yeah, it wasn't the check. It wasn't, you were sick of the Steelers thing. It wasn't a bunch of toothless yinzers screaming at you.
If that's what we're going to get on Sunday nights, though, count me all the way out.
Well, no, he can't give you the truth there.
Count me all the way out. What's he going to give us?
Somewhere there's his inner Nick Saban.
I was wondering if you're going to go to Saban, because that's the right call here.
And we need him, but not on. By the way, this is actually maybe not the best on actual draft or on college football coverage. He's okay. He's good. I'll say he's good. He's not great. He's good. But man, we get to the draft. He just pulls that filter down and is just like, that's a reach. That guy's an idiot. This guy stinks.
I mean, then nobody knows that world better than Saban, and so it's perfect for him. It sits up so perfectly. But is Tomlin going to be the guy to give us some actual unvarnished truth?
No.
I don't think so
He's
either.
going to collect a paycheck for a year or two.
And it sounded like a Tomlinism. It sounded like one of his press conferences, like Tomlin Tuesdays is what it sounded like. I hated
the
hated
problem,
every bit of it.
The problem is everyone's going to use the Tom Brady thing because Tom Brady stunk so bad at the beginning. He got a modicum better, and everybody's like, man, this Tom Brady guy really figured it out.
Well, that is how you want to start your broadcasting career. You kind of want to suck in the beginning. And
the
then
reverse
just get,
Romo.
Yeah, reverse Romo. And then you get actively better and better. And people are like, hey, you know what? He's not that bad. And then you kind of ride that out for a very long time. Tomlin, though.
He's not going to be in it for long. He's going to be a year to 2 years. He'll be back in the NFL making $30 million a year.
I think it's almost like the Jordan NBC thing where MJ was like this big, hey, he's going to speak. He's going to do all this. And then after 1 week, people just got tired of it because it wasn't really anything of substance.
I mean, MJ has appeared more on Fox's NASCAR coverage in their post-race than he has in NBC since taking over.
He's a pumped-up owner.
Yeah. Man, by the way,
I do love the videos.
Stealing money, don't hate it.
I do love the videos of Jordan on his boat that is like just eyeing other boaters. And it's just like making sure they do things the proper way. I think it cracks me up every time I see it.
Yeah, that actually annoys me. Focus on your own boat, MJ.
No, he's like eyeing other people's boats, and he's trying to make sure they're like tying the lines down and doing everything properly. Like, you can't escape it. I'm not a fisherman or a NASCAR enthusiast, okay? So that life doesn't really do anything for me, but the idea that he has coupled that with his golf adventures the way that he has, at least MJ's out there living.
God forbid, if I am ever widowed, it would break my heart. But how I would spend the remainder of my days are on a nice-sized boat. Maybe it's in Lake Erie. Maybe it's in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know. Just drinking and fishing every day. Every single. But see, that's the only problem there is I don't want to fish for sharks.
You're going to end up dead very soon.
Sharks, yeah, that's a given.
I mean, if I find out that you're on a boat just fishing and drinking all day, I mean, Jimmy Buffett did it for a very long time. You could do it, but I don't know, man.
What a way to go. That's the goal. The Red Sox fired Alex Cora after a 11-17 start to the season. Cora spent 8 years across 2 stints in Boston, 28 games of the season. How soon is too soon to fire your manager?
I'd take it a step further. Mets should have fired their manager, Mendoza, the week prior.
Alex Cora could be the new Mets manager within like 3 weeks.
The only part that was weird was that he was texting members of the Boston media after being fired, like thumbs up emojis and like, don't worry about me, I'm okay. This is a good thing. Everything's and it's like, it was just a weird response to it all. He was like very adamant to anybody that would pay attention through text that this was a good thing. He didn't want to be there anyway, and Alex Cora is going to be fine.
Yeah, this felt like they wanted to fire him last year, and he wanted to be gone last year, but they had too much team success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it just felt weird.
And so, which is just bad leadership. Just fire a guy. Like, if he's not a fit anymore, just fire a guy. I will say, if you fire a guy 28 games of the season, you were firing him come hell or high water. The first sign that you hit a rough patch, you were firing him. It was fait accompli. And I hate that kind of thinking.
It's just, and then the Jason Varitek thing is weird too. It's like they didn't want to fire him outright, and because he's such a, he's a Red Sox legend. Mm-hmm. And so what they did instead was like, we're just going to move him around into a different part of the building, and he's going to give a different role. And then like the media members dug deeper, like, all right, so what exactly is Jason Varitek doing? And the answer is nothing involved with baseball. And it's like, you fired him. You fired him. You didn't have to dress this up. You fired him.
By the way, our guy Adam from Rocky River saying, "Oh my God, I would die from boredom. What the bleep is wrong with you?"
With what? In regard to what?
I think going and doing the
fishing and drinking.
Yeah.
But no, you're drinking. It's not boring.
Yeah. I don't think you understand.
You're gonna die very soon. Yeah, you can't drink every day like that.
Adam, when you drink like that, your perception of time shifts and
even
reality,
what kind of time you're having in general. Like, you always think you're having a great time when you're drinking. In reality, you're just sitting there watching the water.
A lot of Black Keys. Listen to a lot of Hayes Carl. Listen to a lot of Lucas Nelson. Blast off through the stratosphere.
And then you'll probably just fall off the boat drunk, and that'll be it. You'll be just swimming with the fishes.
And that's okay, because then they'll consume me. That's how it goes. Life is a circle. The draft review coming up. Nathan and Ken, they've got Andrew Berry and Andrew Siciliano. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Mud Crawley, baby doll. Listen to the draft review show. We'll be back tomorrow. JP, good stuff?
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Back tomorrow, guys. See ya.